Κυρίες και κύριοι, σας καλωσορίζουμε στο 10ο Διεθνές Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης, μια διοργάνωση της Πολιτιστικής Εταιρείας Επιχειρηματιών Βορειοελλάδος σε συνεργασία με το δίκτυο Ναβαρίνο και το Ίδρυμα Κόντραντ Άντενάουερ. Το Διεθνές Συμπόσιο Θεσσαλονίκης συμπληρώνει φέτος 10 χρόνια από την πρώτη διοργάνωση του 2012. Και είμαστε ιδιαίτερα χαρούμενοι που σας καλωσορίζουμε διαζώσεις φέτος σε αυτή την αίθουσα. Παρακαλώ τον Πρόεδρο της Πολιτιστικής Εταιρείας, κύριο Σταύρο Ανδρεάδη, για ένα χαιρετισμό.
Καλημέρα σας. Πολύ ωραία, ζωντανά, επιτέλους, μετά από 2 χρόνια που αναγκαστήκαμε να επικοινωνούμε διαδικτυακά, το Συμπόσιο της Θεσσαλονίκης επιστρέφει αισίως φέτος στη 10η οργάνωσή του. Θυμίζω ότι ξεκίνησε το 2012 με την ευκαιρία του εορτασμού των 100 χρόνων από την απελευθέρωση της Θεσσαλονίκης και η κεντρική ιδέα ήταν να ανοίξουμε ένα παράθυρο στον κόσμο. Δηλαδή, να δώσουμε την ευκαιρία μιας παρουσίασης και ενός διαλόγου πάνω σε θέματα τα οποία δεν αφορούν το άμεσο περιβάλλον, δηλαδή το χώρο που κάθε μέρα τον βιώνουμε, αλλά έχουν να κάνουν με θέματα που συμβαίνουν έξω από εμάς, που όμως επηρεάζουν ή θα επηρεάσουν πολύ τη ζωή του κάθε ενός μας και την εξέλιξη της κοινωνίας μας. Αυτό ήταν από την αρχή το Συμπόσιο της Θεσσαλονίκης και έτσι συνεχίζει να είναι. Ένα παράθυρο λοιπόν στον κόσμο. Θυμάμαι ότι κάθε φορά στην εισαγωγική αυτή ομιλία έλεγα ότι ζούμε σε μια κρίσιμη εποχή. Τελικά φαίνεται ότι πάντα θα είναι κρίσιμη η εποχή και πάντα θα υπάρχουν προβλήματα και πάντα θα υπάρχουν κίνδυνοι. Αλλά ας προσέξουμε λίγο, γιατί νομίζω ότι αυτή η συγκυρία είναι περισσότερο επικίνδυνη από αυτό που συνήθως αντιμετωπίζαμε. Και έτσι η θέα από το παράθυρο αυτό δεν είναι μια θέα ευχάριστη. Είναι μια θέα ενός κόσμου που φαίνεται ότι αγριεύει. Βρισκόμαστε μπροστά σε 2 πράγματα που δεν τα είχαμε αντιμετωπίσει ξανά και θα αποτελέσουν και θέμα συζήτησης από εδώ με τους ομιλητές που έχουμε καλέσει. Και τα θέματα αυτά είναι καταρχήν ένας βίαιος πόλεμος που γίνεται κοντά μας. Ένας πόλεμος που δεν ξέρουμε πώς θα καταλήξει, δεν ξέρουμε και τις πραγματικές αιτίες που τον δημιούργησαν και δεν ξέρουμε πραγματικά τι επίπτωση θα έχει στον κάθε ένα από εμάς, στην κοινωνία μας. Το δεύτερο είναι μία εκτός κλίμακας πια επιθετικότητα του εξανατολών γείτονά μας, που και αυτή ξεπερνάει αυτό που λίγο πολύ υπήρχε πάντα, κάποια ένταση και κάποια προβλήματα, και που επίσης δεν ξέρουμε τι αιτίες έχει, πού μπορεί να οδηγήσει, τι κρύβεται πίσω από αυτό. Όλο αυτό το σκηνικό σκεφτήκαμε, έγινε πολύ προσπάθεια και πολλή συζήτηση για το πώς να το παρουσιάσουμε, να το εστιάσουμε και να προσπαθήσουμε να το δούμε κάτω από την οπτική των νέων. Της νέας γενιάς που μεγαλώνει σε μια χώρα που προσπαθεί να βρει τα βήματά της, που έχει κάνει πρόοδο τα τελευταία χρόνια, αλλά που βλέπει τώρα αυτά τα προβλήματα πάλι να δημιουργούν δυσκολίες, να σκοτεινιάζουν την ατμόσφαιρα, και αυτό είναι κάτι που καταλαβαίνουμε καλά ότι δημιουργεί δικαιολογημένη ανασφάλεια και προβληματισμό. Έτσι, στο τρίτο μέρος της εκδήλωσης αυτής θελήσαμε να κάνουμε μια δημοσκόπηση. Είναι κάτι που η Πολιτιστική Εταιρεία το κάνει για πρώτη φορά. Ζητήσαμε λοιπόν τη συνεργασία με μια κορυφαία εταιρεία δημοσκοπήσεων, τη Μέτρων Ανάλυσης, να μας πει πώς βλέπουν τελικά οι νέοι όλα αυτά τα πράγματα που με 2 λόγια σας έχω περιγράψει. Τι σημαίνει για αυτούς αυτό το σκηνικό. Πιστεύω ότι θα είναι πολύ ενδιαφέροντα αυτά τα οποία θα ακουστούν και ας κάτσει ο καθένας από εμάς να σκεφτεί όλα αυτά τι σημαίνουν για τον ίδιο. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω θερμά τον Δημήτρη τον Κερίδη, τον καθηγητή και βουλευτή που είναι παιδί της Θεσσαλονίκης, αλλά τον τράβηξαν τα θέλητα της Αθήνας μακριά μας. Ξέρω όμως καλά ότι η ψυχή του είναι εδώ. Ο Δημήτρης ο Καiridis είναι αυτός που χτίζει κάθε φορά το συμπόσιο. Θέλω πραγματικά να τον συγχαρώ για τη δουλειά που κάνει. Δεν είναι καθόλου εύκολο και θέλω να τον έχουμε πάντα κοντά μας. Τον έχουμε ανάγκη. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω όλους τους διακεκριμένους ομιλητές που μας κάνουν την τιμή να είναι εδώ δίπλα μας. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω το Ίδρυμα Adenauer που έχει σταθεί από την πρώτη στιγμή κοντά μας και μας δίνει όχι μόνο το κύρος του, αλλά και μας φέρνει σε επαφή με συγκεκριμένους πολύ σημαντικούς ομιλητές οι οποίοι έρχονται. Αυτή είναι μια προσπάθεια της πολιτιστικής. Η πολιτιστική είναι μια αγνή πρωτοβουλία της κοινωνίας των πολιτών. Χαιρόμαστε που έχει την υποστήριξή σας και θέλουμε να συνεχίσει να την έχει και στο μέλλον. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Συνεργάτες από την πρώτη στιγμή, το Ίδρυμα Konrad Adenauer, παρακαλώ το Διευθυντή του Ιδρύματος Ελλάδας και Κύπρου, κύριο Μάριαν Βέντ, για ένα χαιρετισμό.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador, dear Professor Andreadis, Professor Kairidis, dear Minister, your Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure and honor for me to be here in Thessaloniki at the International Symposium. For me, it's the first time here in Thessaloniki, and it's such a wonderful welcome I received here in this town on Friday, yesterday, and also today. Thessaloniki, you have to know, and I have very close relations because I came from the area of Leipzig, and as you know, Leipzig and Thessaloniki are still very good brother and sister cities as well. The International Symposium, which we supported since years of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, is a very important instrument for political dialogue, for the exchange of views and opinions over now international situation. Especially in Germany, we have seen that we have to come out from our sofa. We have to come out from our situation where we have made it as a little bit warm. We haven't been much interested in the world and the foreign policy. We were fine just selling some products abroad and make businesses, but handling with international missions, military missions, doing hard security policy, that hasn't been of our mind, that hasn't been on our agenda till now. But the war in Ukraine changed everything, and that's why Chancellor Scholz has spoken about the Zeitenwende. And indeed, it is a really Zeitenwende, not even for Germany, and also for Greece and the whole region. Greece has said, we want to develop ourselves, we want to come out on our own, to become a regional power, especially in energy question, with the gas pipeline to Bulgaria, with new energy interconnectors, and as well as a transfer point for goods, military goods, for example, from Alexandra. And that will even be for Germany. Germany has to take more responsibility for the European Union, more responsibility for the situation in the East. And therefore, this symposium is a wonderful possibility to talk about the positions in Germany, in Greece, in Europe, and in the whole region as well. And for us as foundation, it's important to develop common positions, to work together on all that fields, not against each other, together as European nations with common values. So thank you very much for organizing this wonderful event, dear Mr. Dimitris, and the Navarino network, as well as all this stuff from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and from your network. And we're looking forward definitely for the next symposium next year, but now we're looking forward for fruitful discussions and a lot of food of thoughts. Thank you very much.
Το συμπόσιο είναι εδώ και 10 χρόνια ένας θεσμός της πόλης Θεσσαλονίκης. Παρακαλώ τον Δήμαρχο, κύριο Κωνσταντίνο Ζέρβα, να κηρύξει την έναρξη του συμποσίου.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank, first of all, the Cultural Business Association of Northern Greece, especially its president, Stavros Andreadis, the Navarino Network, and especially the Konrad Adenauer Foundation for today's invitation, and congratulate them all for this exciting agenda. Especially Dimitris, friend, MP, professor, for all these 10 symposiums. I have been in this hall all these 10 times, so excited. So it is also a great honor for me as a mayor of the city to be here in this institution of great interest and with excellent guests who also will have the opportunity to experience the modern version of the city of Thessaloniki, a multicultural city with great historical and cultural heritage, doomed by geography to receive stimuli from different geopolitical direction, which ultimately affects all this century its character. In recent years, the city of Thessaloniki progresses to a European metropolis, escaping its Balkan fate of the last few centuries and evolving into a technological hub and a modern Western city with exceptional quality of life. 2022, ladies and gentlemen, has been designated by the European Commission as the Year of Youth. Nevertheless, due to the harsh reality we are experiencing, this year will be remembered as the year when war was arrived on European doorsteps, few hundred kilometers from here, and for the first time since a lot of decades. I will definitely not try to describe how young people feel about our world today. You are more competent to do so, but as a mayor who walks a lot around the city, I understand the significant challenges that those born before or just after the turn of the millennium have to face. Today, are we more educated, healthier, and wealthier than ever before? Do we travel more? Do we interconnect more? And do we know each other better than ever before? However, the 21st century has brought a powerful tide of geopolitical, economic, and democratic shocks. Their fallout has led central bank to create over 25 trillion of new money, brought about a new age of geopolitical competition, destabilized the Middle East, ruptured the European Union, and exposed old political fault lines across the globe. We must admit that the past few decades have not been kind to democracies of North Atlantic. The industrialization, financial crisis, mass unemployment, chaos in the Middle East, unregulated its disruption, climate change, and rising inequality have shortened life expectancy, undermined social stability, and opened the door to populists, to demagogues, and to authoritarians. Moreover, that was before the pandemic killed hundreds of thousands, even millions of people, and the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine displaced millions more and upended global commodity markets. We live in a world where, as Jamie Susskind wrote in his book Future Politics, anyone who has ever dealt with the tax authorities, the educational system, or any other complex bureaucracy knows that the truth hardly matters. What is written on your form is far more critical. Furthermore, this practical but harsh realization ultimately causes turbulence and the total cancellation of the Western civilization by a section of young people who believe that even the civilized West is ultimately built on controversial foundations. However, is our history a museum that we must decide whether or not to honor? Or is it a lesson through which we evolve and ultimately determines the achievements of today? All these are food for thought. And could the West have realistically avoided any of this, any of its mistakes? Could our leaders have taken better decisions? The question matters if specific politicians, technocrats, or even the intellectuals who influence them make human mistakes, then there is a hope. The world can learn from their choices and do better in the future, or at least make new, different mistakes. If not, then the most we can aim for is the peace of mind that comes from understanding that there are no alternatives. This is our world, and we must excel with its weaknesses. With these few thoughts of mine and waiting the results of this productive dialogue, I welcome you to the city of Thessaloniki and hope that you enjoy your stay in our city. Thank you so much.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, μπορούμε να περάσουμε τώρα στο πρώτο πάνελ της συζήτησης και δίνω το λόγο στον κύριο Καηρίδη, Διευθυντή του Δικτύου Ναβαρίνο.
So, if you may come up here now so we can start. Λοιπόν, είναι μεγάλη χαρά να βρισκόμαστε πάλι κοντά μετά από τα 2,5 χρόνια πανδημίας, διαζώσεις, σε αυτόν τον εμβληματικό χώρο που είναι το Ολύμπιον στη Θεσσαλονίκη. Να ευχαριστήσω και εγώ με τη σειρά μου την πολιτιστική εταιρεία και προσωπικά τον Σταύρο Ανδρεάδη για την καταπληκτική δουλειά που κάνει η εταιρεία, που κάνει ο ίδιος στην ηγεσία της εταιρείας όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, ως ένα ζωντανό κύτταρο πολιτισμού της κοινωνίας των πολιτών εδώ στη Θεσσαλονίκη, να στείλουμε το μήνυμα της εξωστρέφειας σε αυτούς τους πολύ δύσκολους καιρούς που ζούμε και χαίρομαι να βλέπω νέα πρόσωπα, νέους ανθρώπους εδώ σήμερα κοντά μας. Είναι μια δύσκολη μέρα, πολλές οι ιώσεις της γρίπης. 10 η ώρα το πρωί, κάπως έτσι μαχμουρλήθηκε η πόλη μας. Νομίζω σιγά-σιγά θα έχουμε όλο τον κόσμο που θέλουμε να έχουμε κοντά μας. Ευχαριστώ πολύ τον Δήμαρχο, το Ίδρυμα Κόνραντ Αντενάουερ, το Αμερικανικό Κολέγιο Θεσσαλονίκης, τη TV100, το FM100, την Καθημερινή και βέβαια όλους τους ομιλητές οι οποίοι έχουν έρθει από μακριά. When we were thinking with Stavros what the topics of this symposium should be, the choice was easy this year. A, because we have a war. Who could have thought that we would have a conventional war in the middle of Europe, in Ukraine? It's a subject nobody can avoid. And secondly, because our neighbor to our east has become very active, if not agitated, recently, and has dominated the headlines here in Greece as never before. At least the last 20, 30, 40 years that I have been following Greek-Turkish relations. So Russia and Turkey will be the main subject, followed with a survey that we have with Stratos Fanaras later on. Pavlos Tsimas is coming from Athens, Lukas Tsoukalis. We will comment it, and we will finish at 3 o'clock. Now, there are earplugs at the entrance for those who need translation. The working language of our meeting will be in English, but there is a simultaneous translation for anybody who wishes the translation. We will have a round of initial remarks, and then we can take a round or two of questions from the audience, and by a little bit before noontime, we can finish. We will have a beautiful coffee break outside, and we will continue with Russia for our second panel and the survey in our third panel. Now, we have a group of stellar analysts who will help us navigate this very complex reality that today's Turkey is. Often we talk about it without knowing much, so through stereotypes and old truths that not any longer hold. It's a very, very complicated reality. I speak to Americans and I speak to many Europeans. They seem very baffled with what is happening. Sometimes baffled, sometimes angry, sometimes anxious, and certainly here in Athens, in Greece, very, very anxious with what is happening. So I have to my left all of them very dear friends. They have been to Thessaloniki before. Soli Özel is an eminent professor in Turkey at Kadir in Istanbul, in Constantinople, and he has been, like myself, a TV personality, commenting on relations time and again, traveling all over the world. I'm not going to go into the details of the bios of each and everyone. There are the bar codes as you enter, and you can download the program. We are very technologically advanced in this symposium, and we are environmentally friendly. We don't do paper anymore. And then Gareth Jenkins, who for many years was the correspondent of The Economist in Istanbul, has worked on Turkey. Wolf Piccoli, our Italian friend from London, to give us the economic side, recently had hosted Mr. Kilincharoglu in London in his meeting with foreign investors there, and Ioannis Grigoriadis, who makes us all very proud, a wonderful Greek export to Turkey in Ankara, working in the oldest and biggest private university in Turkey, Bilkent University. So we have 3 out of 4 who live in Turkey and who can give us the inside view of Turkey today. I will start with Soli. 7-8 minutes. You can use the floor or the table, or you can...
I'll just stay here.
Stay here, yes, good. It's always safer to stay here. And to give us the first scoop of what's going on in the mind of Mr. Erdogan and in Turkish politics these days as we're heading towards elections. Soli, the floor is yours.
First of all, good morning. I have to say this is an impressive crowd for a 10 o'clock in the morning beginning. So whatever else you would all be doing, thank you for coming. It is a great pleasure for me to be in Thessaloniki. I think it was either 4 or 5 years ago I was here again for the forum. And I am from Izmir or Smyrna, and the similarities between the two cities are just remarkable, quite frankly. I feel at home. I'll talk about the elections. I'll just briefly deal with at the end with what foreign policy things are. Don't be anxious. There is a lot of bravado on both sides. We talk the talk, not necessarily walk the walk, although at times that occurs as well. But let me get to, first of all, the agenda of 2023 for Turkey. Since last year, actually, as of 2022, and maybe as of 2021, the common histories of the two countries have actually come to the surface. The bicentennial of your independence, and then the centennial of what you call the Great Asia Minor tragedy, and for the Turks, of course, the independence war and the creation of the republic. And in 2023, of course, Turkey will celebrate the centennial of the republic. 2023 will also be, coincidentally or not, a year of elections in Greece, in Turkey, and not a small matter also in the Greek part of Cyprus, or the Cyprus Republic. And that may actually be an occasion to lower anxieties, or it may be a reason for augmenting those anxieties. So Turkey goes, maybe the difference in the Turkish elections is that we do go, as far as I'm concerned, into an existential election. The results of these elections may very well determine what kind of country Turkey is going to be, whether or not the original Republican project will continue, or it will be altered beyond recognition once the 20-year-old AKP rule is extended by at least another 5 years. I think the public understands, at least in its guts, the importance of these elections. But unfortunately, the political system does not respond to the importance of these elections, certainly not so far. Turkey has now been governed by a sui generis presidential system since 2018, 4 years. It is a very autocratic, no checks and balances system. Some Turkish scholars call it a sultanist system, which I think is kind of a misnomer. I mean, it's appealing, but I think it's a misnomer because the sultans did have some checks and balances. It's a system which has, in my judgment, as its most important weakness, a governance problem. Authoritarianism by itself is not really the issue. It's whether or not the system functions in the way, let's say, it functioned in Korea, in Taiwan, or elsewhere when they were being run by very authoritarian governments. Its rules are not fixed. We don't know them exactly. And the independence of the judiciary and the relevance of the legislature have actually been done away with. And it is increasingly intrusive in all parts of life, and it is increasingly intrusive in the economy, which was until about 4 years ago, or 5 years, 3 years ago, the only bright side of a very extended rule. It is true that after 20 years, there is a drop in support for our president, Mr. Erdogan, and his ruling coalition among the public. The negative opinion about Mr. Erdogan, people who say we will never vote for him again, is at about 54%. But forgive me, I am not a great fan of making political analyses by polls. I mean, look at the number of times the polls have actually misled us in the past few years. But there's got to be some fatigue. So if it's not 54%, then probably it is 50 or maybe 45%, which is not really insignificant. But the problem today that we have is when the country is truly ripe for a change, with an inflation rate officially at 85 and unofficially probably around 150%, when your educated secular Turk such as myself is basically losing economic ground as I just breathe. I don't have to do much, actually. And a lot of people are suffering. The poverty rate has increased considerably. You would have expected that the opposition would actually be surging, that, there would be no question in anyone's mind as to what the outcome of that election was going to be. And it is true that the opposition still thinks the conditions are so bad that they're automatically going to be winning, but that is not what the polls, much as I may not trust them all that much, say. In a way, my formulation is, it is highly likely that Mr. Erdogan can lose the election. By the way, we'll have two elections. We'll elect the president and we'll elect the legislature. And since, given the system, the presidential one is more important, Mr. Erdogan can lose the election. The question we have is not whether or not he can lose the election. The question we have is, can the opposition actually win the election? And that, of course, concentrates the minds on the issue of the candidate, and the issue of the candidate has not yet been resolved. The front runner does not inspire much confidence, or certainly is not an inspirational figure. And the fact that the decision has not yet been made by the opposition, which actually brought itself together around the so-called round table of six parties, 2 major and 4 minor parties got together about 9 months ago, and they have constituted themselves, as in Hungary, as an opposition bloc, but they still do not have a candidate. And they don't yet have a convincing or a mobilizing political program either. So I can give you some figures. In a one-on-one contest, Mr. Erdogan loses to almost all candidates, except that Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu, the frontrunner today, the leader of the CHP, is not as certain to win. It is also suggested by at least 2 polls that should Mr. Kılıçdaroğlu be the candidate, there may be a chunk of the electorate that may not just bother to go to the... Oops, I'm already done. Okay, fine. I'll take 1 more minute then. I can answer questions about the elections later. Now, in foreign policy, I would draw your attention to the newly appointed Turkish ambassador. Turkey and Greece have been negotiating those exploratory talks. There had already been 60 rounds with no leaks. And if they're continuing, they must be talking about something. And I suppose they may have even come to an agreement on some issues. And the person who has just been appointed ambassador in Athens is someone who has been there since the beginning. There is probably not many other diplomats in the Turkish diplomatic corps today who are actually in command of all the facts about the Aegean issues and bilateral Turkey-Greek issues, and there is no sense that I have anyway that he is hawkish on those matters. So I think on both sides, the continuation of the exploratory talks suggests a willingness to at least keep things going at a certain level, but whether or not there is a political will, strong enough political will to actually resolve the problems remains a big question. But talk aside, I personally do not anticipate something that we might all come to regret happening, in spite of the fact that electoral politics may raise the tensions and stuff. Turkey has been making great moves to normalize the relations or to rebuild the bridges that itself has burnt. Relations with the UAE, accused of masterminding or underwriting the coup attempt in 2016. Saudi Arabia, whose prince actually ordered the murder of a Saudi American journalist in the consulate in Istanbul. Relations with Egypt, which for the last 11 years has been basically the evil incarnate in the minds of our leader, and Israel, of course, which is always the bad guy on any given occasion. Those relations have now been kind of repaired. I would argue, however, that the Turkey that has actually made those moves is a lot weaker in these relations than it was when it actually broke those relations, and we will see the results of that. Finally, the Ukraine war served Turkey well, and I think by and large this government managed the diplomacy of that war rather competently, and Turkey has seen some benefits from it either. On the other hand, its relations with its Western allies remain problematic. Within NATO, Turkey is a political problem because it vetoes Finland and Sweden's accession at a very critical moment. On the other hand, militarily, it is as loyal an ally, a member of NATO as actually you can get. However, this lack of confidence, lack of trust has manifested itself recently at the G20 summit when the bombs were dropped, or the missiles fell on Poland, and there was great anxiety, real, well-founded anxiety as to what that might lead to. The members of NATO and G7 who were present in Bali for the G20 summit were called to a meeting by President Biden. Turkey is a member of NATO. Mr. Erdogan was present in Bali for the G20 summit. He was not invited. He curtly said that he was only invited to important meetings. I don't know what the level of importance was of a few bombs dropping on Poland. But that shows, and then there was a rumor that he was invited but refused to go. In either case, there is a lack of trust, and if that will have to be repaired, And after 2023, this will be one of the questions that will have to be resolved. Thank you. Sorry that I extended.
Wonderful. Before I give the floor to Gareth, I want to thank Minister Kalafatis on his way out and Ambassador, US Ambassador Mr. Jounis, a dear friend, for being with us and honoring us with their presence this morning. There are very many important people. Everybody is important. Lukia Sarandi, the head of the Industrialists Association here in Thessaloniki, Panos Vlachos, the president of American College of Thessaloniki, and many, many other dear friends. And now I turn to Gareth Jenkins. I have two very specific questions, just as a framework, but you can say whatever. The one has to do, we talked often about a divided Turkey, internally divided Turkey, that makes it even more anxious and nervous. How divided is Turkey? You've been there for 32 years now. You have been watching Turkey's developments up close and personal. This is the one. And the second is, Economist, for example, the journal you used to work for, was very supportive of Erdogan in the beginning. And there was this idea that we are dealing with a liberal reformer, a Europeanist. Everything has gone up in flames. Erdogan has shown a completely different face recently. Why the change? And what is the real face? What is the real Erdogan we have to deal with? Yes, Gareth.
Thank you very much. Actually, I worked for the Economist Intelligence Unit, not the Economist magazine. That was somebody else. I've always been very critical and negative about Erdogan, and I'm afraid I'm going to be even more so now. As Dimitris said, I've been in Turkey actually since 1989. I've never been so worried about what's going to happen as I am now. I wish I could be more optimistic. At the end, I'm going to try to one positive note, so I don't be too negative. Everything now is, for Erdogan, is focused on the elections. One of the interesting things, I've been following Erdogan since 1993, and through his time as mayor of Istanbul, and when the AK Party came to office in 2002, and when they came to power in any real sense, I think after 2007 elections. I don't think they were really in power for the first 5 years when they were in office. And one of the interesting changes has been, Erdogan, of course, served time in prison for a speech he made out in the wilds of Siirt. And after that, he became very cautious, particularly very cautious about antagonizing the military. They had a system of military tutelage at that time. And once he realized he no longer needed to fear the military, he became increasingly confident to the extent now where he's hubristic. During their first years in office, of course, there was corruption. The form of corruption changed, but it persisted. And of course, I think it happens with any party which remains in power for any length of time. It got more and more. And one of the worrying things for me in the recent years is how flagrant it's become. There's been no attempt to hide how corrupt the regime is. And Erdogan, with his confidence now, we see, as Soli mentioned, these about turns in foreign policy. It's almost Orwellian, if you know your 1984. You know, we're friends with Saudi Arabia. We've always been friends with Saudi Arabia. This kind of narrative you get in the Turkish media. And Erdogan, at the beginning, I said he was cautious, but he was also thinking long term. And one of the other things that's changed is how short term he now thinks. And at the moment, his short-term goal is winning the next elections. I don't think he thinks beyond that. I think Wolf's going to talk more about the economy, but you can see it very strongly in the economy. There are problems building up, and Erdogan is just focused on meddling through, trying to shield as much as possible the Turkish electorate from the economic downturn, just so he can get elected again. When we had this transition to the presidential system in 2018, I was expecting there to be something like, if you think in terms of a human body, a new head being grafted onto the body in terms of institutions. The executive would move from the parliament to the presidency, and so you'd have all the institutions still there, but you'd have the presidency at the head of it. What we've seen, I think, is something more like institutional decapitation, where the presidential authority has now become isolated from a lot of the apparatus of state. And physically, if you go to Ankara and see this monstrous palace on the edge of the city, as well as institutionally, and I think also intellectually and psychologically, you have a presidency now which is divorced, isolated from everything else that's going on. And with that has come a real dearth of and decline in expertise going into foreign policy making. We haven't had so many disasters recently, and as Soli said, I think, much as I dislike the regime, I think they've handled the situation with the Ukraine-Russian war relatively well. We have a lot less expertise, though, going into decision-making, and a deinstitutionalization also of decision-making, because so much is now concentrated in Erdogan's own hands, which then makes all of Turkish policy basically dependent on a personality as much as anything else. Coming to your question about divisions in Turkey, as I said, I've never been so worried as I am now. I'm Welsh. Even in Wales, we have our murderers and rapists and all kinds of other unpleasant people. And Turkey has been no exception to that. I wasn't in Turkey during the 1970s when there were very severe social divides between leftists and rightists. But in the time I've been in Turkey, I've never seen so much division, so much tension in Turkish society. And it being actively fueled by the administration. As I'm sure a lot of you have been doing the last couple of weeks, we got knocked out in the group stages, so we didn't have a lot of interest recently, but I was watching the World Cup in Turkey, and it's on the TRT, the government-controlled television and radio station. And then you break for adverts, and you see the adverts. Going back 10 years, there was this very famous serial on Turkish television, Valley of the Wolves. Completely imbecilic plotline, terrible acting, but all paranoia about all foreign conspiracies against Turkey. And now, if you turn on Turkish television, and there were new ones being advertised in the break between when I was watching the football, you see these all of the time. You see very xenophobic, often implicitly or sometimes even explicitly anti-Semitic. The West is always trying to divide us. Those who are opposed to us are fifth column for the West. And when you go back to the system of military tutelage, of course it was an oppressive system, but it was the state oppressing the population. And now you've got a lot more of this this tension, this hatred, this vitriol, this poison moving into Turkish society. Not just with Erdogan's speeches. And he talks every day. I don't know how he finds time to do any other work. Not only in the speeches of for example, his very competitive interior minister, but also in these kind of cultural things, if you can use that word to describe a television series. And through the media, which of course Erdogan now almost completely controls. And this is, I think, very, very dangerous. When I first arrived completely unfairly, I was, as a Westerner, I've suffered kind of positive racial prejudice. In the last few years, I have a lot more, it's verbal, thankfully, a lot more negative racial prejudice. And I know my American friends in Istanbul, they suffer even more. But even more dangerous is how Erdogan supporters are not only regard the opposition supporters, but are being taught how to regard the opposition supporters as lackeys of America, of these great conspiracies that are trying to divide Turkey. And that's, I think, very dangerous when we go forward. I don't know at the moment what's going to happen in the elections. As Soli was saying, we have Kılıçdaroğlu as the most likely opposition candidate for the presidency. Polls suggest Erdogan's likely to win, and Erdogan tends to do better as the elections near. He's the most, even though he doesn't do anything for me, he's the most effective political rhetorician that I've seen in my time in Turkey. Of course, his control over the media also plays a very major role in being able to influence voters' opinions. And it looks at the moment that if he's likely to be able to use these advantages to secure another term. I hope he doesn't, but that's how it looks at the moment. Even if the opposition managed to take control of the assembly, they're unlikely to win enough seats to be able to change the constitution or to put constitutional changes to a referendum in order to change back to a parliamentary system. If Erdogan wins again, it's going to be very, very negative. All the problems I think we have now are just going to become even worse. But I'm also concerned if the opposition wins. I'm concerned about what Erdogan is likely to try to do, how the opposition how the government supporters are likely to regard opposition supporters, and whether we may have some social arrest. So there's concerns, I think, for both outcomes. And just very briefly to conclude, because I did promise I'd be a little bit positive, I spent a lot of time going to the Kurdish areas, and in the last few weeks, particularly as the main Kurdish party is facing a closure case in the Constitutional Court, I quite often have people saying to me, will there be a lot of unrest in the southeast? The answer is no. The PKK, the militant Kurdish organization, is probably weaker now than it's been any time in the last 20-odd years. And in the southeast, there's absolutely no desire to return to the fighting and devastation that occurred in the cities in 2015, 2016. So even though I think the Kurds are more distant than they've ever been from Ankara, I certainly see a lot more alienation from Ankara than I've ever seen before. There's no desire to take that into violence. But that's, at the moment, the only positive thing I can think about going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. And now I turn to the economic political side with Wolf Piccoli, who is heading Teneo Intelligence, one of the largest, maybe the largest political risk analysis organization in the world, to give us his scoop, especially on the economic side. We often hear about an imminent collapse of Turkey's economy that never happened. Somehow it has proven much more resilient, defying statistics and expectations and predictions to the contrary. So I wonder, what is the secret of Turkey's economy? How much of a factor can it be for the Turkish election and for Turkish politics in general following the elections? Let me remind our audience that Erdogan came to power because of an economic collapse, the IMF intervention back in 2000, 2001, right? And based his political hegemony on growth, the big growth of the first years, right? Wolf.
Okay, let me turn this thing on. Let me start from the end. How I look at all of this, how I look at Turkish politics, Turkish economy over the next 12 months or so.
Take it in front of you. Yeah?
Okay. When I look at Turkey, over the last 20 years, I look in the following way. I will never underestimate Erdogan's ability to come out with some new tricks, initiative, whatever, to gain the leverage. And I will never underestimate the ability of the opposition to screw up. Okay? That is how I look at Turkey. So now, let's start with the economy. This election is mainly about the economy. It's about the economy, it's about everything else, it's about inflation, and we'll talk about that. It's about jobs, it's about inequality, and it's about rule of law, which is part of the economy at the end of the day. So, since late last year, Erdogan has been pursuing what he calls a new economic model. A model which is not a model, and is neither new. It's a crazy economic experiment, okay? So, where are we now? Just give you some figures to put things into context. So the central bank net reserves, if we exclude the swaps, is negative 54 billion. The current account deficit this year will be around $45 billion. I'm talking dollars here, not Turkish liras. The debt that the country is facing over the next 12 months, private sector, public sector together, is around $185 billion. It's slightly below the GDP of Greece, if you want to put things into perspective there. Inflation, as Soli mentioned, officially is 85%, most likely is double. Food inflation in November was 100% year on year. Think about this. When you're going shopping every day, you don't know how much it's going to cost buying basic items like food. I can go on. Still, as Dimitris alluded, the model is muddling through. How has Erdogan managed to keep this going despite all this madness, basically? He's pursuing economic policy that goes against gravity, basically. He has been doing lots of things. Lots of regulatory measures. So if you're an exporter in Turkey now, 40% of the revenues you are gaining in foreign currency, you are obliged to sell them to the Turkish banks, to the Turkish central bank, in exchange for which they give you some nice Turkish lira. Okay? If you are an exporter and you call your private bank and you are trying to get $1 million because you need it for your operation, you will get a phone call from the central bank asking why you need $1 million. Okay? Just give you some examples here. If you look at the balance of payment of the Central Bank of Turkey, in the last 9 months, there is one interesting entry. It's called net error and omissions. And the net error omission over the last 11 months, was worth $24 billion. 70% of the current account deficit is covered by net error and omission. What is net error and omission? Well, we don't know. In the past, and it's not the first time we see it, we saw a similar amount of money coming into the Turkish economy in 2018 after a significant currency crisis, that time triggered by Trump. Is basically, the idea is that it's Turkish corporate repatriating money they have allocated abroad. Okay? Maybe. But also there is Russian money. It may be money from somewhere else. So net error omission is basically helping to save the day. It's a very important source of currency. Together with that, we have seen all sorts of regulatory measures, moral suasion, and so on. And also, let's not forget one thing. Like in any economic crisis, there are losers. And in this case, there are plenty of losers in Turkey, mainly the low income, more than anybody else. But there are also winners. Turkish corporates in 2018, they had a huge amount of debt in dollars, FX, mainly dollars. They sold it and they transformed that into Turkish lira. When inflation is running at 85% and you have a huge amount of debt in Turkish lira, you are having a ball. You won the lottery. Your debt is disappearing very, very quickly. So yes, the economy is a sore point, but there also, I will not underestimate here that they are also winners. Now, what is Erdogan going to do? So Soli alluded to the fact that the opposition doesn't have much of a strategy. Totally agree. I had the pleasure to meet plenty of them over the last couple of weeks. Whereas Erdogan has got a strategy, okay? And has got a strategy that has been evolving for some time. So we have seen electoral engineering. They changed electoral threshold, they changed electoral constituency, changes the composition of the body who will be overseeing the vote whenever the election takes place. We have seen crackdown on the media, most recently in social media, law. We have seen Erdogan triggering polarization whenever he wants to. We have seen foreign policy statements against all sorts of neighbors, basically aggressive to trying to instill some sort of national pride and rally around the flag. And what we're going to see, for me, what is critical is what we're going to see between now and the vote. So this month, we're going to see two things. Minimum wage. The minimum wage in Turkey is important, very important. So there are 32 million people employed in Turkey. Out of 32, 22 are wage earners. 5 million of them are civil servants, which are separate category. So we have 17 million people left, okay? Out of these 17 million people left, 50% on average salary is the minimum wage, okay? In the European Union, the average is 4% of the workers, okay? So the minimum wage here will be obviously bumped up significantly before the end of this year. From the current 5,500 Turkish lira net, which is around $300, if you want to think about that, most likely might go even double. And I'm not sure whether they will do another minimum wage hike before the vote. We're also going to create 5 million new pensioners, okay? This was against some of the IMF measures that were implemented in 2009, if I remember well. Well, we're going to facilitate the exit of lots of people from the working sector to become pensioners. After this measure, for every 1.2 workers in Turkey, people in active work, you're going to have one pensioner, okay? So in the budget for 2023, 80% of the gas for households is subsidized by the government. 50% of the electricity is subsidized by the government. That costs $30 billion, by the way, okay? There is also a legal case pending against Imamoglu, which might force him out if he decides to run. If he ever thought about running as a president, there is a legal case which should start on the 14th of December. There is a closure case against the Kurdish.
Decided on the 14th.
Yeah, exactly. And if he's sentenced for more than a year, he will be banned from political activity, okay? There is a closure case against the Kurdish party. So there is plenty here that Erdogan can play with to try to gain the upper edge. Final point from me, what about the opposition? So we are still waiting for a program. Then they need to put together a coalition protocol on how to split, on how to work together. They need to decide the candidate. They need to decide the list as well. Okay? There is plenty the opposition here has to do. But most importantly, in my view, it's, first of all, we don't really know what they want to do about the economy. That is still a huge question mark. But secondly, regardless of identity of the candidate, for me will be crucial if the opposition is able to portray a sense of unity, meaning regardless who is the candidate, they need to make very sure they give that there is a sense of unity, that all the six parties together are convinced and they are behind this person. Because if that is not the case, I think regardless of the identity of the person, then his profile, because he's always a man, he's not a woman, will be immediately undermined. And I'm going to stop it there.
Thank you. Thank you, Wolf. It always helps to have an Italian to understand other people's troubles, I guess. So let me now turn to Ioannis. Ioannis Grigoriadis, an eminent Greek scholar working in Turkey. I don't know how easy it is these days. If it is not, you will tell us. And my opening question has to do with what Wolf just said. Is Greece part of Erdogan's tricks to win the election? Or would it be? Or is just part of the general anti-Western, anti-imperialist, anti-liberal, over-nationalistic kind of discourse, and we leave it at that? Or is it something more dangerous in his planning, thinking, strategy, apart from everything else that you want to talk to us, Yanni?
Thank you very much. Καλημέρα σας. Αφού πρώτα ευχαριστήσω τους διοργανωτές, την Πολιτιστική Εταιρεία Θεσσαλονίκη, το δίκτυο Navarino, το Ίδρυμα Adenauer για την πρόσκληση, θα συνεχίσω την εισήγησή μου στα αγγλικά. So, good morning to everybody. I will answer the question regarding Greece towards the end of my short opening remarks. My plan was to talk a bit about the possible swing voters in the upcoming elections, because we talk about how important these elections are going to be, and we talk about a very polarized society. So I think it's important to look into some population groups within Turkey that are going to be critical as far as the outcome of this election is concerned, because For many years, the political hegemony of Recep Tayyip Erdogan has been based on the fact that he considered that Turkish society is about 60%, 65% conservative, and the remaining is secular. So if this dividing line, this fault line remains, he has a lot of leverage, and he can win elections more than once, which he did. But now we see some cracks, some leaks in this. So I would like to look into some of these points and try to speculate whether these are going to be consequential for the upcoming elections. And of course, the role of foreign policy is important in that respect. And I would concur with what the other speaker said, that the economy, which used to be the strong card of Erdogan and kind of contributed to his political hegemony, has proven to be a very weak point now, to some degree shifting attention to identity issues, which always were there. But foreign policy has become increasingly a matter of domestic political manipulation. And in that respect, Greece plays some role, so I will also answer that. But I would like first to highlight what are the focal points of the upcoming political developments. The first is the extent to which that the coalition of the opposition is going to attract conservative voters. There have been new parties, the party of Babacan, the party of Davutoglu, that failed to deliver what was anticipated, a considerable chunk of the conservative voters that used to vote for AK Party. The EE party has been more successful. The party of Meral Akşener has proven quite important in shifting this 60 to 40 balance against the opposition by moving some conservative voters from the government coalition to the opposition. But of course, this gain came with a sort of significant cost that the opposition has a lot of difficulty in addressing another key voting group in Turkey, which is the Kurdish minority. And if we look into how the municipal elections gave these important victories to the opposition, it's also because of the fact that the Kurdish communities in Istanbul and Ankara did vote for the opposition. So the opposition has to find a way to appeal to the Kurdish population of the country, which is itself diverse. So there are the conservative Kurds, the secular Kurds, the rural, the big city, the sort of the metropolitan populations, without alienating the conservative nationalist voters who consider anything about the Kurdish issue to be a national security issue. And of course, the government has been trying to drive a wedge in that process, so it tries to do everything possible so that the opposition does not appeal to the Kurdish population and to the HDP, but in a very cynical sort of manner, they're also trying to build their own bridges on a completely different basis. So as soon as they consider that the opposition is not going to ally with the Kurds, they would try to build very kind of instrumental relationships and sort of agreements on a local level, which is going to shift some Kurdish votes to the government coalition. So this is very, very important. So the Kurdish vote is going to be crucial. And of course, we also need to consider the possibility of abstention. So it's not that everybody is going to choose. Choosing is also by staying at home. And this works in all elections. And this is going to work with other important population groups that I will include in my presentation. A big difference between Turkey and Greece or Italy or the UK or Germany is that Turkey has a very young population. So this means a lot from the elections point of view as well. There are more than 1.2 million people entering election age on a yearly basis. So like after 5 years, you have more than 5 million new voters. That, of course, comprises a big enigma for opinion poll experts because they haven't voted before. And one needs to look into their expectations, their wishes for the future, and of course, it's very important for the parties to appeal to that very special group of voters, right? So what we now know is that the opposition, the youth, is very much oriented towards the West. So this whole project of the AK Party to build a conservative Islamist generation has largely failed, and this is something that The president himself has admitted more than once that we may have achieved economic or political hegemony, but cultural hegemony is not something we've achieved. But on the other hand, as Soli alluded before, the opposition fails to provide an attractive alternative. So there's nothing exciting about what the opposition says. It's more of old things, old issues, and there is a very big problem there for the opposition, especially if the leader of the Republican People's Party is going to be the candidate. So he has been trying to change his political profile in a couple of initiatives in the last couple of months, but this doesn't seem to be delivering significant results. This might be different with some of the other possible candidates of the opposition. So, particularly the mayor of Istanbul, Ekrem İmamoğlu, appears to be quite attractive and popular to the youth. The result of his spectacular second-round victory in Istanbul was also due to the fact that the youth voted for him in the second round. You remember that he had a very thin victory in the first round, which was cancelled by the election board, but then the second round proved to be a catastrophe for the government party. That was because of the fact that he was able to appeal to the youth. So looking into this is going to be crucial and important. And I think it's also important to see how this is going to develop, to the extent that Erdogan is going again to employ identity politics on the way to the election. So we talk about the headscarf issue. Soli mentioned about 2 elections. We may have a referendum as well. So there's a discussion about the possible constitutional referendum on the headscarf issue, which is a topic that has popped up out of a not very wise, in my opinion, initiative of the opposition to appeal to the conservative public opinion. And then Erdogan took it on and said, okay, we'll change the constitution on this line. So these initiatives may consolidate the conservative core voters of Erdogan and may prevent some of them to abstain from vote, because this is something that may be happening with the conservatives as well. Those who cannot vote for CHP for cultural or identity reasons, but they may decide not to show up for the first time. This could be a major loss. But on the other hand, if this kind of seculars versus Islamists or the LGBTI right discussions that have also been introduced in the public discourse in Turkey is going to consolidate some of the conservative voters on the side of Erdogan, they may bring a big loss on the side of the youth, which actually might be bigger, in my opinion, than what the coalition, the government coalition may be anticipating. So, to conclude with my questions regarding, I mentioned foreign policy and where Greece plays into this. As I said in the beginning, I do think that foreign policy is going to be present in the way to the election, given to the fact that Turkey has been able to maintain a stronger international image over the last couple of years for a number of reasons we can discuss in the questions. It's also because the fact that the international public community has receded. Turkey has been able and willing to exercise extraterritorial force on a number of different occasions. And this is something that the Turkish public opinion is favorable to. And of course, the idea of Turkey as an independent global or regional player is something that is quite popular across the spectrum of Turkish public opinion. So in that respect, Greece didn't appear for many years in the rhetoric of Tayyip Erdogan. Actually, the irony is that for some years the opposition used to criticize him for being soft on Greece, of not raising the Turkish positions on Greek-Turkish relations. But this has shifted for a number of reasons. The Turkey-Libya memorandum, the improvement of relations between the United States, France, and Greece, this whole development of alliances or alignments between Greece in the Eastern Mediterranean with Egypt and Israel has brought Greece to the forefront, but Greece appears really in the forefront as part of Turkey's anti-American rhetoric, because anti-Americanism has also become very popular and very strong. The idea that the United States are not happy with the rise of Turkey as a regional actor, and Greece is the kind of the local agent of American interests. And this is something that Turkey is not going to tolerate or accept. This discourse is quite popular and strong, and I think that this is the main reason why we have all this anti-Greek rhetoric that has mounted up over the last couple of months. Given the fact that we have elections in Turkey, Greece, and Cyprus, I would expect that this rhetoric is going to continue at least until the election, so we need to be aware of possible risks, and it's important to maintain channels of communication so that misunderstandings are kind of addressed at the earliest possible moment. But other than that, I do not think that Greece is an important chapter in Turkish foreign policy. Turkey has a lot of issues, and it has a lot of important domestic issues that it has to address. And winning the elections is going to be the most important issue that Turkish government and Turkish politics is going to be about in the coming months. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will make now a round of 1-minute questions to each of you as the audience prepares for their questions. So think of your questions and I will get back to you. And I will start with Soli very, very quickly. I want to insist, since we are here in Greece, in front of a Greek audience, on the Greek-Turkish issue. Has there been a qualitative difference in Turkey vis-à-vis Greece recently, or is it part of the same old kind of agenda? We've seen, as Ioannis just mentioned, that Greece is much more up in the news in ways that it wasn't before. We've seen these kind of threats and dispute over Greek sovereignty of Greek islands in the Eastern Aegean in ways that we did not see before. I just want to be very specific and with your experience, invite you to make a comment on how real, how part of a theatrics, how dangerous this is for regional stability, I wonder.
Look, there's something in my dealings with, in Turkey-Greece relations, you don't seem to ever look at what you do. For me, Prime Minister Mitsotakis' speech to Congress was a great achievement. Then why did he have to include the F-16s? Remember, this escalation began after Mitsotakis brought up the issue of F-16s in the US Congress. And I have no idea what Mitsotakis and Erdogan spoke together when Mitsotakis visited Turkey and got COVID. But for Erdogan, obviously I don't have access to Erdogan or his entourage. For Erdogan, somehow what he did there was a breach of their understanding of how they were going to conduct the relations, okay? If that is so, then you've got to look at yourself and see whether you have contributed to the escalation or Greece has contributed to the escalation of relations. In the last month or so, again, as Ioannis reminded me this morning, this song, I May Come Suddenly One Night, has again reverted to Cyprus, to Syria rather than to Greece. My sense is that Americans have also gotten wind of the fact that this escalation, which may be more rhetorical than real, may end up with one party slipping, and then we all of us finding ourselves in a very dangerous situation. There are plenty of conspiracy theories. Alexandropolis is really where the United States will start its invasion of Turkey and will use Greece. I really don't think this has resonance in the right-minded public. And I find this to be part of the electoral process and the fact that Erdogan believes that he has been crossed by Prime Minister Mitsotakis.
Thank you. Now, thank you, Soli, and for the honesty.
That was the point about the appointment of the ambassador. There are plenty of other people who could have been appointed here, who would have given a very different message.
So it's a positive step.
I thought I explained why I thought it was a positive.
Good. No, I need to underline that because. Now, Gareth, we speak in this country a lot. Traditionally about the successes of Turkey's foreign policy, you know, and there is an underlying admiration that Turkey manages to be of both worlds, play with everybody, etc., etc. But I want to invite you to speak to us about the failures of Turkey's foreign policy, especially vis-à-vis Egypt, and especially now that Soli mentioned America. What is the relationship with America today? We have this dispute over F-16s and the rest, the US Congress, some very hostile rhetoric on the part of some American congressmen and senators like Menendez and so on and so forth. So the failures.
Sorry. To start with the US, I think one of the problems is, and the US is not alone in this, of course the EU and a lot of European countries are the same, there was so much positivity about Erdogan when he took office. And a lot of it based, I think, on a very shallow examination of what kind of person he was and what kind of agenda he had. And also a very shallow understanding of some of the dynamics that are very, very long-term inside Turkish society. And of course, there was a strong relationship with the US, which was largely driven by the Gulen movement initially. But under the George W. Bush administration, there were some very close links between like the Gulenists and some of the evangelical Christian groups, which were very influential in Washington. And then when there was this realization that Erdogan, first of all, you hear people say that Erdogan changed. Erdogan didn't change. Erdogan just became more confident. But this perception that Erdogan had changed, and I think then there was a sense of betrayal, because particularly in the George W. Bush administration, they were looking for a so-called moderate Muslim country which they could hold up as a counter to people going to the radicalization of what was then Al-Qaeda. So I think that there's that sense. But now, of course, when you go to Washington, famously, the members of Congress have very little understanding of what's actually going on in the world. And it's often quite alarming to talk to people there, but they have this very simplistic idea now stuck in the head about Erdogan. Him being a dictator and being very anti-Western. These are both basically true, of course. But I've seen a lot of examples where Western perceptions of a leader of a foreign country have gone from positive to negative. I can't think of an example where it's gone the other way. And so I think that perception of Erdogan in Washington now is fixed. And even if he comes out tomorrow and ceases behaving as the way he has behaving, I don't think that will change the perceptions. But from the US perspective, I'm not going to defend US foreign policy, but when you have somebody ever since 2016 saying the US is basically behind a plot to overthrow him with this still largely unexplained coup attempt, it's not surprising that the US is somewhat miffed with him because they know this isn't true. I was in Washington like 4 times after the coup attempt with people from all areas of the state apparatus asking me to explain what happened because I got no idea. But obviously if they were behind it, they would know. So I think this isn't going to change, and they're still going to be very hostile. In terms of the failures, I'm not sure at the moment where it's possible to talk about any real failures in the sense that the process is finished. If you look at what, certainly in some areas, you look at Libya, Turkey's ambitions overreached its actual achievements, but that process isn't completely dead. Turkey still has some influence in Libya. When you look at Syria, of course, Russia has been blocking, more than the US, has been blocking a new military operation into Syria. And I think that is going to turn out to be a failure. And we have now Erdogan talking about, I said earlier, about this Orwellian reversal. Now he's talking about meeting with Assad. which the rebels in Syria quite understandably regard as a betrayal. And that's going to be a huge headache for Turkey going forward. What you're going to do with all of these rebels, a lot of them with very strong radical views who are in Turkish-occupied areas of Syria at the moment. So I think that's going to be a failure, but I don't think it's a failure yet.
Okay. Soli, you want to say something?
On the coup, to the best of my knowledge, the night of the coup, the only ally who called Erdogan was your prime minister, Tsipras. Nobody else did. It was 2:30 in the afternoon in the United States, and nobody bothered to call, whether you like him or not, the duly elected president or the duly elected prime minister of Turkey. Please ask yourself the question, if, let's say, something happened in Hungary or Poland, would that be the case? And when I go to the States and I ask people, what the hell were you doing for all those hours? Oh, there was confusion. Forgive me, that is not an explanation. I'm not suggesting that they were behind it. All I'm saying is, 6.5 years after the coup attempt, there is still not a coherent explanation as to why the United States, anybody in the United States, could actually call the president of Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Wolf, you are into predictions. I mean, your clients obviously need to know what's going to happen in Turkey in July. And apart from all this talk and talk and talk, they don't have time for this talk. They don't read. They want immediate answers. One answer that I have been given is that Erdogan will be re-elected, most probably, and that legislature will pass to the hands of the opposition with a Kurdish vote and actionnaire. Is that so? And if that is the most possible outcome, what does it mean, this divided government between Erdogan, the president, and opposition in the parliament, given the constitution, which is a very bizarre, as Soli explained, constitution for the stability, political stability of Turkey. For some reason, the recent drama seems to be the prelude of even more drama coming up after June. Yes or no?
Maybe. That's not my base case. If I assume for a second here, if I had to put my money now, and again, it's 6 months away, roughly, we still don't know who is the candidate of the opposition. But if you ask me who's going to win the election, I think my money will be on Erdogan. I don't agree on the idea that the opposition, if Erdogan wins the presidency, that the opposition will win a parliamentary majority. I don't think the Turkish voters will split their ticket. Basically, I think when we look at Turkey, the electorate, when we look at the priorities of the electorate, there is always the search for a strong leader. And that is what has helped Erdogan over the last 20 years plus. And that is the problem that Kılıçdaroğlu is facing, because he's not perceived as a strong leader. So I struggle to see how a Turkish voter will vote for Erdogan on one side and vote for the opposition on the other side. If that was going to be the case, meaning I'm wrong, and the opposition wins a parliamentary majority...
It happens to be wrong, right? Sometimes.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Even for
absolutely,
an Italian.
Absolutely. Otherwise, if you're always getting it right, it means that you're not making calls. That is basically the reality. If that is the case, we will be in completely uncharted waters, because the Constitution is being badly written, and the Constitution, the way in which it was written, assumed there was always an alignment between the presidency and the parliamentary majority. So the president obviously can still rule by decree. Erdogan controls the constitutional court. Most of the judges are appointed by him, most of the bureaucracy. But it will be a very difficult system of governance in place. For example, Parliament passes the budget, okay? It's one of the few prerogatives left to the Parliament. What about if Parliament passes a budget without allocating funds to the presidency? How that is going to work? Can you just think about that? And Erdogan's reaction to stand. So it would be, especially in an environment where the economy is basically on its knee and in a very fragile equilibrium. If that is the outcome, then it becomes tricky, difficult for everybody very, very quickly. And most likely, it will not be a sustainable solution. The other thing that we have not mentioned here so far, that Turkey is also facing local election in March 24, okay? So again, we will not soon now, and obviously controlling the big municipalities is key for everybody here. So there is a risk that the country will be, again, in a new electoral cycle very, very quickly as well.
Nice. Now, yes, Gareth.
It's something very briefly on the opposition. If the opposition win a majority in parliament, that's going to be with the Kurdish party, the HDP. Yeah. And so the idea of the opposition being able to cooperate and mount an effective challenge against Erdogan means the HDP has to cooperate with the E party, which is very strongly Turkish nationalist, and they refuse to have anything to do with the HDP.
Yeah. Yes, good. Now, Yanni, we talk a lot about Turkey in Greece, obviously, every day on Greek television. You have been shy in not appearing too much. How do you take the discourse on Turkey from this side of the Aegean? Is it, as Gareth talked about US senators and congressmen, simplistic? And if you were to be on television, what would you say about today's situation to the Greek public, I mean?
Yes. Well, it is quite remarkable how much time the Greek media spent on many aspects regarding Turkey. It is very surprising to see how much information is communicated on details. But I do think that there is some skewedness in the way this information is communicated, because this information tends to reinforce some already existing views. So the information that is going to challenge the mainstream stereotypes about Turkey is not always there. So we may be talking about the real, very outrageous statements about politicians, ministers, threats. But on the other hand, and that's something I would like to I'd like to respond to your previous point about how an academic can be in Turkey. Turkey is a very diverse and complex society and a very diverse and complex country. So there are like islands of normalcy, islands of sort of very successful performance on economic, academic senses that struggle to survive in this very, very difficult political environment. How sustainable this is, time will tell. I don't think it's very sustainable, and that's why this election is very important. But I would like to make a point to some statements made on Greek media about what is Greece's interest out of this and whether it's good for Greece for Erdogan to be reelected, because Erdogan is the devil Greece knows, while the opposition may be even more nationalistic or more aggressive. I do think that if Greece's interest is to have a neighbor who is struggling to become democratic somehow, I'm not saying that Turkey is going to be a democracy anytime soon, according to the Western standards, even if the opposition wins, the constitution is what it is, it's going to be a very difficult process of recovering some of the losses of the last 10 to 15 years. But I do think that the victory of the opposition will give some breathing space to the pro-democracy, pro-Western forces in Turkey, which in the long term is good for Greece as well. Because otherwise, if this government consolidates its grip, Turkey's relations with the West, Turkey's relations in the Eastern Mediterranean is going to be going into ways that may be posing major risks for the region and for Greece as well. So, thank you.
Questions from our audience, if there are any. Just stand up so I can see you in the dark. Yes, stand up. And we have microphones from our, if you can take the microphone. Go around, go around, go around, go around. Giro, yes. Yes, and then I come to you. And if anybody else, I'll take them all together. Yes, κύριε Μιλωνά, ωραία. So.
Thank you for today. You have been awesome in giving us information about the geopolitical crisis that we're currently experiencing the youth. And my question is going to be very straightforward to you, and I would like you to give us a probability of a physical attack in our country, Greece, from Turkey.
Okay. Wonderful. Here, in the front. Ελάτε γρήγορα. Κάτω. Κατέβα. No, but I want everybody else. Yes. And the translators. And then Mr. Milonas, and we conclude.
I don't know if I've missed it, but having for over 20 years in touch with the neighbor, doing business import and export, what I cannot understand is the inflation is extremely high. I agree that some parts are gaining of this, but the bigger part is losing. Someone said it's the economy stupid, and I agree that probably Erdogan will win. How did this come into this, and so the people don't agree with the problem of inflation? Thank you.
Okay, the survivor. And Mr. Milonas, you have the last word.
Yes, for Mr. Wolf. There was a saying from Mr. Erdogan that Europeans should take more care for Turkey because Turkey should be considered the China of Europe. What we see is that with this kind of inflation, you mentioned that as well, is that the production sector of Turkey, the industry, which is quite a big part of Turkey, because of the inflation, they have already amortized their investments. And we've seen that the last year with a huge increase of their exports in Europe. Is this a strategy of Erdogan to reinforce its industry by this devaluation of lira, or has nothing to do with it? The result, anyway, is that the Turkish industry has become too powerful and very strong in competition abroad.
I take the last two questions. The economy inflation. So how is Erdogan camouflaging that? He's struggling to do that. First, they're cooking the numbers, okay? So if you take the statistical agency, you pack it with loyalists. So we are thinking is 85%. In reality, is most probably double. Okay, so you cook the numbers. Something that we have seen in this country in 2009. Just to mention that. First.
And west of this country as well. Yes.
Exactly.
In a bigger country to the west of us.
You blame outside. You blame the war. You blame the energy. Sounds familiar? You know, Western policymakers are doing it every day, right? And on top of that, what you do, you hope that by May next year, the 85% that is now will go down to 40% because of the base effect, which is basically feasible. If we assume they're able to keep the exchange rate stable, like they've been doing over the last 4 months, and we assume there are no big external shocks, inflation will go down because of the base effect, the 40%, which you can claim, if you are Erdogan, that is a big success, right? In reality, if you are a Turkish consumer, your monthly inflation is still 4 or 5%, okay? So it's still biting into your wallet, okay? And then what you do on the side, you target the help. So in the budget for 2023, social aid went up by 70%. So if I'm Erdogan, I take care of 50% of the population. The other 50% can actually die because they will never vote for me, okay? So what I do is subsidies, is minimum wage, I create new pensioners, and so on. So I focus everything that I have left in terms of money to specific categories of potential voters, okay? That's the bet here. The game of Erdogan was, the theory of the new economic plan was, we devalue, we export our way out, that way we reduce the current account deficit, and it's a great success. Well, that was complete, to use a technical term, bullshit, okay? Because what has happened is foreign trade deficit has increased by almost 200%. It's 170% to be precise. okay, this year, okay? The current account deficit is 45 billion, which is around 4.5% of GDP. What's the problem here? Turkish exporters, to export, they need to import. They need intermediate goods. With the lira going down, their competitive edge has been undermined because they're paying much more for anything else they need to import. What's the problem with the Turkish, the economic model that the AK Party has been pursuing for the last 20 years? Is a low value add model, a model that was based on a continuous inflow of money from abroad, which now is not happening, and the model that now is completely dated. That is the struggle here. So Turkey can become the China of Europe? No, it's not going to become the China of Europe anytime soon. Its competitive edge, if you compare to countries like Slovakia, for example, or even in North Africa, Tunisia, Morocco, and so on, is becoming thinner and thinner. So that, and indeed now, what is actually interesting, the Turkish exporters are complaining the Turkish lira is too strong and they're struggling to export. That is so we are in it. The whole experiment here is not working on any front, basically. It's only working in Erdogan's mind. That's the drama.
Let's give Soli the last word as the one Turk we have in the table, and we conclude. Yes, okay. Unless you want to say something, I don't know.
I'll say something.
Okay, then Gareth. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll say it now.
I will have the last word.
Yes. Okay. Just back with the impact of what's happening in Turkey, the economy on the voters. There are two things. One is the narrative coming out from Erdogan that this is all part of a foreign plot. A lot of, particularly his supporters, believe it. The other thing is I tend to agree with Soli, you can't put too much faith in opinion polls. But at the same time, when you look at the opinion polls and some of the more detailed data that's coming out, you see that there's a very large number of people who are saying they're undecided, and a disproportionately large number of those are former AK Party supporters. So you have that support which has been kind of loosened, but not yet fully detached. And when you look at the last 20 years, there were some periods of apparent prosperity, and there's the risk that when it comes to the elections, people will say, okay, the AK Party sorted out the economy before. Do I take a leap into the unknown and trust my already precarious economic situation with an untried and probably incompetent opposition?
Very quick response on the physical attack probability. I do find this to be very, very low for reasons everybody can understand. Greece is no Syria. Greece is a country with a strong military force, and the risks of such an operation will be impossible for Turkey to manage, especially ahead of elections. So I don't think that this is a realistic choice in the hands of the Turkish government. But I would like to make a point on this discussion about Turkey being China of Europe. It reminded me something we haven't discussed at all today, that Turkey's relations with Russia have raised concerns about Turkey's membership within the Western security and political community. And of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has made this issue even more pronounced. And this is something that the new Turkish administration, like Erdogan or the opposition, will have to address very quickly, because this is going to be one of the key issues in the years to come. So recognizing that Turkey has its own interests is one thing, but having Turkey free riding on Western security institutions or Western political institutions while undermining Western strategic and security interests at the same time is something that is not going to be tolerated for very long.
On that note as well, as I said at the beginning of my presentation, this is going to be a very existential elections for Turkey, because a lot of decisions that have been postponed will really have to be made afterwards. And since everybody was interested in the economic thing, you see, Turkey historically has collected a lot of strategic rents, and it also is in a very precarious part of the world. But of course, it also collected some income from the catastrophes that the Americans have created around it. for the last 20 years, we had money coming in from Iraq. We had money coming in from Syria. We now have money coming in from Russia and Ukraine, and probably that explains part of that errors and omissions. And of course, there is trouble in Iran, so money is coming in from Iran. There is money coming in from the Central Asian republics, at least in terms of property investments and stuff. And that, of course, creates an illusion of wealth, which does not really spread to the rest of the country. In fact, the governance problem is an all-inclusive problem. That is, we have a phenomenal, for instance, economy minister. And we have a phenomenally weird economic policy that actually literally undermines Turkish industrial strength. That cannot continue. Now, what will and will not continue, we will only know after the elections. I will differ, and this is my last sentence, differ from Wolf on one point, and that is, if the elections give a victory to the opposition, the recovery in economic terms may be a lot faster than anybody might anticipate. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And at this stage, we have to conclude. It's 5 to 12, so we are almost on time. We will be back at 12:20. Στις 12 και 20. There is plenty of coffee outside to refill our bodies with caffeine, to be ready for our panel on Russia, which I promise will be equally fascinating. We covered a lot of ground so far. Thank you for being with us, and thanks to the speaker. A big round of applause. Thank you.
I guess we're ready to move on, right? Well, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by expressing my gratitude to the organizers and my friend Dimitris Kairidis for having me in this splendid auditorium. It was a dream of my life to be here, so the dream came true. So what we are going to talk about in this second panel of the day is Russia, invasion in Ukraine, and what explains it, and what's coming out of it. We will start, and this is why I'm alone up here, we will start with Alexandra Vacroux. She's the executive director of the very prestigious Davis Center for Russian and Eurasian Studies at Harvard University. She will answer three questions. Question number one, why did Russia do it? Why Russia invaded Ukraine? Question number two, what will happen in Russia after the Ukraine and what the repercussions will be? And question number three, how this is all going to end, how the war is going to end. Unfortunately, Alexandra Vacroux is not here, but we will see and we listen to her through the technological miracles that the organizers are able to do, to deliver. Let's go. Alexandra Vacroux.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel, albeit from afar, and to join this illustrious conference. I understand that my task here is to answer 4 questions and to set the stage for what will be a longer discussion about Ukraine. So the first question, why did Russia invade? I would start by first pointing out that the war didn't actually start in February of this year. The war started in 2014, 8 years ago, when Russia annexed Crimea and also decided to support the separatists in eastern Ukraine. Many of the Ukrainians consider that this war is already 8 years old, not 9 or 10 months old. And I think that's right. That was really the beginning of Russian aggression. The question of why Russia invaded has been attacked or has been addressed by 2 theories. On the one hand, you have the realists like Henry Kissinger or John Mearsheimer, who essentially argue that NATO made Russia do it, that Russia as a great power would not be in a position to accept that its sphere of influence, which it apparently considers all of the former post-Soviet states, that they have the right to control what happens in their sphere of influence, that Russia, since imperial times, has always had a buffer zone between itself and its enemies, and that as a great power, it has a right to that buffer zone and to the sphere of influence. It's not a wild theory. In the United States, we certainly would be upset and probably quite aggressive if Canada or Mexico were not friendly countries. But in Russia, it has meant trying to continue controlling what's happening in the post-Soviet space. So this includes Belarus and Ukraine, the 3 Caucasian countries, and also the 5 Central Asian countries. I don't speak now about the Baltics that have already been integrated into NATO and to Europe. And it is true that since the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union collapsed, the NATO border has moved 600 miles closer to Moscow, and that including Ukraine in NATO would bring it another 600 miles closer to Moscow. However, if Russia were truly concerned about NATO, then it would be far more upset over the announcement that Finland and Sweden are soon to join. And in fact, what we've seen is that even after that announcement, Russia has pulled some of its troops away from its northern frontier and redirected them to Ukraine. That's one of the reasons why I don't buy the realist argument. The other is that if you look at the public statements that have been made by Putin, by the Orthodox Church, by many of the leading Russian elites, they essentially believe that Ukraine does not have a right to exist. Putin wrote an article, a 7,000-word screed last year, and basically argued that Ukraine's sovereignty was always a mistake. Lenin took a stroke of the pen and created a border where there shouldn't have been one. And that if you look at culture, if you look at language, Ukraine is just a subset of Russian territory, which Russia has the right to control, if not engage directly and absorb. In fact, there was a very interesting interview with a woman, a female member of the Duma last week, who was giving a television interview and said, we couldn't believe it when the world reacted as if we had invaded France. Right? Ukraine is not France. Ukraine is part of Russia. What difference does it make to those other countries if Russia takes over Ukraine? So I really believe that Russia believes that it has the right to control Ukraine. It would rather do this by controlling a puppet government, the way it has influence in some of the other countries in its near abroad. But failing that, and failing the ability to convince Zelensky to do what it wanted, for example, sign the Minsk peace agreement, the next best thing is to have direct control. And by all accounts, it appears that the Russians really thought that they were going to be able to move into Ukraine within 3 to 10 days, assassinate or have Zelensky run out of the country, and then be able to install a friendly government. That, of course, is not how things worked out. But the important thing from this point of view is that NATO was not responsible for Russia invading Ukraine. NATO did react to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and NATO has certainly absorbed the countries that wanted to be part of it. But it is not responsible for the war in Ukraine. Only Russia is responsible for that war. I would also point out that the argument among Russians in Moscow that NATO has always been a very sore point for the Russians is not what I observed when I was in Russia in the 1990s, even when we were having constant dialogue with Russian elites in the 2000s. There was a discussion of Russia's inability to join NATO, which they thought was not quite fair. And for sure, there was a missed opportunity for the European security architecture to be reimagined, so something post-NATO to be created that could have better incorporated Russia and Russia's sense of being excluded. That moment passed, unfortunately, but even through, I'd say, 2010 or 2012, when Putin returned to the Kremlin, there was not this sense that NATO was somehow the main aggressor waiting for the opportunity to invade Russia. So I think that that's a little bit of retroactive thinking about how the Russians have been reacting to NATO, and I don't think that we should fall for it. The third question is the consequences of Russia's invasion. And of course, all of these questions are enormous, but this is perhaps the biggest, especially if we start talking about the economic impact. But let me just touch on a few of the consequences in the interest of time. First, Ukraine is going to be completely devastated when the war ends. Already the degree to which the infrastructure, not just the energy infrastructure, but hospitals, schools, roads, the housing stock, all of these things are going to require billions, if not trillions of dollars to rebuild. And I suspect that the effort and the amount of financing that's going to be required after the war ends is going to be at least as significant as what we've put in so far. We have to be ready for this if we want to avoid having Ukraine be at risk of becoming a failed state. Second, Russia is also going to be weakened by the war. Some believe that the country is going to break apart. I think this is a bit far-fetched. I don't really see that happening. And in any case, I don't think that that's particularly in our interest. A Russia that breaks apart into different pieces that have nuclear weapons is not going to be a stable situation and is not going to make the world a safer place. Many people are asking if Putin is going to fall. And frankly, I don't think that that's such a useful question. I don't think what we have now is a Putin problem. What we have is a Russia problem. And if something happened to Putin, he would be replaced by someone in his inner circle likely to have views that are very similar to his. It would be most likely someone from the security services, none of whom are known for being particularly reformist, many of whom will have been negatively impacted by the war and are unlikely to be able to be strong enough to be able to completely reverse Putin's policies. One can also ask if revolution is possible, and some thought that that was in fact the objective of the sanctions. I think if we look at how sanctions have actually played out in Cuba or in Venezuela or in Iran, they weaken the government. They might make it less popular, but they haven't really led to revolutions per se. They are not so destabilizing that people, for the most part, come out on the street from economic reasons. At the same time, what we do see in Iran, and we have seen in China, for example, is that people are willing to come out and protest, even against repressive regimes. And we're not seeing that in Russia. We don't know if it's because there's actually a fair degree of widespread support for the war, if people have been so demobilized and made apathetic by 20 years or 22 years of the Putin government that they no longer come out onto the streets. But I think it's quite significant that even in these other countries where protest is dealt with very harshly, we're not seeing any kind of reaction like that in Moscow. So the chances of people taking to the streets, replacing Putin or replacing the people around him, I think is basically zero at this point. What is quite important is if we look at the economic consequences and the sanctions, the wave of sanctions that has been imposed on Russia is unprecedented, not only because they're extremely harsh, but also because they're being imposed on the 11th largest economy in the world, or what was the 11th largest economy in the world. You know, Venezuela, Iran, North Korea, these are small countries with small economies. Russia is on a different scale altogether. And what we found is that the impact of the sanctions is rather less than we expected. At least in the first year, it looks like GDP will fall maybe 3.5%, 4.5% maximum. Compare that to at least a 50% fall in Ukraine. But I think what we've also discovered is that the real impact of the sanctions is not on the financial sanctions that froze some of the reserves or kicked the Russians out of SWIFT or kept them from being able to use correspondent bank dollar, that the real impact is actually going to come on supply chains. And by this, I'm not even talking about the oil embargo or the oil price cap. If we look at what the Russians have been able to do with their oil that they're not selling to Europe and their natural gas, to some extent, a lot of it is going to India and China and other markets, albeit at a lower price, but still they're able to place that oil and get a significant amount of revenue. What they're having trouble replacing are all of the imported parts that they used to complete their cars and their tanks and washing machines and anything else that used imported, particularly semiconductors and chips. And this is going to have an impact on the Russian economy in 2023 and 2024. If production is falling now, that means that salaries are going to be falling as well. Maybe not unemployment if people stay employed, but there's going to be a lot of people who aren't getting the income to which they've become accustomed. Now, keep in mind that there's 30% of the labor force is actually employed by the state, so they're going to be protected. And also pensioners, who could be a potential political force, are also going to be protected. So it's the 70% of the labor force that was working for private companies or for non-state companies that are going to be impacted the most. And this is not an insignificant shock. For example, if we look at year-on-year car sales, they've fallen 82% between January and August compared to last year. 82%. And the problem isn't that people aren't willing to buy cars because of economic uncertainty. The problem is that the dealers have no cars to sell because the manufacturers have not been able to complete them. Despite rules that say that you can now sell cars without seatbelts or anti-lock braking or airbags, it doesn't matter. There just aren't enough of the parts that they need in order to get the cars to the market. And that is going to have a ripple effect through the economy and through all sorts of different kinds of manufacturing that we're only going to see starting next year. I should also point out that the same is true for tanks and precision-based missiles. All of this equipment also turned out to require imported parts. And what the Russians are able to get right now through China is apparently having such a high defect rate, up to 50% of the chips are non-functional, that it's not even worth replacing them because you don't know what the failure rate will be. Essentially, there are four possible outcomes here, and I think it's worth looking at each one. The first is total victory. This, of course, looks different for Russia and then for Ukraine. And what would it mean? Well, for Russia, it would mean that it's able to lock down its acquisition of the 4 territories that it annexed, some of which, or most of which, it doesn't even completely control. So Zaporizhia, for example, or the Kherson Oblast, which Russia officially annexed into its territory, has never been completely controlled by Russia. And in fact, Russia was pushed out of Kherson city just 2 weeks after the sham referendum that incorporated it. It would also mean that Russia is certain enough that it's going to be able to keep its control of the Donbass, including the rest of the oblasts that it doesn't control, and Crimea. I don't see the Ukrainians being willing to accept that. And in fact, if we look at what Zelensky has said in October about total victory, he says that total victory means completely pushing Russia out of Ukrainian territory, including Crimea. So given these two very different perspectives, it's hard to imagine that either of them is going to accept the other winning in the way that they would want to win in order to have a complete victory. And I should say that a total victory would require not just the achieving of these particular goals, but also the certainty that the elites in the other country are going to accept these goals and not want to revisit them as soon as they rebuild their strength. The second possible scenario is an armistice. And this would be a formal ceasefire with conditions, a separation of combatants, and either a militarized zone, like we had running through Germany during the Cold War, or a demilitarized zone along the lines of what we have in Korea. This does require, however, both sides to accept the facts on the ground and also to stop shooting at each other. Neither of these seems very likely at the moment. The third scenario would be a negotiated settlement. So these have become more and more unusual because international law has proliferated in this area, and it becomes more and more difficult to reach an acceptable settlement. It does require that both sides admit that they've been waging war, which they might be reluctant to do. Russia is still calling this a special military operation. And they would then have to be potentially open to being prosecuted for war crimes. Again, you would need to have a negotiation that both sides will accept. And I would point out that there were negotiations at the beginning of the war in Istanbul, but these broke off in May and haven't resumed. So the chances of them coming together, even as their positions harden, is also unlikely. Which leaves the fourth and perhaps most depressing outcome, which is protracted conflict. The university at Uppsala has built a database of all wars since the end of World War II, and a recent study by the Center for Strategic and International Studies analyzed the results. And what they find is a quarter of the wars end after a month, another quarter end after a year, and the remaining half of wars that don't end after a year tend to go on for a long time. From people that I know in Washington, it looks like one of the possible scenarios is the Iran-Iraq type of conflict, which lasted over 7 years and cost both sides 500,000 casualties and wounded. Why would this be the case? Well, the fact is that wars don't change because sides revisit their goals. Wars change because one of the sides understands that it no longer has the capacity to fulfill its goals. How would this happen? Well, Russia believes that it can continue throwing men at the problem and that it should be able to last longer than fickle Western support. So they believe that they will eventually have the capability to defeat the Ukrainians and achieve their goals, which is these 4 annexed territories and Crimea, probably control over the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, have no reason to think that their capabilities are going to be diminished. In fact, the West has continually increased the weaponry that we're providing, and there are all indications that that would continue. So there's no reason that the Ukrainians would believe that they should negotiate or make some compromises when they believe that ultimately they will get the weaponry they need to prevail. Now, I should point out that Putin is really playing the long game here. Putin understands that Ukraine is only able to fight because of the support that it's getting from the West. And he believes that the fundamental weakness of democracies is that unpopular presidents or prime ministers are eventually voted out of office, that the populace, which can be easily manipulated through disinformation campaigns, will start to wonder why it is they're paying high prices for natural gas or for diesel, while the politicians are sending all of this money to support Ukraine, which they don't even care about. Putin believes that after a cold winter, where Europe is paying too much for natural gas, that he will find new politicians or a new attitude and less support for Ukraine. And at that point, he can take what he wants in Ukraine. It's up to us to make sure that if we want Ukraine to win, and if we believe that Europe and democracy is in fact on the line in Ukraine, that we provide Ukraine with not only what it needs in order to fight the Russians, but also with what we need to give them to convince the Russians that they do not have the capability to achieve their objectives.
I think you will agree it was both enlightening and a little bit depressing. But I would like to call Professor Tsoukalis and Mr. Sebastian Fischer on stage. Mr. Fischer is a long-standing member of parliament from Saxony, Federal Republic of Germany. Mr. Lukas Tsoukalis is a very well-known to the Greek public professor of political science. He is the president of the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy. Now, if I may sum up what we have heard, Mr. Vacroux's answers were A, no, Russia did not invade Ukraine because it was pushed by NATO. Russia invaded because they thought they could pull out an easy victory. Number two, no, we're not going to see a regime change in Russia very soon, although the long-term repercussions to the Russian economy are harsh. And most critically, answer number three, we are not going to see negotiations. We are not going to see an armistice. It's not probable that we would see that. We are in for a protracted and bloody and painful war. So I turn to you, Mr. Fischer, and with a question on whether you have another answer on that, because the main answer from Alexandra Vacroux was that this is going to be a protracted war, that Russia hopes it will end the moment Europe can no longer, for political, social, and economical reasons, sustain its help to Ukraine.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that we should never confuse Russia and the regime of the Kremlin. Russia is in my heart. I've studied Russian language and history. I've been in Russia nearly 20 times, in Belarus and Ukraine also. And for me, every day, it's very hard to see the news. And it felt like somebody squeezes your heart with force when you see what happens in Ukraine. So I believe that my Russia in my heart will exist every time, but this dictator in the Kremlin, I reject 100%. Okay, what we have to know about Russia to understand what he's doing now, and Madame Vacroux also already said everything, I don't have to add something, is Putin is an imperialist. He's thinking Russia has to be great. And only if Russia is great, the world is good. And there is also a saying from the Tsar Alexander I. He said 200 years ago, Russia has on this world only two men who are supporting Russia, its own army and its own marine. And this is the thinking of Vladimir Putin. So he is thinking that Ukraine is a part of Russia. And also, you know, the word Ukraine means borderland. So Ukraine has always been, since about 600 years, part of Russia. And he is believing that he is only getting it back. And he will not stop at this point. If we let him doing this, he will continue. And we in the European Union, we have different meanings about this, different opinions. I understand that somebody from France or from Ireland is not so really engaged in this question. But we in Germany, we say our neighbors in the east, they are really fear. They have fear about strong Russia. Let's talk about Baltic states. They know that they are small countries. They can't resist so long like Ukraine. Also Poland. And everybody has its own history of Russian occupation. And so this is also an emotional discussion. What we see now, we have lots of immigrants from Ukraine coming to us, coming to Germany. We help them to survive, but we see that they want to go back, and we see that they will to rebuild their country when this bloody war is over. Those 4 scenarios we have heard are completely right. Our problem is that we have to convince the population of European Union to continuously support Ukraine. Not only the first 5, 6, 7 months, but also the time which is going on. And the second point what I want to make is that we have to understand, we Germans have to understand, and also all the Europeans have to understand, we can't sit down and look what's happened and think, the Americans will solve this problem. No. This conflict we need to solve also ourselves. And for this we will have to have our own European army one day. And we have to engage more in cooperation in Europe. Until this war, lots of people thought, the European idea is dead. But no. Our chance to survive in Europe is the European cooperation. And Germany has to play a big part of it. Our government has not even understood this, but they have to understand. And what she said also is right. Russia, the only language Vladimir Putin is understanding is the language of force. And Ukrainian people are heroic people. The half of the population of Kiev is now living without heating, without electricity, and without water. And the winter in Ukraine is minus 10, 20, 25 degrees. So you can imagine what this means for this country. Men are not allowed to quit the country because they have to fight. And because there is no heating, there are some points where you can meet. You can, if you live in Kiev, in Zaporizhia, or in Poltava, you can go to these points to heat you up 2 hours a day to refill your phone, and then you go back into this cold city. So this is the reality in Ukraine. And young Russian soldiers are forced to go into this war, which they didn't want. The Russian army is what we see now. It was not prepared as it should be. And a small anecdote we already said yesterday. It's very interesting. There was the governor of Sakhalinskaya Oblast. This is in the far east of Russia. He was in the train station to talk to the people who are going in war, young men. And he said, Mother Russia is for us, for you, and that's why we are giving you a present. And he gave them a present. Everybody got 2 kilos of frozen fish. Huh? You can laugh about this, but this is the reality in Russia today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it was very interesting and at some points touching answer that you gave us. But let me insist on one point that is largely discussed inside Germany and outside Germany. Whether there has been a policy fault in Europe and especially in Germany by making ourselves, and especially making Germany herself, so dependent on Russian energy that it is now very harder to resist.
Yes, that's right. But look what I thought about this. We have heard long time from our neighbors in the east, from our Polish neighbors, especially our Czech neighbors, our Baltic neighbors, that what we did is wrong. We built a new pipeline which connects us directly with Russia. I always was, I had the opinion that the cheap gas, the cheap electricity which are coming from Russia will always be delivered to us, because we have seen the gas was coming in the coldest time of the Cold War. So everybody thought in Germany, this is stable, he will not be so dumb and cut us off. But he did. Gas, electricity is a weapon in this war. This changed also the whole German politics. You know, we have a coalition, a left-wing coalition in Germany, and the Green Party is part of this coalition. And they have to export weapons, because in the past, nobody in this party wanted ever have weapons. They have been against army. They didn't want to build something new for the army, and now they have to deliver weapons. So for us in Germany, this is a hard way, and everything has changed. The Zeitenwende, the changes of the time, has took place. Yes, it was also our fault. And the relations between Germany and Russia have every time been special. And there are lots of books which are written about this question. It's maybe also an emotional thing, also for me. You have to understand what connects us with Russia. It's we are both big countries, big in European sense, but also what the Russians have and what they are, we are not having, we are not are. And in the same way. That means the Russians have a warm heart. They have a soul. They are singing and dancing. When you go to a German party, nobody's dancing. And the other side is we have industry. We are working really hard every day. Russians, no. They prefer to live. And so Russia and Germany is fitting a bit together. Huh? Maybe this was also the reason why. The image has changed now, yes. But I have to say one big thing also. This war is horrible. This war has to be ended by force, yes. But we don't have to forget that this is also a saying in the Russian national anthem. Россия была, Россия есть, Россия будет. Russia was there. Russia is and Russia will be. Russia will always be there. And Russia plays a key role for our neighbors. You are here on the Balkan. We talked about Turkey. But Turkey is not only interested in the western border, but also in the eastern border. And you see the small country of Armenia, which is encircled by enemies. The only guy in the world who can guarantee that Armenia will live is Russia. There are also some other conflicts which are frozen by Russia. If Russian powers will be not there, those conflicts will defreeze. For example, in Abkhazia, for example, in Southern Ossetia, for example, in Transnistria, or Pridnestrovia in Russian. They are all conflicts in former Soviet states, which was created by Stalin, and which, when they defreeze, can get really, really worse. So our point of view to Russia is we need them to establish peace, but we have also to say very clear what are our values. Freedom, democracy, which is a Greek invention, thank you for that. And so this is, we have to see the both sides of Russia.
Well, thank you very much. Now, let me turn to Professor Tsoukalis and start by question number one. Is indeed the West blameless? Has the West no blame to take on what happened between Russia and Ukraine?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's always a great pleasure to come back to Thessaloniki. Now, we listened to Alexandra Vacroux. It was an extremely comprehensive, extremely well-argued presentation. it was rather depressing, and it was the American perspective. So we are discussing here the European perspective. Now let me come back to Pavlos Tsimas' question. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is a barbarous act. It marks the end of the post-Cold War order. A post-Cold War order as essentially shaped by those who won the war. And those who won the Cold War were the West, led by the United States. Okay? Now, the West won the Cold War, but it failed to win peace, which in history is usually the case. It's sometimes easier to win a war than to win peace. And failing to win peace would mean creating a security architecture in Europe that would include Russia. Now, there is a long discussion, or rather there used to be a long discussion before Putin's decision to invade Ukraine as to how you apportion blame about the failure to win peace. And in Europe, there were essentially two camps before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On the one camp, there were those European countries who believed that Russia has an authoritarian regime that is getting increasingly authoritarian. It is run by Siloviki, the security forces guys. It is a country that is revisionist and revanchist. And the only way to deal with such a heavily armed power is to strengthen your own defenses and extend NATO to whoever is interested in becoming member of NATO. Okay? That camp was represented by Poland and the Baltic countries, who understandably enough were countries that had suffered a great deal under the Soviet rule. Therefore, and they also are next to Russia, so they feel more vulnerable than myself in Greece. Okay? And therefore, they were advocating a rather aggressive reaction, a sort of military reaction towards Russia. I mentioned Poland and the Baltic countries, but the flag bearer of the anti-Russian camp was the United Kingdom, as far as Europe was concerned. Now, there was the other camp. The other camp included Germany, France, virtually the whole of Western Europe. Those countries basically argued that Russia, being an awkward, difficult country, but it is a country that you have to find means of living with because you don't always choose your neighbors. Greeks know that well, among others. Okay? So you don't choose your neighbors, but you have to try to find the modus vivendi with your neighbors. And those countries were also arguing that economic interdependence between Russia and the rest of Europe can be mutually beneficial. Okay? So you open borders and you establish economic interdependence. Interestingly enough, I mean, Russia, it's almost like a developing country. It's exporting raw materials. And Europe was exporting everything. So it was a typical relationship between a developing country and developed industrialized countries. It was also an asymmetrical relationship. The European Union was by far the biggest exporter and importer of Russian goods, and Russia was only fifth as a trade partner to Europe after Switzerland. After Switzerland. So Russia was less important than Switzerland for the European Union. Now, this asymmetrical relationship was mutually beneficial because the Russians were getting European money and the Europeans were getting cheap energy from a neighbor. The Germans, most of all. And that camp also argued that NATO enlargement should reach its limits because the promises had been made to Moscow early enough after the collapse of the Soviet regime that it would not extent near the Russian border. And furthermore, that any further enlargement of NATO was perceived as encirclement by Russians, and not only Putin. I mean, if you read, for example, the book written by the present director of the CIA, who was the ambassador of the United States to Moscow, he argues that virtually all politicians in Moscow would agree that NATO enlargement to the Russian border is an existential threat for Russia. Okay? So those countries, France and Germany in particular, tried to block further NATO enlargement to Russia. Now, all this is past history in the sense that, and there is a long debate, and I have my own personal views about it, but about apportioning blame, about how we failed to win peace. But that debate today doesn't help very much, because now Putin has done the unthinkable. Putin has invaded Ukraine, so all the discussion about whose fault it is that we reached here is not terribly useful, because now you have to condemn the aggression and you have to support the aggressed, which is Ukraine. Now, remember from a European perspective that Europe is the part of the world, of course, I mean, Ukraine and Russia are the main victims of this war. Ukraine first and the Russian people second. But the third one is Europe in general. If there's one part of the world that is going to pay a huge price for the war in Ukraine and for the end of the post-Cold War order, this is Europe in general. And it is a huge price in defense terms, in economic terms, in political terms, in everything. Now, listening to Alexandra Vacroux, I mean, one thing that comes out clearly is that there is no obvious way out of this war. And this is what is terrifying. I mean, you're trying to think, okay, now Mr. President Biden is also discussing the possibility of a dialogue to reach a negotiated settlement. What can the negotiated settlement look like? It's not obvious to anybody, because the red lines of Russia and the red lines of Ukraine, not to mention everybody else's red lines, do not coincide, okay? And that is a problem. And for example, if you are asking for a negotiated end of the war, how much of the territories that the Russians have conquered are going to give back? And will any Ukrainian government accept any inch of Ukrainian territory being given to Russia, including Crimea? Okay? So how do you negotiate that? And there is a further existential question, and this is, what does defeat of a nuclear power actually mean? How far can a nuclear power be defeated? I mean, it's not a pleasant question to ask, but it is a fact of life. And when you listen to some of the sort of more hot-blooded Polish and other partners we have in the European Union, of defeating Russia, what does it mean? How far do you stretch defeat? And it is not at all obvious that any successor to Mr. Putin is going to be any better than Mr. Putin in the present context, not in an imaginary context, what we would have liked Russia to be, in the realistic world. And that's why I feel uncomfortable and unhappy, because I don't see an obvious way out of this. And a protracted war, if this is the more likely scenario that Alexandra Vacroux has presented, is a bloody awful perspective, not only for the Ukrainians and the Russians, but for the whole of Europe and perhaps the rest of the world. And at time, remember, these are the times when strategic rivalry at the world level is growing, nationalism is rising, and I stop there.
Thank you. Now, listening to you, the same old question came to my mind, that whether there was a point in time, sometime in the 90s, where this imaginary Russia, a democratic, more absorbed in the world order Russia might exist, and why this opportunity was lost. But this is, again, a question of the past, and it has little importance now. Just one very short question to you two before we meet our two next speakers, who are from Russia and who know very well what's happening there, is whether Europe can endure. Professor Piccoli said, and I think you agree, Stefan, that Europe is going to have a difficult time, is going to pay a price for this war. My question is whether politically and economically can Europe resist? Can Europe stand up to this challenge?
This depends how strong our European democracies are. For example, we have heard that Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin wants to deal with populists because this makes things easier for him. And I think also he has a big propaganda which is going really to dominate the discussion. We have to be stronger than this. We have to be stronger than those people who are offering simple answers to complicated questions. And I think this is a hard time for Europe, but this can also be a point that shows us that Europe is in good idea, was in good idea, and is in good idea. That can fit us together. And this is the main thing that the European countries can do to resist. And I hope we will survive, and we can develop ourselves to make a bit more cooperation, and also to understand that, again, we need one European army. Still, every country has his own army. I understand that maybe in the past this was not possible to make in another manner, but now times have changed. We need one army. We need also to understand that everybody has to play his own role. And maybe we Germans have also to understand that we are not the teacher of Europe. We are not those who say, you have to do like this, this, this, this. And I hope that the German government will change its mind a little bit in this way. This is the only answer I think you can see.
Thank you. Mr. Tsoukalis.
I think the crisis reminds us once again that European countries have no chance of surviving and defending effectively their interests and their values unless they strengthen European unity. There is no other way. I mean, individual countries, even the so-called European great powers, do not count for very much at the world level. Germany and France are big powers by European standards. They are not big powers at the world level. And this is gradually dawning upon people. I mean, the poor Brits have discovered that after Brexit, because they had illusions about, going and negotiating independently on their own with the rest of the world. This was just dreams. Now, am I optimistic in this happening? Well, experience suggests that Europe has been remarkably resilient. I mean, it has survived one crisis after the other. Every time there are the doomsday prophets who say, the European Union is going to disintegrate, and it doesn't. Now, this one is bigger. This is more difficult. I fully agree with my German friend that Europe needs to strengthen a European defense pillar within NATO. But I pass the question back to him. The answer falls mainly in Berlin, because the French have been long convinced about it. It is the Germans that have to understand to strengthen the security dimension at the European level. If the Germans move, and there is Franco-German agreement, then experience suggests that others follow, okay? So up to Berlin to decide whether it actually wants to do that or not.
having heard Stefan's answer, I would wish Stefan makes that decision, but he doesn't. So, although it's almost banal nowadays, I still consider it some sort of a miracle when somebody who is in London actually can be part of this discussion as if he was in the room. So let me try and meet our friends, colleagues of mine. Yes, we can. Hello, Irina, I introduced them, Irina Borogan, if I pronounce correctly, and Andrei Soldatov. They are both Russians. They are very distinguished and brave investigative journalists, and they are fellows with the Center of European Policy Analysis. They are Russians, but they don't live in Russia. So hello, Irina and Andrei, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for inviting us, and we are very sorry we cannot be with you in person.
We would like to have you. But anyway, just to make the conversation easier, could you tell us a little bit about your personal experience? You have left Russia, you live in London. What was it like? What is it like for you?
We left Russia, and all our life we lived in Moscow. But in 2020, so almost 2 years ago, in the end of 2020, we had to leave Russia because we felt that our lives in danger. We set up we are investigative journalists, and we set up our website called agentura.ru 20 years ago. It is about the Russian security services, and we had been investigating their activities for many, many years. And there was many times we found ourselves in danger, but it was always like, we can survive, we will overcome. But at that particular moment, we felt that we need to go out of the country.
Okay. Andrei?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that even in London, we kept going, and after the war started, we decided that we needed to do what we know how to do, to investigate the role of the Russian security services in the war, and we did that, and we got a reaction from Moscow. So in June, the criminal case was launched by the Russian authorities, and ever since I have been on the wanted list of the Russian authorities, and I'm facing up to 10 years in prison for spreading fake news about the Russian army in Ukraine.
Okay. Okay. Once more, thank you for being with us and sharing this experience. But now we've been discussing Russia's invasion in Ukraine mostly from the European and the West's point of view. Could you please help us understand what is it like from the Russian point of view? What are the repercussions in Russia? Is this a Putin failure? And how Russia is living through this war? I mean, what are the consequences of this invasion from the Russian point of view, from the inside point of view?
Yeah, probably I'll start and Irina continues. So for Russia, this war essentially feels very much like a civil war for several reasons. First of all, because for the intellectual part of the society, for the thinking part of the society, when the invasion began in February, it meant that the national narrative we had, the idea we had about our country, was completely destroyed. Before the war, we had a pretty good idea what we believed Russia was. And the idea was that Russia was probably never been a proper democracy, and it was always tormented between East and West, but the country always wanted to be part of Europe. And also, despite all these horrible examples of tyranny in the Russian past and in the Russian history, starting with the Tsars, nevertheless, at least several times Russia did something good internationally. And it based mostly on the experience of 2 centuries. Of the 19th century, when the Russian army happened to liberate the Balkans from Turkey, helped to get rid of Napoleon, and we got our great Russian culture. And also, of course, of the 20th century, when despite Stalin's crimes, the Soviet army actually did something good, helping to get rid of fascism and happened to win the Second World War. Also, the Russian intellectuals believed until the very last moment that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, throughout this period of 30 years, Russia has had a cultural dominance on the territory of the former Soviet Union, because artists and writers and all kind of actors, they all come to Moscow from the Baltics, from Ukraine, from Kazakhstan, from Belarus. And we believed that, well, maybe we didn't show a great example in democracy, especially after Putin became Russian president 22 years ago. But nevertheless, we still had this special place in not only in Europe, but also on the territory of the former Soviet Union. But when the war started, all of that was completely compromised. First of all, Russian intellectuals started re-examining the Russian history. And all of a sudden, we started asking ourselves, okay, maybe the 19th century was not that great. All these Russian writers we are so proud of, and Lermontov and Pushkin, yes, we were quite important for the Russian culture and Russian history, but at the same time, they glorified Russian wars in the Caucasus. And Pushkin, for instance, he justified the suppression of dissent in Poland. And we cannot deny that anymore. We need to address this issue because probably it's in our mentality. It's still with us. We need to think about it. We need to start thinking how to talk about it. And of course, with the Second World War, again, we believed that, at least to some extent, the Russian record during the Second World War was absolutely, was clear that we did something good. But after the massacre in Bucha, lots of people in Moscow and big cities started asking themselves, maybe we need to look back to what happened in Germany in 1945 to find an explanation why the Russian army behaved as it behaved in Bucha. Maybe there was some continuity in all these crimes committed by Russian soldiers. And again, the Russian record of the Second World War became questioned and mostly compromised in the eyes of many, many people in the country. And finally, about cultural dominance. Well, we cannot pretend anymore that we are more cultural or more advanced than, say, Ukrainians or Belarusians or Kazakhs. First of all, because we do not know how to speak with people living in these countries anymore. The Ukrainians do not want to talk to us. And the biggest problem, we do not know what to say to them. This is also a problem because all of a sudden the Russian intellectuals, they lost all the footing they have. Our present is quite horrible because the country is at war. Our future seems to be very, very, very, confusing. And our past got compromised. That means that intellectual part of the society feels completely confused. And it's also a problem because for the people who supports Putin, their narrative is much more convincing and appealing. It's just like everybody trying to destroy us and we know what to do. That is the main problem right now for the Russian intellectuals. And of course, it didn't help that so many people left after the war started. Yeah, and about the consequences.
As Andrei already said, the war came to Moscow. In Moscow, the war came as a shock because a liberal part of society didn't believe that it could start. And but there are also a lot of people who supported the war in the beginning, but they really believe that the war will be a really special military operation, and it would be lasting for just a couple of weeks. And after that, the regime in Kiev would be changed, and everything will be okay. Right now, it's people are not like that. More and more people are not supportive of the war not because they are pro-Ukrainian, but because they're just tired and don't want to be involved into this depressing and in this depressing situation which they could not see any end. But and right now we can see a clear consequences of the war. For instance, we already can see that the Western sanctions halted Russia's technological development to a large extent. Russian telecommunication companies, IT companies, companies which produce hardware, companies which produce software, they are all experiencing a shortage of equipment and new technologies. For instance, Russia were going to introduce 5G technology this year, but this plan failed, and they couldn't be able to introduce 5G in the country next year because of lack of equipment, because of lack of technologies. Different industries, including the military-industrial complex, suffered from lack of chips and semiconductors, and it could cause a lot of problems in the near future. On the other hand, isolation from Europe became more and more visible in Moscow and in the big cities, which is very, very sad. Let me give you one example. Just recently, a few days ago, one of my liberal friends of Facebook launched a discussion. She just asked her friends to answer the question, because in these circumstances, we could not. She said that because of the circumstances, there is not a lot of hope that we can be able to reintroduce our relationship with Europe. Do we need to move our capital in another city? Do we need to move our capital from Moscow to some part of the country which is much closer to China? And it came as a shock to me. Closer to China, why? And what people, all these people, they're liberal. All my friends, I mean, this woman, she is liberal, and her friends also liberal. So there are no pro-war people or pro-Kremlin people. But these are people who still live in Russia and who's going to live in these circumstances in Russia in future. And they offered to move the capital of Russia to Irkutsk or Khabarovsk, which was just so surprised and shocked me, because they always had been thought about themselves as a Europeans, always, like, I don't know, the whole 19th century, the whole 20th century. So what happened? What happened? People. Unfortunately, right now, young people don't dream anymore about studying in the European universities, because all exchange programs were just stopped. It is very, very sad. And I think that what can be long-term consequences of the war, because a lot depends on how long the war will last and how. But if the war would last for a long time and Putin would remain a president, I'm afraid that the most important consequences is that Russia would turn to China politically, electorally.
Thank you. But if I understood correctly, both of you don't see anything in the near future at least, that would push Putin into stepping back and getting involved in serious negotiations to end the war? Do you?
No, unfortunately, that Putin found a way, especially how to suppress all dissent he could face within the country. It's not only because many intellectuals left the country, but it's also because he activated his security services and they attacked people in the country, not only liberals, but some radical voices, pro-war voices in the military. Also, we're given a signal that it's now time to be more loyal to the Kremlin, and we do not see anymore any criticism of the so-called military operation, the war, not only from the liberals but also from these people. Everybody by November got a signal that now it's time to serve the state, to serve the Kremlin. The military are getting more ambitious right now because we got this big boost in people thanks to mobilization. And it's a big stalemate because they feel humiliated by recent counterattacks by Ukrainian forces. We want to have revenge. And lots of people are feeling the same way. So unfortunately, the popular support for the war in Russia is still very big.
And modern Russia is not the same as the Soviet Union. And Putin built up a system, a hierarchical system, which is concentrated on his power, around his power personally, around his personal power. And Soviet Union, they had Politburo, and at least some people could affect on the situation. But right now, only Putin in a position to decide what to do or not, or what not to do. And all people he picked up for positions of the ministries, for any position in the country, they were picked up also. Given in his mind a thought that these people should be very loyal to him, and that they must be 100% loyal to him. That's the people we have in power right now. So we can't expect from these people that they will rebel against Putin, because all people who were able to say the truth to the president, all people who were able to oppose him to some extent, they were expelled by him from the system. Like in 2015, 2016, he expelled his former colleague from security services, who, like Sergei Ivanov and many others, from their positions, because they were people who were. I'm not a supporter of these people. I don't want to praise them, but at least they were people who could oppose him and who could advise him and who could be able to have an influence on him. But right now, all the people who are next to him, they are just his very loyal servants. That's we can't expect from them any kind of rebellion soon, at least soon. The situation might be changed after some time.
Well, thank you. That's the tragedy of dictators. They end up surrounded by people that tell them only what they think they want to hear, and they lead them towards tragedy normally, but it takes time. Anyway, as long as we have you and technology is still with us, I want to ask if somebody from the panel or from the audience would like to say something or ask a question towards Andrea and Irina. Yes.
I have to make one remark and to remind us, Ukraine and Russia are connected, because there are lots of families which have, the mother was Ukrainian, the father was Belarusian, or the father was Russian and the mother was Ukraine. So this divides families. This divides friendships. This divides generations. And also the second thing what I want to remind is the Russian propaganda. You have in the internet free journalists who write freely, but you can see Solovyov is one of the main propagandists in Первый канал. Первый канал is the first state channel. And this television propaganda from the Kremlin, you have no alternate. When you look television, you have only one meaning, is controlled by the Kremlin. And what I see, maybe you can confirm or not, the old people in Russia, also the old Russians who moved to Germany 20 years ago, they look television and they are believing what's coming in television. But the other generations, maybe is that, let's say, 45 and younger, they are not believing anymore in Putin's propaganda. And so what we have to understand, Russia is not a bloc. So it's very, very difficult to see what is the Russians thinking now, because there's so a difference. So this is maybe those 2 points I wanted to make.
The second one was a little bit more optimistic. No, Mr. Tsoukalis?
Perhaps just to add that the situation, of course, in Russia is pretty tragic. But it's also a much more general problem is when empires disintegrate, they leave a mess behind. And Russia and the Soviet Union is not different from other empires. And this is also used as an excuse by Putin, because there are millions of Russians and or Russian speakers who live in other countries that used to be part of the Soviet Union. So he defends, quote unquote, the rights of Russians. And I mean, I remember when I first visited Kazakhstan many years back, Kazakhstan has 40% of its population who declare themselves Russians. Now, in every ministry, there was one Russian and one Kazakh. And when the minister was Kazakh, the deputy minister was Russian. And when the Russian was minister, the Kazakh was deputy minister. But it took us 2 days to find out that whatever the official title, the Kazakh was the one that really counted. Okay? So, but that is everywhere. And that includes also, remember, countries in the European Union. Estonia, Latvia have very large Russian populations. And so that's what I mean, the mess left behind by when an empire disintegrates. Because before, those frontiers meant absolutely nothing. Okay, now they are frontiers, and sometimes they're very hard frontiers to cross. So how do you handle that? And you need, I mean, if Putin doesn't have wisdom, but we should also have a bit of wisdom on the other side.
Yeah, it's a very good point about so many Russians living right now beyond the Russian borders. And you're absolutely right. Many of them feel very confused by the war, and there is a problem of national identity. Some of them, even if they left 20 years ago, they still do not quite understand who they are. Are they Germans? Are they still Russians? Do they need to be proud of what Russia did? Or they should be part of Western European democracy? And that is where Putin understands he could play his game. And that is why we need quite urgently to be able to produce a new narrative about what is Russia is, what it could be.
If I may.
Dimitri.
Yeah. Hi, Andrei and Irina. Very wonderful to have you with us. Two very brief questions. The one is that while Europe has treated kindly those coming from Ukraine, giving them refugee status, and I'm in the Council of Europe now, Russia has been expelled. I wonder how we have been treating the Russians leaving Russia. There is a big discussion going on now in Strasbourg about not treating them as well. How many of them are, and where have they gone, and what are we going to do with people like you? First question. And the second is the Europeanness of Russia, which seems to be very much in your mind from what we heard. People say that no matter what the conclusion of this war is, one thing is certain, that the border between Europe and the rest is now being drawn between Ukraine and Russia, that Ukraine will be Europe one way or another, and Russia will be excluded. How painful, how possible, painful this is, and how can we overcome it, if we can, or is it a lost cause, this European orientation of Russia going up in flames now with the tragedy in Ukraine? And again, thank you very much for being with us, and promise you come next year. We will make sure.
Thank you very much for your very important question, and not an easy question, because you know that a lot of Russians left Russia after the war started, and much more people left Russia when mobilization started. And we don't know exact accurate statistics, but to some, by some estimates, it's like hundreds of thousands of people, more than 500,000 people who left Russia after the war started. And so that's a huge diaspora, which is a new diaspora, which is now in the world. But the problem is that these people, they are all different. Some of them are independent journalists, NGO employees, opposition politicians, and just liberal people who just can't stand living in the country with an authoritarian regime who are in the war with its neighbor. But another part of this immigration is people who left the country because of mobilization. These are people who don't want to kill Ukrainians, who don't want to fight, and who don't want to participate in this terrible war. I mean, right now, all of them. I don't want. I mean, on the backdrop of the war in Ukraine, and and understanding all these sufferings. I have of my family from Ukraine and my father from Ukraine, so I know. I have every my day started with telephone conversation with them if they have electricity or connection or internet, but. Understanding all of these sufferings, I can say that Russian exiles and Russian immigrants abroad, they are now in a very terrible situation because they can't open bank accounts in Europe. That's impossible. Even in Central Asian states and Turkey, it's kind of difficult. They can't travel easily because they're not welcomed in many countries. They can't get Schengen visa because there is kind of ban of tourist visa for Russian passport holders, and you can get, I mean, to get D visa or any other kind of visa, that's very difficult. Usually, to travel to Europe, you get tourist or visitors visa, and it's impossible right now. So all these people feeling themselves excluded from the discussion and excluded from Europe. But I think that in order to have better Russia, we can't alienate these people. We can't don't pay attention to them, because if we need better Russia, they are better Russia.
And answering your question about the line between Europe and Russia in Ukraine, I think it's a big disaster because, as it was already said, we have so many families where you have part of the family from Russia, part of the family from Ukraine. And for Ukraine, of course, it is a war of independence. But for many in Russia, it's a civil war. And it's getting worse and worse, and it's getting very emotional. And that is why we had this big problem in the beginning of the war, when lots of Ukrainian relatives called their relatives in Russia, telling them what was going on. And the Russian part of their families, they just didn't accept the truth because it is a civil war. It is very emotional. So I do not think that in the near future or in a distant future, it would be possible to create a real border between these two countries, because they still need to find a way how to talk. I just do not know how that could be right now. There is a big problem on many levels. it's a big problem for us, for instance, even for us, for journalists, how to keep talking with our colleagues in Ukraine. Fortunately, we have several projects. Russian journalists in exile, they try to investigate, for instance, war crimes committed by the Russian army in Ukraine alongside their Ukrainian colleagues, which is a good sign. It means that we still are capable of doing something together. But the longer this war lasts, the more difficult it's getting for everybody. And this horrible conflict might be there, unfortunately, for many, many years.
Unfortunately, yes. But Dimitris, this is a question that the European Union or the Council of Europe should address. I mean, the fate of Russians who opposed the war, fled Russia, and have no status in Europe and no visa. This is an issue. Somebody asked for the microphone there.
My questions to my students.
Yes. Yes, please.
Hi, thank you a lot for all this information and your wonderful speeches. You all mentioned about the relations between the rise of populism in Europe and the war, the current war in Ukraine. How would a protracted war in Ukraine, or even the total win of Russia, affect the general state of democracy, either in Europe or even in the global sector, let's say? Thank you.
I think it's when you have a war, it's always bad for democracy, because the military, they're getting more prominent and they are demanding for more radical solutions for very complicated problems. And we already see the rise of significance of the military voices in Russia, but I mean, it's not a democracy. It's also getting it's getting visible in Ukraine, and we see that the spending on the military is getting bigger everywhere, which is absolutely understandable. But of course, it just means that but in the time of war, populists always try to use this argument, but it's not a good time to have an open discussion because we have an enemy and we need to fight, and all of this language we are very familiar with. So yes, of course, it is a threat, but I'm quite confident that Europe could survive this threat. And here in London, I think it was one of the most interesting examples when Churchill was actually lost his position as prime minister after he basically won the war, which gives us some hope that democracy might actually survive even during the really big war. But you are absolutely right. Danger is there.
Now, we could go on for hours. I can take one more question from you, and then we have to wrap up. As you understand, this discussion could go on for hours and hours.
Thank you for being today with us here. It's really important to always incorporate as many perspectives as possible, and especially the Russian perspective. It's a crucial one in this topic. I have a question towards our Russian guests here. I was wondering, since the war in Ukraine is already almost 10 months going on, so there are a lot of soldiers that have been on the front line, they have experiences, people that have participated in war crimes, as in Bucha, as you mentioned, but there are people that they saw the suffering and the atrocities. And I was wondering how these voices are channeled in the Russian public opinion, or if there's any space for them to be heard, or what's the narrative about it?
Yes, there are a lot of space to be heard, for these voices to be heard. There is the internet, which have never been oppressed by Putin. And we have a lot of independent journalists and independent bloggers who launched their personal channels on YouTube and their personal channels on Telegram, which is a Russian messenger, and also mass media. And to be honest, all independent media emigrated after the war started. And they also continue broadcasting on the internet, and then continue doing their job. You know that Meduza, which is the most popular mass media, has a very popular website, and it is still active. And they constantly publishing information about the war crimes, about what's going on the war, what's going on in Russia, and it's all independent. TV channel Dost that found itself in a trouble in Latvia. This TV channel also had been broadcasting the truth for many months and years. And there are also many people, many independent journalists who are doing their job by their own on YouTube, having their popular YouTube channels like Tatiana Fergengauer and Michael Naki and many others. So there are a lot of coverage, independent coverage, and which is broadcasted from abroad to Russians, and a lot of Russians consuming this information. Many of them started their days with YouTube, and then started with YouTube, or say from the listening to former hosts of Echo Moskva, a very popular radio station, which was closed down after the war started in Moscow. Then they changed to popular blogger on YouTube, and then to Telegram channels, and then to Medusa. So there are huge. That's very optimistic to me.
So, Irina, Andrei, it was a privilege having you with us. Thank you for sharing your time and your integrity and knowledge. Hope we can have you here in Thessaloniki in the near future and keep up talking with you. And hope that we have you in better times than these. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us here. Thank you.
And now, to wrap up, would you give us some final words?
You can start.
Okay. 2 points. One about populism that was raised before. I mean, populism has preceded Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And of course, there are many factors that lead to populism. But if I were to start, I would start dealing with growing inequalities in our societies that have produced fragmented societies in the West. So instead of concentrating on foreign enemies, we might as well first try to deal with our domestic problems that are undermining democracies, the United States first of all, because it is the most fragmented and the most unequal society in the West. So that's the first point. And the second is, I know that it is a likely scenario, but it is a deeply undesirable scenario to draw the line between Europe and Russia on the Ukrainian border. I know it is going to be difficult to avoid, but in the long term, it's going to be disastrous. And I hope it doesn't happen.
Stefan.
I want to say, please don't stop looking Russian videos, read Russian books, go to the Russian cinema, just get the possibility to see how Russia is and to look to get more information about it. Everybody of us has YouTube. You can find on YouTube a serial from Volodymyr Zelensky. You know, he was comedian first before he became president. It's called Sluga Naroda, English subtitles. Very funny and very good opportunity to understand Ukraine. And I want to finish with a proverb which is said in Russia. The small piece of sugar is not a big thing, but in the tea, it changes the taste completely.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Professor Tsoukalis, and thank you all for taking part in this. I think it was very interesting discussion. We cannot be, we don't go away optimistic and careless, but unless we had some incentives to think in a broader way about what's happening and what's going to happen from now on. So we pause, and next panel is up.
I think we have had two wonderful sessions, one on Turkey and one on Russia, and a wonderful connection with London and a first-hand take on what is happening in Russia these days. And now we are moving to our third and final session, which, as I explained, is gonna, κύριε Μίτικα, ελάτε. Ωραία. Το οποίο θα είναι στα ελληνικά, λοιπόν, και όπως αναγγείλαμε και...
Στο πάνελ.
Γιατί είμαστε και όλοι Έλληνες στο πάνελ και γιατί είναι και στα ελληνικά τα γραφήματα και η έρευνα. Όπως αναγγείλαμε λοιπόν από την αρχή και ήδη προδημοσίευσε χθες η Καθημερινή, η πολιτιστική εταιρεία ανέθεσε στην Μέτρων Ανάλυσης την πολύ γνωστή αυτή δημοσκοπική εταιρεία στην Αθήνα και τον αγαπητό φίλο Στράτο Φαναρά, που τον υποδεχόμαστε εδώ στη Θεσσαλονίκη σήμερα, γνωστό στο Πανελλήνιο από τις πολιτικές του δημοσκοπήσεις που γίνονται όλο ένα και πιο πώς να το πούμε, επίκαιρες λόγω του ότι βαίνουμε σιγά σιγά στα προεκλογικά. Έχουμε λοιπόν τον Στράτο να μας παρουσιάσει αυτήν την έρευνα στους νέους 18-30, τι πιστεύουν για τη Ρωσία, για την Τουρκία, ποιες αξίες, τι θέλουν από τη ζωή τους και νομίζω έχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον. Δίπλα μου στα αριστερά, ο πολύ καλός δημοσιογράφος, όπως ήδη τον είδατε, ο Παύλος Τσίμας από τα Νέα και τον Sky, το καλύτερο ραδιόφωνο θεωρώ στην Ελλάδα, μακράν, κάθε πρωί στις 10 μας συντροφεύει. Ο Παύλος είπαμε, στον Sky, ο οποίος θα σχολιάσει και βέβαια ο Λουκάς Τσούκαλης, τον οποίο ήδη είχατε μια πρώτη γεύση και είπαμε να τον εκμεταλλευτούμε στο έπακρο. Ως παλιός Θεσσαλονικιός ο ίδιος, να ξέρετε, εδώ, γονείς από Θεσσαλονίκη, να τον εκμεταλλευτούμε στο έπακρο πριν γυρίσει πίσω στην Αθήνα. Λοιπόν, Στράτο, the floor is yours που λέμε στο χωριό.
Thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ και για την πρόταση συνεργασίας και για την εμπιστοσύνη και να πω ότι είναι αυτονόητα ιδιαίτερη τιμή και μας άρεσε πάρα πολύ αυτή η ιδέα να δούμε μετά από πολύ καιρό τι πιστεύει, πώς ζει, τέλος πάντων να ιχνηλατήσουμε κάπως τη νέα γενιά έτσι όπως την προσδιορίσαμε τουλάχιστον ηλικιακά από 18 έως 30 ετών. Θέλω να πω ότι μια έρευνα αυτή έχει πάρα πολύ υλικό. Εγώ έχω 1 χρόνο 25 λεπτά. Θα προσπαθήσω να επικεντρώσω σε ό,τι θεωρήσαμε πιο σημαντικό. Χωρίς να σημαίνει ότι έχουμε και δίκιο, όπως αυτά που θα δείξουμε είναι τα πιο σημαντικά της έρευνας. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, ας ξεκινήσουμε. Τι είχαμε λοιπόν? Είχαμε μια έρευνα η οποία έχει γίνει σε ένα δείγμα 602 νέων. Η δειγματοληψία έχει γίνει με ένα συνδυασμό αρχείων, είναι και τηλεφωνική σε σταθερή και κινητή τηλεφωνία και είναι και κάουι, όπως λέμε, δηλαδή διαδικτυακή. Περίπου μισό-μισό είναι το δείγμα. Και ας προχωρήσω σε κάποια ευρήματα. Καταρχήν να πω μια εισαγωγή που κάποιος από τους προλαλήσαντες, νομίζω από το πρώτο πάνελ, με πρόλαβε κάπως. Ζούμε μια διαρκή κρίση, αυτό είναι γνωστό, πια σε όλους μας. Δεν υπάρχει μέχρι τώρα τουλάχιστον ένα τέλος της κρίσης και μια επόμενη ημέρα που σημαίνει αυτή την περίφημη επιστροφή στην κανονικότητα που διατείνονταν κάποιοι ότι θα έρθει. Αυτό το perma crisis είναι στην ουσία μία ασύντμηση από το permanent crisis και δεν είναι μόνο ότι ζούμε αυτή τη διαρκή κρίση. Αυτή τη διαρκή κρίση την βιώνουμε ως χώρα, ως κοινωνία περισσότερο στους νέους, γιατί είμαστε μια χώρα η οποία έχει ένα σοβαρό πρόβλημα, όχι μόνο από το brain drain, αλλά και γενικότερα ένα σοβαρό πρόβλημα παρουσίας και κατανομή στη νέα γενιά συγκριτικά με το σύνολο του πληθυσμού και συγκριτικά με τις χώρες που μας περικλείουν. Εδώ είναι ένας χάρτης ο οποίος είναι δημοσιευμένος από τη Eurostat. έχει μια κλίμακα που δείχνει ότι η Ελλάδα είναι από τις χώρες που η νέα γενιά, αυτή η ηλικιακή κατηγορία, δεν ξεπερνάει το 15,5%, 15,6% αν θυμάμαι καλά. Λέω αν θυμάμαι καλά γιατί δεν τα βλέπω και πολύ καλά εκεί, αλλά οκ, θα τα καταφέρουμε. Την ώρα που, όπως βλέπετε, η Τουρκία και άλλες Βαλκάνιες χώρες γύρω-γύρω στα σύνορά μας έχουν πολύ μεγαλύτερη και ισχυρότερη παρουσία της νέας γενιάς στον πληθυσμό τους, με ό,τι αυτό συνεπάγεται για το παρόν και το μέλλον των χωρών μας. Αξίζει λοιπόν μια ιδιαίτερη προσοχή και μια ιδιαίτερη μελέτη για το πού στέκεται σήμερα η νέα γενιά, τι επιδιώκει και πώς μπορεί η ελληνική κοινωνία να βοηθήσει στις επιλογές και την προοπτική της. Ας δούμε λίγο, καταρχήν είπαμε να δούμε κάποια στοιχεία για τις συνθήκες ζωής και την ποιότητα ζωής των νέων. Κάτι που συνήθως περνάει en passant, δεν το παρακολουθούμε καθόλου. Και έχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον να δούμε αυτοί οι άνθρωποι, οι νέοι, πώς δουλεύουν, τι κάνουν, πού βρίσκονται. Πρώτα απ' όλα, εδώ έχουμε μία ερώτηση όπου τους ρωτήσαμε ποια είναι η θέση τους σήμερα στην απασχόληση. Βλέπετε το 37% αυτών των ηλικιών είναι σπουδαστές φοιτητές, δηλαδή μας μένει ένα 63% το οποίο είναι οικονομικά ενεργός πληθυσμός. Αυτό είναι περίπου και στην ελληνική κοινωνία στο σύνολό της ο ενεργός πληθυσμός, μόνο που όταν μιλάμε για την ελληνική κοινωνία στο σύνολό της δεν έχουμε τόσο μεγάλο ποσοστό φοιτητών, έχουμε όμως τους συνταξιούχους και τις νοικοκυρές. Αλλά σε ό,τι αφορά την συμμετοχή τους στην παραγωγική διαδικασία, οι νέοι αυτής της ηλικίας είναι περίπου ακριβώς όσο και οι μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες. Και βέβαια κάτω σε αυτό το πίνακα βλέπουμε διαφοροποιήσεις που υπάρχουν. Για παράδειγμα, αν πάμε στην ηλικιακή κατηγορία 18-24 θα δούμε ότι οι φοιτητές βέβαια είναι πολύ περισσότεροι, είναι το 62%. Επίσης, αν πάμε στην ηλικιακή ομάδα 25-30 θα δούμε ότι οι μισθωτοί είναι πολύ περισσότεροι και στην κοινωνική τάξη αν πάμε στους αγρότες, εργάτες, ένα 23% δηλώνουν ότι είναι άνεργοι. Στο επόμενο slide θα δούμε πώς διαβιώνουν οι νέοι μας. Οι νέοι λοιπόν έχουμε ένα ποσοστό 43% που μας δήλωσε ότι μένω με τους γονείς μου. Το ερώτημα τώρα εδώ είναι πολύ αυτό, είναι λίγο και έχουμε βάλει ένα συγκριτικό στοιχείο για να το απαντήσουμε σε μια πρόσφατη έρευνα που έκανε το Pew Research, ένα κέντρο στην Αμερική. Μέσα βέβαια στην πανδημία το ποσοστό αυτό βρέθηκε στην Αμερική να είναι λίγο ψηλότερο, είναι 52%. Γιατί στην Ελλάδα είναι χαμηλότερο, έστω και με αυτή τη μικρή διαφορά, η δική μας ερμηνεία είναι γιατί στην Ελλάδα υπάρχει σε μεγάλο βαθμό η ιδιοκτησία κατοικίας είναι πολύ μεγαλύτερη και την αξιοποιούν αυτή την ιδιοκτησία και οι νεότερες γενιές. Βέβαια και εδώ έχουμε σοβαρές διαφοροποιήσεις. Όταν μιλάμε για την ομάδα 18-24, ένας στους δύο μένει με τους γονείς. Όταν μιλάμε για τους μεγαλύτερους, το 37% μένει με σύζυγο ή σύντροφο. Άρα υπάρχουν εύλογες διαφοροποιήσεις.
Αυτό που εννοείς είναι ότι όταν μένουν μόνοι, μένουν σε σπίτια που τους έχουν παραχωρήσει οι γονείς τους. Μπορεί να είναι μόνοι, αλλά των γονιών τους.
Ακριβώς. Και αυτό το συνδυάζουμε και με το επόμενο στοιχείο, που είναι τούτο εδώ. Παρά το γεγονός λοιπόν ότι συμμετέχουν στην παραγωγική διαδικασία στο ίδιο ποσοστό με το γενικό πληθυσμό, εν τούτης βλέπετε ότι 3 στους 4 λαμβάνουν οικονομική βοήθεια από τους γονείς σε τακτική ή περιστασιακή βάση. Αυτό είναι μια πρώτη μορφή, θα έλεγα, ανισότητας, οικονομικής και κοινωνικής ανισότητας και εδώ επίσης, μιλώντας ευρύτερα, με πρόλαβε ο καθηγητής ο κύριος Τσούκαρλης. Κοιτάξτε να δείτε λοιπόν ποιοι είναι αυτοί και πόσοι είναι αυτοί που δεν παίρνουν οικονομική βοήθεια από το σπίτι. Ένα 24%, ένας στους 4 στην ουσία. Όταν πάμε στους φοιτητές βέβαια μόλις το 5% δεν παίρνει οικονομική βοήθεια και προφανώς δεν ξέρω και πώς καταφέρνουν να σπουδάζουν και αν σπουδάζουν αυτό το 5% τελικά. Επίσης, άλλη στατιστικά σημαντική παράμετρος είναι η ηλικία, προφανώς. Στο 18-24, ένας στους δύο παίρνει σταθερά και το 37% σε περιστασιακή βάση οικονομική βοήθεια. Άρα, στην ουσία είναι ότι έχουμε ένα εργαζόμενο πληθυσμό, ο οποίος όμως δεν μπορεί να ζήσει από την εργασία του.
Στράτο, δεν έχετε ψάξει καθόλου αυτό που όλοι φανταζόμαστε, δηλαδή ότι υπάρχει, όταν λέμε ότι είναι μισθωτός του ιδιωτικού τομέα, δεν είναι ένας μισθωτός με πλήρη μισθό και πλήρη απασχόληση, είναι συνήθως της ευκαιριακής απασχόλησης, του μισού μεροκάματου ή της μειωμένης αμοιβής.
Όλοι οι μισθωτοί, βέβαια, όλοι οι μισθωτοί είναι. Ναι. Ποια είναι τα προβλήματα τους? Έχουμε δώσει μια λίστα προβλημάτων για να δούμε ποια είναι αυτά που θεωρούν σοβαρότερα. Με το κόκκινο βελάκι είναι αυτά που ονομάζουμε ηλιστικά θέματα, με βάση τις αναλύσεις του Engelhardt, και με μαύρο βελάκι τα μεταηλιστικά. Υπήρχε μια θεωρία ότι στις δυτικές κοινωνίες κυριαρχούν απολύτως στις νέες γενιές τα μεταηλιστικά θέματα. Δεν είναι όμως αυτή η περίπτωσή μας μετά από τις αλλεπάλληλες κρίσεις. Βλέπουμε ότι είναι πιο ψηλά, θα λέγαμε, τα ηλιστικά θέματα, κυρίως το θέμα της ακρίβειας και των τιμών που επηρεάζει όλη την κοινωνία. Σημειώνω όμως ότι στη δεύτερη θέση, πάρα πολύ ψηλά στις ανησυχίες και τα προβλήματα, είναι τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα, τα οποία είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικά για τους νέους, και ακολουθεί στη συνέχεια μια λίστα: η ανεργία και η εργασιακή επισφάλεια, οικονομικές και κοινωνικές ανισότητες, ενεργειακό ζήτημα. Μετά πάμε σε κάποια θέματα που τα έχουμε κατατάξει στα μεταηλιστικά, που είναι πόλεμος στην Ουκρανία, προβλήματα στους δημοκρατικούς θεσμούς και ούτω, περιβαλλοντική κρίση και ούτω καθεξής. Το στεγαστικό βλέπετε πάλι εδώ, συνεπές με την προηγούμενη διαφάνεια, σε αυτή τη λίστα των προβλημάτων βρίσκεται στην τελευταία θέση, χωρίς να σημαίνει βέβαια ότι δεν είναι σοβαρό θέμα. Είναι σοβαρό θέμα, αλλά όχι τόσο όσο τα υπόλοιπα. Για να δούμε όμως σε αυτή τη φάση που όχι υποτίθεται, αλλά τέλος πάντων ισχύουν άλλα πράγματα για την πανδημία, παρά το γεγονός ότι ο COVID είναι εδώ, αλλά έχει γίνει ενδημική ασθένεια πλέον, και βγαίνουν έξω οι νέοι. Έχουμε μάλιστα και κάποιες ερωτήσεις για το πώς διασκεδάζουν και έχουμε βρει ότι το 85% με κάποιο τρόπο βγαίνει και έξω από το σπίτι και συμμετέχει σε διάφορες διασκεδάσεις και δραστηριότητες. Και εδώ είναι ένας δείκτης ικανοποίησης για τη ζωή, από τη ζωή. Να πούμε ότι αυτός ο δείκτης μας δίνει μία μέση τιμή ικανοποίηση από τη ζωή στο 6,7 στην κλίμακα από 1 έως 10. Αυτό το είχαμε βρει στην παγκόσμια έρευνα που κάνουμε, αξιών που κάνουμε για την Ελλάδα, το είχαμε βρει το 2017 στο 6,2, άρα έχουμε μια βελτίωση στους δείκτες αισιοδοξίας. Και να πω εδώ, ψάχνοντας και παλιότερα στοιχεία στα αρχεία μας, την εποχή της Ολυμπιάδας, το 2004, ξεπερνούσε το 7 η μέση τιμή αυτή. Άρα βρισκόμαστε σε μια βελτίωση. Η βελτίωση σε τι συνίσταται? Θέλω να σας πω χαρακτηριστικά ότι την περίοδο της πανδημίας οι νέοι για πρώτη φορά ήταν πιο απεσιόδοξοι από τους ηλικιωμένους. Αυτό ήταν ένα συγκλονιστικό έβριμα, το οποίο πραγματικά δεν μπορούσαμε να το διαχειριστούμε ούτε ερευνητικά ούτε ψυχολογικά. Τώρα τουλάχιστον βλέπουμε ότι αυτοί οι δείκτες αισιοδοξίας, έτσι όπως θα έπρεπε να είναι τουλάχιστον, ανεβαίνουν για τη νέα γενιά, και επίσης ανεβαίνουν, πολύ σημαντικό, οι θετικές προσδοκίες για το μέλλον. Στην ερώτηση δηλαδή, τι πιστεύετε ότι θα συμβαίνει σε 10 χρόνια από τώρα για σας στη ζωή σας, καλύτερα θα είμαι από σήμερα, μας απαντά το 73%, χειρότερα ένα 11%. Βέβαια και εδώ υπάρχουν σημαντικές διαφοροποιήσεις. Η πιο μεγάλη είναι με βάση τη θέση στην απασχόληση. Οι άνεργοι, όπως είναι λογικό, είναι οι λιγότερο αισιόδοξοι, και οι φοιτητές είναι οι περισσότερο αισιόδοξοι. 81% πιστεύει ότι η ζωή του θα είναι καλύτερη σε μια δεκαετία. Ας πάμε λίγο σε ορισμένα θέματα που πιο βαθιά, να δούμε λίγο κάποια πράγματα για την ταυτότητα και τις αξίες των νέων. Πρώτα απ' όλα, ας δούμε αυτό που λέμε το αίσθημα του ανήκειν. Έχουμε μία προβολική τεχνική εδώ, χρησιμοποιώντας την εξής ερώτηση. Ας φανταστούμε τον κόσμο μας ότι είναι ένα κάστρο, μέσα στο οποίο είναι οι άνθρωποι που νιώθουν ασφαλείς και απ' έξω είναι μια έρημος, η οποία είναι βέβαια μια έρημος επισφάλειας. Εσείς που νιώθετε ότι βρίσκεστε μέσα στο κάστρο ή έξω από αυτό? Εδώ λοιπόν η πλειοψηφία μας απάντησε ότι είμαι μέσα στο κάστρο, ένα 59% έναντι του 41%, το οποίο μας απάντησε ότι νιώθω να είμαι εκτός. Είναι η διάκριση insiders-outsiders που γίνεται σήμερα στο σύγχρονο κόσμο. Αυτό στο γενικό πληθυσμό, το 41% το έχουμε βρει πολύ κοντά στο 45%, μιλώντας στο γενικό πληθυσμό. Και εδώ λοιπόν έχουμε πάλι μια αντιστροφή που συνδυάζεται με την άνοδο της αισιοδοξίας των νέων, που δείχνει ότι έστω και κατά 4% οι νέοι φαίνονται να είναι λίγο περισσότερο αισιόδοξοι, αλλά όμως κοιτάξτε πόσο έντονο είναι το στοιχείο της κοινωνικής τάξης, δεξιά κάτω, που τους διαφοροποιεί. Αυτοί που νιώθουν ότι ανήκουν στην αγροτική εργατική τάξη, σε βαθμό 57% λένε εγώ νιώθω έξω από το κάστρο και μόλις το 43% εντός. Αν πάμε στην ανώτερη τάξη, στο άλλο άκρο, το 70% λέει εγώ νιώθω εντός και το 29% εκτός. Άρα λοιπόν οι κοινωνικές ανισότητες και η προσωπική επισφάλεια είναι στενά άρρηκτα συνδεδεμένες. Στη συνέχεια έχουμε και ένα άλλο ερώτημα, πάλι έτσι είναι λίγο διπολικό, για να διαρευνήσουμε αυτό που ζήσαμε τα προηγούμενα χρόνια, αν συνεχίζει να κυριαρχεί στους νέους το αίτημα της ασφάλειας. Μια περίοδο, ειδικά όταν ξέσπασε η πανδημία, η κοινωνία φοβήθηκε τόσο πολύ που το αίτημα της ασφάλειας κυριαρχούσε έναντι του αιτήματος της ελευθερίας. Αυτό προφανώς είναι μια στρέβλωση όταν μιλάμε, ειδικά για τη νέα γενιά. Δικαιολογείται για τη λεγόμενη silent που είναι πάνω από το 77, αλλά όχι για τους νέους. Και εδώ λοιπόν πλέον έχουμε μία αντιστροφή. Η συντριπτική πλειοψηφία, οι νέοι, σε ποσοστό 75% μας λένε ότι αν είχα να διαλέξω ανάμεσα στην ελευθερία και την ασφάλεια, θα διάλεγα την ελευθερία. Οπότε έχουμε, για να συμπληρώσουμε αυτή την ενότητα, έχουμε να δούμε λίγο και κάποια θέματα ταυτότητας. Έχουμε νέους οι οποίοι κατά πλειοψηφία νιώθουν ότι είναι μέσα σε μια διαδικασία ένταξης. Δεύτερον, δίνουν το προβάδισμα, το πρωτείο στην ελευθερία, δηλαδή στη δημιουργία, στο να κάνουν πράγματα. Και τώρα για να δούμε και την ταυτότητά τους. Εδώ υπάρχει μια κλασική ερώτηση, η οποία είναι πώς νιώθετε. Έτσι, Έλληνας μόνο μας δηλώνει το 30%. Σημειώνουμε ότι από το Ευρωβαρόμετρο το φθινόπωρο του 18 στο γενικό πληθυσμό το ποσοστό αυτό ήταν 47%. Έλληνας και Ευρωπαίος μας δηλώνει το 52%, αυτό ήταν το 50% στο γενικό πληθυσμό. Ευρωπαίος και Έλληνας 13% από 3% και μόνο Ευρωπαίος ένα 3%. Άρα τι έχουμε? Έχουμε μια ισχυρή ελληνική ταυτότητα, δηλαδή αναγνωρίζει τον εαυτό του ως Έλληνα το 95% σχεδόν το σύνολο, η οποία όμως ταυτότητα πλέον εμπλουτίζεται ισχυρά και από την ευρωπαϊκή. Οι Έλληνες νέοι, θα το δούμε και στη συνέχεια, νιώθουν πια σε πολύ μεγαλύτερο βαθμό και Ευρωπαίοι. Τα ποσοστά που δηλώνουν ότι νιώθουν και Ευρωπαίοι, είτε ως δεύτερη είτε ως πρώτη επιλογή, φτάνουν το 68%, πάνω από 2 στους 3. Έχει και ένα ενδιαφέρον εκεί με τις περιοχές, ότι πιο ψηλά από όλους, αυτοί που δηλώνουν Έλληνας και Ευρωπαίους είναι οι νησιώτες, οι οποίοι δεν ξέρω, ίσως επειδή και εγώ είμαι νησιώτης, το έβαλα. Ναι. Τώρα δύο σοβαρά θέματα τα οποία δεν μπορούσαμε να προσπεράσουμε. Είναι η δημόσια παιδεία και στη συνέχεια θα δούμε και την απασχόληση. Εδώ ίσως να το περιμένει κανείς, η δημόσια παιδεία στην Ελλάδα, η οποία σημειωτέων είναι και η βάση που τροφοδοτεί το brain drain, έχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλη αξία στους νέους. Δηλαδή στο ερώτημα, έχουμε κάποια statements μάλλον εδώ. Το πρώτο είναι το ελληνικό δημόσιο πανεπιστήμιο προσφέρει υψηλού επίπεδου εκπαίδευση και πρέπει να ενισχυθεί περαιτέρω σε μια κλίμακα από 1 έως 5. Βρίσκει μια συμφωνία στο top 2, 44%, δηλαδή στο 4 και 5. Επίσης, εάν ρωτήσουμε στο επόμενο η ίδρυση πανεπιστημιακής αστυνομίας ήταν αναγκαία, αυτό δεν βρίσκει τόσο μεγάλη συμφωνία στους νέους, είναι μόλις το 30%, και αν θα πρέπει να επιτραπεί η ίδρυση ιδιωτικών πανεπιστημίων, και αυτό είναι χαμηλό, είναι μόλις 28%. Τώρα, ανεξάρτητα από το αν συμφωνούμε ή διαφωνούμε ο καθένας από εμάς, αυτό που πρέπει να συγκρατήσουμε, μάλιστα στους νέους, αυτό το 30 και το 28, στους φοιτητές είναι ακόμα χαμηλότερο. Οι φοιτητές δεν έχουν πιστεί. Ενώ η κοινωνία συνολικά από άλλες έρευνες που έχουμε τρέξει, ξέρουμε ότι υπάρχει μια πλειοψηφία και υπέρ της ιδιωτικοποίησης και υπέρ των μέτρων προστασίας των πανεπιστημίων. Δυστυχώς ή ευτυχώς οι φοιτητές δεν έχουν πιστεί για αυτά τα μέτρα και εδώ χρειάζεται να γίνει δουλειά για να μπορέσουν αυτά να λειτουργήσουν και να αποδώσουν. Και τώρα εδώ στις μορφές εργασίας, νέα δεδομένα λέμε στις μορφές εργασίας. Γιατί το λέμε? Γιατί έχουμε μια ερώτηση. Ξέρετε, όλη η πολιτική ατζέντα και η συζήτηση είναι για το 8ωρο και τι προκύπτει, ποια είναι τα δικαιώματα από το 8ωρο. Εδώ μετά την κρίση και την remotely εργασιακή σχέση που είχαν οι άνθρωποι, ρωτήσαμε αν προτιμάνε μια σταθερή εργασία και ένα ωράριο για να προγραμματίζουν καλύτερα την ζωή τους, ή αν προτιμάνε ένα ευέλικτο ωράριο και ευέλικτη εργασία που σημαίνει περισσότερη ελευθερία. Ένας στους τρεις μας είπε ότι προτιμάει ένα ευέλικτο ωράριο. Δεν είναι πλειοψηφία αυτή προφανώς, είναι μια μειοψηφία. Η μεγάλη πλειοψηφία, ένα 63% προτιμάει σταθερή εργασία, αλλά όμως εδώ έχουμε νέα φαινόμενα, δεν υπήρχε ποτέ 36% να λέει προτιμάω ευέλικτο ωράριο, και εδώ υπάρχουν θέματα προς ρύθμιση. Αυτός ο χώρος είναι πάρα πολύ αρρύθμιστος, παρά το γεγονός ότι έχει μπει πλέον μέσα στις μορφές, στις συνθήκες εργασίας. Πάρα πολλοί ξέρουν ότι υπάρχει μια τρομερή ευελιξία πια. Πολλοί εργαζόμενοι λένε σήμερα θα δουλέψω από το σπίτι ή δουλεύουν κάποιες μέρες από το σπίτι με σύμφωνη γνώμη των εργοδοτών τους, και αυτό όμως είναι πάρα πολύ αρρύθμιστο. Αλλά είναι μια νέα κατάσταση. Και μάλιστα βλέπετε ότι έχει πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον ότι όταν πάμε σε αυτούς που μας δήλωσαν ότι είναι αυτοαπασχολούμενοι, είναι μισή-μισή. Αυτοί που λένε ότι θα ήθελαν ένα ευέλικτο ωράριο σε σχέση με το σταθερό, 52 με 48. Ποιοι είναι εκείνοι που είναι πολύ υπέρ του σταθερού ωραρίου? Προφανώς αυτοί που νιώθουν μεγαλύτερη εργασιακή επισφάλεια, και είναι οι άνεργοι, 77 με 23. Και ποια είναι η εργασιακή σχέση? Εδώ θα καταρρύψουμε και ένα μύθο. Κάποτε λέγανε ότι οι νέοι στην Ελλάδα προτιμούν να είναι δημόσιοι υπάλληλοι. Στη δική μας έρευνα δεν προκύπτει αυτό. Δεν προκύπτει ότι οι νέοι μας προτιμούν να είναι δημόσιοι υπάλληλοι. Στην ερώτηση ποια είναι η εργασιακή σχέση που θα τέριαζε καλύτερα σε επαγγελματικές σας επιδιώξεις, το 45% μας είπε αυτοαπασχολούμενος, το 54% μας είπε μισθωτός, αλλά όμως 34% από αυτούς μισθωτός στον ιδιωτικό τομέα και 20% δημόσιος υπάλληλος. Άρα λοιπόν και εδώ έχουμε μία αλλαγή μέσα στο χρόνο, μία πολύ σημαντική αλλαγή, και νομίζω ότι και αυτή η αλλαγή σχετίζεται πάρα πολύ με τα νέα δεδομένα που διαμορφώθηκαν στην αγορά εργασίας μετά την πολύχρονη πανδημία. Βέβαια, στην ανάλυση σε αυτόν τον πίνακα θα δείτε ότι Οι αυτοαπασχολούμενοι κυρίως θέλουν να είναι αυτοαπασχολούμενοι, οι μισθωτοί του δημοσίου κυρίως θέλουν να είναι μισθωτοί του δημοσίου και ούτω καθεξής. Οι φοιτητές είναι περίπου στο γενικό μέσο όρο οι προτιμήσεις τους. Εδώ έχουμε μια σειρά από κοινωνικά και ηθικά διλήμματα που τους θέσαμε. Αυτό είναι μια πολύ μεγάλη συζήτηση, κάθε statement από μόνο του. Ξεκινάει από το κίνημα Me Too, αν έχει όντως αναδείξει τα θέματα της βίας, στο οποίο 67% συμφωνεί απόλυτα και μάλλον συμφωνεί. Αν πρέπει να επιτραπεί ο γάμος μεταξύ ομόφυλων ζευγαριών. Εδώ η απόσταση είναι μεγάλη, 56%, αλλά έχουμε μια πλειοψηφία και εδώ. Τα παιδιά των νόμιμων μεταναστών, αν πρέπει να αποκτήσουν άμεσα ελληνική ηθαγένεια, επίσης μια πλειοψηφία. Στις τρεις τελευταίες θέσεις τι βρίσκεται? Βρίσκεται το αν η πρόταση, αν έχουμε μεγάλο αριθμό μεταναστών στην Ελλάδα, που πρέπει να αυστηροποιήσουμε τους συνοριακούς ελέγχους. Εδώ είναι μισή-μισή νέοι, 49 ναι συμφωνεί και υπάρχει και ένα ποσοστό το οποίο είναι είτε ενδιάμεσα είτε διαφωνεί. Για τη θανατική ποινή η πλειοψηφία διαφωνεί στο να επανέρθει και επίσης για τις εκτρώσεις η πλειοψηφία διαφωνεί για να απαγορευθούν. Κάνοντας ένα mapping, μια ανάλυση δηλαδή των απόψεων αυτών, θα λέγαμε ότι οι νέοι έχουν μια διαχωριστική, ας πούμε, ευρύτερη γραμμή ανάμεσα σε φιλελεύθερες αντιλήψεις και σε πιο συντηρητικές, παύλα αυστηρές αντιλήψεις, οι οποίες αποτυπώνονται σε αυτόν εδώ το χάρτη. Να προχωρήσω λίγο πιο γρήγορα και να πάω στα θέματα της γεωπολιτικής, τα οποία συζητήσαμε στα δύο προηγούμενα πάνελς, και εδώ έχουμε κάποιες εκπλήξεις, θα έλεγα. Η πρώτη είναι αυτή, ότι έχει ενισχυθεί, όπως είδαμε και στα προηγούμενα και συνάδει με τα προηγούμενα, έχει ενισχυθεί αρκετά η θετική γνώμη για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Αυτό, στη δική μας συνδρομητική έρευνα, τη μηνιαία, η θετική γνώμη για την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στο σύνολο του πληθυσμού είναι 46% και μεταξύ των νέων τη βρήκαμε στο 65%, άρα έχουμε μια σαφέστατα πιο φιλοευρωπαϊκή στάση των νέων και ειδικά των γυναικών. Επίσης, για το θέμα της Ουκρανίας, το 76% τάσεται κατά της Ρωσίας στον πόλεμο της Ουκρανίας, αυτό 72% στο γενικό πληθυσμό. Και εδώ έχουμε και ένα άλλο ενδιαφέρον στοιχείο, 8 στους 10 δηλώνουν ότι θα ήθελαν να υπάρχει κλίμα διαλόγου στις ελληνοτουρκικές σχέσεις. Προσέξτε, όχι διαπραγμάτευσης, διαλόγου. Είναι λίγο διαφορετικά αυτά τα πράγματα, να μην τα μπλέκουμε. Και μόνο το 10% θεωρεί ότι δεν υπάρχει κανένα περιθώριο για διάλογο ανάμεσα στις δύο χώρες. Τέλος, κλείνοντας, πολύ γρήγορα θα ξεπεράσουμε και αυτά, να πούμε ότι οι νέοι έχουν χαμηλή κομματική ταύτιση και εν ώψη των εξελίξεων που αναμένουμε φέτος με τις εκλογικές αναμετρήσεις, έχει ένα ενδιαφέρον αυτό. Στην ερώτηση αν συνήθως ταυτίζονται οι απόψεις σας με ένα συγκεκριμένο κόμμα ή θα λέγατε ότι για σας δεν ισχύει αυτό, έχουμε ένα ποσοστό 72%, 3 στους 4 λένε όχι, δεν ισχύει για μένα αυτό, 27% μας λέει ότι ισχύει για μένα αυτό, και οι ψηφοφόροι, αυτό που βλέπουμε, αυτοί που ψήφισαν στην περασμένη εκλογική αναμέτρηση είναι λίγο πιο κομματικοί, το 32 έναντι του 12 μας λέει ότι ταυτίζονται συνήθως οι απόψεις τους με κάποιο κόμμα. Κλείνοντας, και αυτή είναι η τελευταία διαφάνεια που θα ήθελα να σας δείξω, έχουμε εδώ μια ερώτηση την οποία την είχαμε και στη μεγάλη, αυτή η έρευνα, το World Value Survey, είναι παγκόσμια έρευνα και έχουμε την τιμή να την κάνουμε εμείς στην Ελλάδα, και η ερώτηση είναι η εξής. Υπάρχουν 3 βασικά είδη στάσεων αναφορικά με την κοινωνία που ζούμε. Επιλέξτε ποιο θεωρείτε ότι εσείς πιστεύετε περισσότερο. Η μία πρόταση είναι ο συνολικός τρόπος οργάνωσης κοινωνίας μας πρέπει να αλλάξει ριζικά μέσω της επαναστατικής δράσης. Αυτή την πρόταση τη στηρίζει το 24%. Το 2017, πριν την πανδημία, στο γενικό πληθυσμό ήταν στο 16% αυτή η πρόταση. Η δεύτερη είναι η κοινωνία μας πρέπει να βελτιωθεί σταδιακά με μεταρρυθμίσεις. Αυτή την πρόταση τη στηρίζει το 59% και ήταν 63% στο γενικό πληθυσμό. Και τέλος, η τρίτη πρόταση είναι πρέπει να υπερασπιστούμε τη σημερινή κοινωνία με γενναιότητα απέναντι σε κάθε ανατρεπτική δύναμη, μια πολύ έτσι stagnant συντηρητική άποψη, την οποία την υποστηρίζει το 17%, όσο ήταν σχεδόν και στην παγκόσμια έρευνα στο 16%. Άρα το συμπέρασμα το δικό μας είναι ότι έχουμε μια κοινωνία η οποία βγαίνει από το σπίτι, διεκδικεί τα δικαιώματά της, ξέρει ότι το μέλλον της είναι στο δυτικό κόσμο, απεχθάνεται τον αυταρχισμό και θέλει να αλλάξει την κοινωνία όχι με τη βία και τη σύγκρουση, αλλά μέσα από μια μεταρρυθμιστική διαδικασία. Πιστεύω ότι αυτή η νέα γενιά αξίζει περισσότερα από ό,τι τις έχουμε δώσει μέχρι σήμερα και ελπίζω να τα βρει. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Στράτο. Έλα δίπλα μου αριστερά. Και να ξεκινήσω με τον Λουκά, δεν ξέρω. Ένα πρώτο σχόλιο.
Μετά από τόση απεσιοδοξία που είχαμε στο προηγούμενο, αυτό είναι πολύ πιο αισιόδοξο. Δηλαδή βγαίνει μια, όπως είπε ο κύριος Φαναράς, μια γενιά η οποία είναι ανοιχτή, με φιλελεύθερες απόψεις, ανοιχτή στον κόσμο, πολύ πιο ανοιχτή από τους πατεράδες και τις μανάδες τους, οι οποίοι όμως είναι οικονομικά εξαρτημένοι. Δηλαδή υπάρχει μια αντίφαση, αν θέλετε. Από τη μια είναι αισιόδοξη, ανοιχτή, αλλά από την άλλη χρειάζονται στήριξη και αυτό έχει να κάνει με την οικονομική κατάσταση της χώρας μας. Είναι άνθρωποι οι οποίοι θέλουν, όπως υπόθηκε στο τέλος, σταδιακές μεταρρυθμίσεις, δεν είναι επαναστάτες. Δεν είναι έτοιμοι να βγουν στους δρόμους για να ρίξουν το όποιο κακό σύστημα, αλλά θέλουν να το αλλάξουν βαθμιαία. Είναι τρομερά ενδιαφέρον, βρίσκω, και λόγω επαγγελματικής διαστροφής, αλλά όχι μόνο διαστροφής, και λόγω πεποιθήσεων, ότι η νέα γενιά γίνεται πάρα πολύ φιλοευρωπαϊκή γενιά. Δηλαδή πλέον ένα τόσο μεγάλο ποσοστό των Ελλήνων νέων, που είναι πολύ υψηλότερο από το μέσον όρο στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, θεωρούν αυτούς και Έλληνες και Ευρωπαίους. Έτσι, αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Δεν εξεπλάγει ότι οι πιο πολλοί από αυτούς είναι νησιώτες. Τα νησιά ήταν πάντοτε πιο εξωστρεφή από την ηπειρωτική Ελλάδα και εγώ που έρχομαι από την ηπειρωτική Ελλάδα πρέπει να το αναγνωρίσω. Αλλά είχα δει και ένα άλλο στοιχείο της δημοσκόπησης που δεν παρουσιάστηκε σήμερα, ότι οι κεντρώοι είναι και υψηλότερο ποσοστό Ευρωπαίοι από ότι οι δεξιοί ή οι αριστεροί, που ούτε αυτό με εκπλήσει. Δύο άλλα στοιχεία και σε αυτά θα σταθώ 2 λεπτά, τα οποία υπόθηκαν ήδη. Το ένα είναι, αυτό το στοιχείο είναι πραγματικά εντυπωσιακό, ότι ένα πολύ μεγάλο ποσοστό της νέας γενιάς είναι υπέρ του διαλόγου με την Τουρκία για όλα τα θέματα. Όχι μόνο τα θέματα που θεωρούμε εμείς θέματα, αλλά τα θέματα που θεωρούν και οι δύο πλευρές ως θέματα. Και προφανώς το αποτέλεσμα αυτό της δημοσκόπησης είναι τελείως διαφορετικό από την επίσημη θέση όχι μόνο της κυβέρνησης, αλλά σχεδόν όλων των κομμάτων. Έτσι. Και αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον και που θα πρέπει να μας κάνει να σκεφτούμε λιγάκι. Και το άλλο είναι, και αυτό το θεωρώ ενθαρρυντικό, με συγχωρείς Δημήτρη για αυτό που θα πω τώρα, είναι ότι μικρή ταύτιση της νέας γενιάς με την κομματική αντιπαράθεση. Δηλαδή, είναι εντυπωσιακό. 27% των νέων ουσιαστικά δεν ταυτίζονται με πολιτικό κόμμα. Το οποίο τι σημαίνει? Ότι αυτή η μονομαχία που γίνεται συνεχώς, καθημερινά, με βομβαρδισμό κομματικών εξαγγελιών, δεν τους αφορά. Δεν τους αφορά. Είμαι σίγουρος ότι το ποσοστό είναι μεγάλο, το ότι δεν τους αφορά και για την υπόλοιπη ελληνική κοινωνία, αλλά στη νέα γενιά είμαι σίγουρος ότι είναι ακόμα μεγαλύτερο. Δηλαδή, άρα τι λέμε τώρα? Λέμε ότι ζούμε σε ένα πολιτικό σύστημα στο οποίο κάθε μέρα βομβαρδιζόμαστε από επιθετικές ανακοινώσεις των κομμάτων ένα εναντίον του άλλου, στην οποία αντιπαράθεση ένα μεγάλο κομμάτι της ελληνικής κοινωνίας και ακόμα ένα μεγαλύτερο κομμάτι της νέας γενιάς δεν ενδιαφέρεται, δεν τους λέει τίποτα. Και αυτό επίσης καλό θα ήταν να μας κάνει να σκεφτούμε λιγάκι. Ελπίζω να κάνει να σκεφτούν και τα κομματικά μας επιτελεία, αλλά αυτό δεν είμαι τόσο αισιόδοξος. Αυτά.
Ωραία. Παύλο.
Θα έλεγα αυτή η παρατήρηση του κ. Τσούκαλη, δηλαδή ότι στους νέους η κομματική ταύτιση είναι πιο χαμηλή, το ενδιαφέρον που τους προκαλεί η κομματική πρόσληψη της πολιτικής είναι επίσης πιο χαμηλή, προφανώς λέει κάτι για την πολιτική. Λέει δηλαδή κάτι για την ποιότητα και το επίπεδο της κομματικής πολιτικής αντιπαράθεσης, που προφανώς είναι χαμηλότερο από αυτό που οι νέοι θα θεωρούσαν ότι τους αρμόζει ή ότι δεν προσβάλλει την νοημοσύνη τους τις περισσότερες φορές. Άρα λέει κάτι προπάντων για την πολιτική και τον τύπο της πολιτικής αντιπαράθεσης που έχουμε, λέει κάτι και για τους νέους, ότι θεωρούν τον εαυτό τους κάτι καλύτερο από αυτό που αντιμετωπίζουν όταν διαβάζουν, ας πούμε, κομματικές ανακοινώσεις ή ακούν κομματικούς ρήτορες. Κάτι λέει και για τους νέους αυτό. Η συνολική εικόνα, συμφωνώ, αφού γιατί έχουμε δει μαζί και με το Στράτο τέτοιες δημοσκοπήσεις, στην περίοδο της πανδημίας μια καταβήθηση των νέων, του αισθήματός τους, της αισιοδοξίας τους, της αίσθησής τους ότι έχουν ένα μέλλον μπροστά τους. Ήταν πραγματικά μια περίοδος απόλυτης καταβήθησης. Φαίνεται να υπάρχει μια επιστροφή σε μια πιο φυσική για ένα νέο κατάσταση, όπου έχει μεγαλύτερη αισιοδοξία για τη ζωή, μεγαλύτερη εμπιστοσύνη στις δυνάμεις του, μεγαλύτερη διάθεση να ζήσει και να ανοιχτεί στον κόσμο. Το οποίο είναι μια φυσιολογική, αλλά πολύ ευχάριστο να τη διατυπώνουμε, πορεία ενός εκκρεμούς. Από εκεί και πέρα, είναι πραγματικά εντυπωσιακά και μερικές φορές ξαφνιάζουν αυτά τα δεδομένα, πρώτον για την πολιτική ταυτότητα των νέων, μάλλον την κυρίαρχη πολιτική ταυτότητα, γιατί φαντάζομαι ότι υπάρχουν τόσες πολιτικές ταυτότητες όσοι και οι νέοι στην Ελλάδα, αλλά η κυρίαρχη πολιτική ταυτότητα νομίζω τοποθετεί τους ανθρώπους αυτούς, τις ηλικίες αυτές, θα έλεγα σε έναν χώρο κέντρο-αριστερά, στο αριστερά του κέντρου. Ούτε στο δεξιό, ούτε στο αριστερό άκρο, στο κέντρο, αλλά πιο πολύ στο κέντρο με μία κλίση αριστερά, που επίσης το βρίσκω πολύ φυσιολογικό για αυτές τις ηλικίες και πολύ ενθαρρυντικό κιόλας για την ατμόσφαιρα της πολιτικής ζωής. Δεύτερη παρατήρηση είναι σε ό,τι αφορά τον τρόπο που προσλαμβάνουν τον κόσμο οι νεότερες γενιές, που και αυτό το βρίσκω πολύ αισιόδοξο και πολύ ενθαρρυντικό. Ιστορικά, δεν μπαίνω στα χωράφια σου, Λουκά, αλλά ιστορικά υπήρξε μια περίοδος, την περίοδο που το εθνικό αίσθημα ήταν το κυρίαρχο, όπου ο εθνικισμός ήταν μια προοδευτική δύναμη που δημιουργούσε κράτη, ήταν οι νέοι που κυρίως ένιωθαν το εθνικό αίσθημα και το υπερασπίζονταν και με το αίμα τους ακόμα. Σε χώρες όπως η Ελλάδα αυτό ήταν αληθινό μέχρι και πολύ μετά το Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο. Δηλαδή στις διαδηλώσεις για το Κυπριακό δεν πήγαινε κανένας μεγάλος, οι φοιτητές πήγαιναν και συγκρούονταν με την αστυνομία για την ανεξαρτησία ή για την ένωση με την Κύπρο. Ζούμε μια ιστορική αντιστροφή και είναι ενδεχομένως κάποιος θα μπορούσε να σκεφτεί, να βγάλει κάποια συμπεράσματα για το πού βρισκόμαστε συνολικά ως κοινωνία, όπου τώρα το ριζοσπαστικό, το προοδευτικό, το επαναστατικό δεν είναι το εθνικό, είναι το ευρωπαϊκό. Έχουμε μια πολύ ισχυρή εθνική ταυτότητα και οι νέοι, αλλά ταυτόχρονα έχουμε μια πολύ ισχυρή, πολύ ισχυρότερη από ό,τι μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες ευρωπαϊκή ταυτότητα. Δηλαδή οι νεότερες γενιές θέλουν να βλέπουν τον εαυτό τους ως Ευρωπαίους Έλληνες ή Έλληνες Ευρωπαίους, όχι ως Έλληνες μόνο. Προφανώς ούτε ως Ευρωπαίους μόνο θα ήταν υπερβολικό.
δηλαδή συμβατό με αυτή τη διαπίστωση είναι και αυτό το πραγματικά εντυπωσιακό γεγονός, το ότι στη στάση απέναντι στην Τουρκία οι νέοι είναι αρκετά μακρύτερα από την επίσημη πολιτική θέση όντως του συνόλου του ελληνικού πολιτικού κόσμου. Δηλαδή είναι πολύ συμβατό με έναν άνθρωπο ο οποίος νιώθει τον εαυτό του ως Έλληνα-Ευρωπαίο, Ευρωπαίο-Έλληνα, να θεωρεί ότι με τον γείτονα που μας έτυχε να ζούμε πρέπει να κουβεντιάζουμε. Και πρέπει να κουβεντιάζουμε για όλα, όχι μόνο για αυτά που εμείς θεωρούμε προβλήματα, αλλά ενδεχομένως και για κάποια που εμείς δεν τα θεωρούμε προβλήματα, αλλά τα θεωρεί εκείνος. Νομίζω ότι είναι συμβατό με την συνολική, ας πούμε, εικόνα ενός νέου ή μιας νέας που έχει αυτήν την αίσθηση για τον εαυτό του και αυτήν την αίσθηση για τη θέση του στον κόσμο. Από εκεί και πέρα, τελευταία παρατήρηση είναι αυτό που υπόθηκε πάλι ήδη, ότι αυτή η εικόνα που έχουμε, νέοι οι οποίοι ζουν μόνοι τους, αλλά ζουν μόνοι τους λίγοι, είναι πολλοί εκείνοι που δεν ζουν μόνοι τους, που συνεχίζουν να ζουν στο παιδικό τους δωμάτιο μετά τα 30 τους, το οποίο είναι μια κατάσταση όχι πολύ υγιής. Όσοι πάλι ζουν μόνοι τους είτε γιατί η οικογένεια έχει ένα σπίτι που τους παραχώρησε, είτε γιατί η οικογένεια πληρώνει τον νίκη. Οι ανισότητες στις οποίες αναφερθήκαμε, σε όλη την Ευρώπη, όχι μόνο στην Ελλάδα, έχουν μια έντονη διαγενειακή διάσταση, δηλαδή οι ανισότητες είναι πολύ εντονότερες και πολύ πιο δύσκολα βιώσιμες όσο κατεβαίνεις στην ηλικιακή κλίμακα.
Εγώ κρατάω αυτή τη βαριά αιχμή του Παύλου για το Πασόκ. Μας είπε ότι οι νέοι είναι κεντροαριστεροί.
Οι νέοι είναι κεντροαριστεροί, δεν είναι Πασόκ. Διότι η ταύτισή τους με τα υπάρχοντα κομματικά σχήματα είναι, όπως είδες, πολύ χαμηλή.
Δεν θα μου το κλέψεις, ό,τι και να κάνεις. Ακούσαμε λοιπόν ότι οι νέοι καταρχήν αυτοτοποθετούνται αριστερά του κέντρου, ένα. Η αλήθεια ωστόσο είναι ότι ο κομματικός φορέας που αυτοτοποθετείται ακριβώς αριστερά του κέντρου, που είναι κατεξοχήν το Πασόκ, δεν έχει καθόλου νέους ψηφοφόρους. Άρα έχουμε μία αναντιστοιχία μεταξύ προσφοράς και ζήτησης, όπως λέμε εμείς στην πολιτική επιστήμη. Ξέρουμε από τις δημοσκοπήσεις και από τις έρευνες, αλλά και από τα exit polls, ότι οι ψηφοφόροι του Πασόκ είναι κατά βάση άνω των 60. For better or worse, δεν κάνω τώρα εγώ αιχμή, εγώ απλώς παραθέτω τα δεδομένα. Τώρα, ως προς τη διαγενειακή, έχω πολλά σημειώσει πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέροντα, δεν θέλω να φάμε το χρόνο. Διαγενειακή αδικία, η Ελλάδα είναι η χώρα μαζί με την Ιταλία με τη μεγαλύτερη ίσως διαγενειακή αδικία στην Ευρώπη. Μια χώρα που πιστεύει πολύ στην οικογένεια, πιστεύει πολύ στα παιδιά, αλλά δεν κάνει τίποτα για αυτά επί της ουσίας από ένα σημείο και μετά. Το 95% της κοινωνικής δαπάνης στην πατρίδα μας αφορά τη στήριξη του συνταξιοδοτικού, δηλαδή της ηλικίας άνω των 60. Παρακαλώ.
Υπάρχει μια εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρουσα αντίφαση. Το πώς συμπεριφέρεται ο Έλληνας ή η Ελληνίδα ως άτομο εντός της οικογένειας και πώς συμπεριφέρεται ως πολίτης της χώρας. Δηλαδή είμαστε σε μια χώρα στην οποία η οικογένεια καλύπτει τις ανάγκες των παιδιών μέχρι τα μισογεράματα, ενώ ως πολίτες της χώρας επιβεβαιώνουν και στηρίζουν πολιτικές που είναι εις βάρος των νεότερων γενιών.
Απολύτως.
Συστηματικά.
Ναι.
Και το κάνει αυτό για δεκαετίες.
Ακόμα και... Ναι,
να το πω αλλιώς, είμαστε μια χώρα όπου στην οικογένεια το παιδί είναι βασιλιάς και καθ' υπερβολήν πολλές φορές βασιλιάς, και μια χώρα στην οποία βασιλιάς είναι ο συνταξιούχος γιατί πάει και ψηφίζει.
Ναι.
Άρα η πολιτική ενδιαφέρεται πρώτα για αυτόν και τριτευόντως για όλους τους υπόλοιπους.
Πέρα από αυτά που μάθαμε στο σχολείο και τα πολύ ωραία που διδαχθήκαμε και από τον Λουκά, η αλήθεια είναι, το έχω διαπιστώσει τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια, στην ζώσα μαχόμενη πολιτική, ότι η πολιτική είναι κουκιά. Και αυτός που έχει τα κουκιά, και έρχομαι τώρα στο πρόβλημα με τους νέους, αυτός κανονίζει. Και στην Ελλάδα, κατά ψέματα, η πλειοψηφία των ψηφοφόρων είναι οι συνταξιούχοι. Αυτό για 2 λόγους. Πρώτον, γιατί έχουμε πολλούς συνταξιούχους, 3 εκατομμύρια, σε έναν ενήλικο πληθυσμό 8 εκατομμυρίων. Και επειδή οι συνταξιούχοι ψηφίζουν, έχουν πολύ μεγάλη ποσοστό συμμετοχής, κοντά στο 90% σε σχέση με το γενικό πληθυσμό. Άρα, στα 5 εκατομμύρια που ήταν οι ψήφοι λίγο πολύ στις τελευταίες εκλογές, γιατί έχουν πολύ μεγάλη αποχή από το 2009 και μετά, να θυμίσουμε ότι μας λείπουν περίπου 2-2,5 εκατομμύρια ψηφοφόροι σε σχέση με αυτά που ξέραμε μέχρι το 2009. Οι συνταξιούχοι έχουν ένα υπέρμετρο, πώς να το πούμε, παρουσία. Και στην Νέα Δημοκρατία ακόμα περισσότερο αυτό. Άρα είναι αυτοί που καθορίζουν την ατζέντα. Και η ατζέντα είναι, γι' αυτό και κυριαρχείται, μην μιλήσω τώρα για συναδέλφους του Παύλου που έχουν κάνει καριέρα στα κανάλια με το συνταξιοδοτικό, κυριαρχείται από αυτά τα ζητήματα. Όταν πεις, εγώ επειδή είμαι πολύ στα κανάλια και μάλιστα πρόσφατα έχω μαλώσει κιόλας, όταν πεις ότι η μεγαλύτερη δαπάνη του κρατικού προϋπολογισμού μετά από 15 περικοπές των συντάξεων παραμένει η στήριξη του συνταξιοδοτικού, δηλαδή φέτος το 2022 έχουμε δώσει 17 δισεκατομμύρια, όταν η μισθοδοτική δαπάνη του δημοσίου δεν είναι 14. Δηλαδή όλο το δημόσιο μας κοστίζει για τα νοσοκομεία, το στρατό, τα σχολεία, τα πανεπιστήμια, τους αστυνομικούς, μπουρουμπουρου, 14 δις. Η στήριξη που δίνουμε, εξτρά από τις ασφαλιστικές εισφορές, είναι 17. Εάν δεν είχαν γίνει οι περικοπές, θα ήταν 60. Για να έχουμε τάξη μεγέθους του τι συζητάμε. Λοιπόν, 17 δισεκατομμύρια. Η δαπάνη κοινωνική για τους νέους είναι ελάχιστη. Μιλάμε, είναι αστεία. Και η πολλή φτώχεια στην Ελλάδα, αν υπάρχει πολλή φτώχεια συγκεντρωμένη, είναι σε νέα άνεργα ζευγάρια με παιδιά και όχι στις μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες. Παρ' όλα αυτά, σε μια σειρά από πράγματα τώρα που ελπίζω να μην ηχογραφούμεθα και βρεθούμε με πρόβλημα, συνεχίζουμε να επικεντρωνόμαστε μόνο στις μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες. Με έναν τρόπο, ο οποίος είναι και έχει ενδιαφέρον. Δηλαδή, κλείσαμε τα σχολεία για 2 χρόνια. Για παράδειγμα, κλείσαμε τα σχολεία για 2 χρόνια. 2 χρόνια είπαμε τα παιδιά μας, 8 χρόνων εγώ έχω έναν μπόμπιρα, δεν θα διδαχθεί, θα είναι από το διαδίκτυο, για να προστατεύσουμε, έτσι δεν είναι, και τις μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες, μέρος των οποίων αρνήθηκαν να εμβολιαστούν παρόλα αυτά. Που είχαν και την προτεραιότητα να εμβολιαστούν, τους δώσαμε πρώτα, εμείς όλοι κτλ. Έχει πολύ ενδιαφέρον αυτό για τις προτεραιότητες της ελληνικής κοινωνίας σε αυτό το επίπεδο. Είμαστε μια κοινωνία διαγενειακής αδικίας, δεν υπάρχει εμβολία. Τώρα, ο λόγος είναι από ένα σημείο και μετά, επειδή είμαστε σε μια δημοκρατική χώρα, ότι οι νέοι είναι πολύ λίγοι ψηφοφόροι. Μην το ξεχνάμε αυτό, ότι όλα αυτά που συζητάμε τώρα είναι λίγοι. Είναι λίγοι γιατί αυτές οι ηλικίες τώρα, ειδικά μετά το 80, είναι αποδεκατισμένες, έχουν τη μισή γονιμότητα, οι μισές γεννήσεις σε σχέση με το πριν το 80, ένα το κρατούμενο, και 2 γιατί οι μισοί αυτών των μισών έχουν φύγει στο εξωτερικό. Άρα έχουμε τους μισούς των μισών. Και αυτοί που έχουν απομείνει έχουν και το χαμηλότερο ποσοστό συμμετοχής. Δηλαδή δεν έχουν το 90% συμμετοχή. Παρακαλώ.
Και γι' αυτό οι μισοί των μισών που έχουν απομείνει εδώ κοιτάνε τους άλλους μισούς, επικοινωνούν διαδικτυακά μαζί τους, τους βλέπεις και μιλάνε όλη τη μέρα με φίλους τους που τώρα βρίσκονται, σπουδάζουν ή εργάζονται στο εξωτερικό και έχουν γίνει φιλοευρωπαίοι, γιατί έχω την εντύπωση, την υποψία ότι θέλουν να φύγουν και οι υπόλοιποι.
Αυτό είναι το δυσάρεστο, ελπίζω να μην ισχύει, αλλά έρχεται τώρα το ελληνικό πολιτικό σύστημα, δείτε τώρα. Ο γκοτζαμπασισμός που λέω, ο οποίος είναι εγγενής, δεν ήταν θέμα μόνο των επαναστατών του 1921, μας διατρέχει όλη την εθνική πορεία μέχρι σήμερα. Οι γκοτζαμπάσιδες που θέλουν το σύστημα κλειστό. Πήγαμε και κάναμε μία μεταρρύθμιση με 1000 ζόρια να μπορούν να ψηφίζουν αυτοί οι νέοι που είναι στο εξωτερικό από τον τόπο κατοικίας τους. Δεν χρειάζεται να μπουν στο αεροπλάνο και να έρθουν εδώ πέρα και έρχονται οι εκλογές. Συνολικά μαθαίνω ότι ενεγράφησαν στην πλατφόρμα 3.500. Αυτή θα είναι η συμμετοχή των Ελλήνων του εξωτερικού με τη μεταρρύθμιση που εμείς κάναμε, για την οποία ακούγονται παράπονα για τον Τάκη Θεοδωρικάκο, τότε Υπουργό Εσωτερικών. Η πραγματικότητα είναι ότι δεν μπορούσε να περάσει διαφορετικά, γιατί χρειαζόμασταν τις ψήφους του ΚΚΕ. Και εδώ η επαναστατική αριστερά συναντάει τον Γκοτζαμπάση, την αρχαίγονη αυτή μορφή της ελληνικής πολιτικής ζωής και κουλτούρας, που θέλει ένα σύστημα κλειστό στην ουσία. Δεν θέλει το εξωτερικό, δεν θέλει το ξένο, δεν θέλει τον απ' έξω, δεν θέλει το νέο. να το κρατήσουμε δικό μας. Έτσι δεν είναι? Είναι ντροπή για την Ελλάδα να μην μπορούν οι άνθρωποι στο εξωτερικό, ενώ είναι εγγεγραμμένοι στους καταλόγους και μπορούν να πάσα στιγμή να ψηφίσουν. Αν πάρουν το αεροπλάνο, να μην τους δίνουμε αυτή τη δυνατότητα και στην ουσία ούτε πλατφόρμες ούτε τίποτα. Με την επιστολική ψήφο τώρα υπάρχει το σύστημα να μπορείς να ελέγξεις. Το κάνουν στην Αμερική, το κάνουν παντού, θα έπρεπε και εμείς. Αλλά δυστυχώς αυτό. Τώρα, το αισιόδοξο όλων αυτών είναι ότι σε σχέση με αυτά που βλέπαμε πριν από 10 χρόνια, η Χρυσή Αυγή από ένα σημείο και μετά ήταν κόμμα των νέων. Μην έχετε καμιά αμφιβολία σε έναν βαθμό, ειδικά των νέων ανδρών. Έτσι δεν είναι? Μπράβο. Λοιπόν, είχαν πάρει 8% στις εθνικές εκλογές. Στους νέους άντρες, κάτι εκεί συμβαίνει με τη τεστοστερόνη φαίνεται, 18 με 30 νέοι άντρες έφτανε το 25%. Τριπλάσιο του εθνικού μέσου όρου, έτσι. Επαναλαμβάνω, θα μπορούσε κάποιος κοινικά να πει, ευτυχώς δεν είναι πάρα πολλοί αυτοί οι νέοι άντρες. Να είναι καλά ο συνταξιούχος που κράτησε τη χώρα όρθια, διότι φανταστείτε αν είχαμε 25% εθνικό ποσοστό. Από εκείνα τα χρόνια του 12, της οργισμένης γενιάς, της θυμωμένης γενιάς, βλέπουμε μία μετάλλαξη τώρα 10 χρόνια μετά, μια γενιά η οποία έχει οριμάσει μέσα στην κρίση, στην πυράκτωση της κρίσης, η οποία είναι πολύ πιο σοβαρή, πολύ πιο συνειδητοποιημένη, πολύ πιο ευρωπαϊκή, φιλελεύθερη, κοσμοπολίτικη, λιγότερο αποζητά την ασφάλεια της δημοσιοϊπαλληλίας, όπως κάποτε λέγαμε The Greek Dream. Θυμάμαι, έμπαινα στην αίθουσα και ρωτούσα τι θέλετε να γίνετε. Μου λέγανε, ας πούμε, οι μισοί δημόσιοι υπάλληλοι. Υπήρχαν και κάποιοι οποίοι ξεπερνούσαν αυτό και λέγανε συνταξιούχοι, θέλαν κατευθείαν τη σύνταξη. Να πηδήξουν την... Ήτανε το απόλυτο Greek Dream. Διότι όταν γινόσουν συνταξιούχος στα 33, με 15 ετία, στα 33 χρόνια, και είχα φοιτητές συνταξιούχους. Εγώ έχω
35 χρόνων συνταξιούχους.
Αυτό λέω, 33 και 34. Προφανώς και ο άλλος που είναι 22 σου λέει, φτάνω, γιατί να μην. Λοιπόν, αυτό δεν υπάρχει εδώ και αυτό νομίζω είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Το άλλο είναι το μεταηλιστικό. Διότι όλη μας η πολιτική ζωή ακόμα έτσι, έχει ένα ρέτρο στοιχείο δεκαετίας του 70, μαρξίζον, ηλιστικό, δηλαδή τα λεφτά, το οικονομικό, που είναι προφανώς πάρα πολύ σημαντικό, ειδικά σε μια χώρα στην Ελλάδα, αλλά υπάρχει και το ζήτημα των δικαιωμάτων, υπάρχει το ζήτημα του περιβάλλοντος και της κλιματικής αλλαγής, που αφορά πολύ περισσότερο τους νέους από ότι τις μεγαλύτερες ηλικίες, και εδώ όλα τα κόμματα. Και τα μαρξίζοντα και τα αντιμαρξίζοντα, τα οποία όμως όλα έχουν δουλέψει λίγο πολύ στο ηλιστικό μοντέλο, θα πρέπει να...
Μαρξίζοντα ποιο βάζεις?
Εννοώ την αριστερά, βέβαια, παιδί μου, η οποία έχει μια... Εντάξει. Ξέρω, έχετε όλοι έχετε αποστασιοποιηθεί από τα νιάτα σας, γιατί εδώ ξέρετε, έχω μετανοημένες Μαγδαλίνες στα αριστερά μου.
Αλλά... μου είναι ότι ο Μάρξ με το...
Δεν έχει σχέση.
Με τον Μάρξ έχει ούτως ισοφάντηση με τον
Σωστό. Σωστό. Θα το δεχθώ. Ο Μάρξ ήταν σοβαρός, αυτό εννοείς. Αλλά σε κάθε περίπτωση τα κόμματα πρέπει να το καταλάβουν αυτό. Τώρα, το γεγονός της μη κομματικής ταύτισης είναι παγκόσμιο φαινόμενο. Είναι και πανευρωπαϊκό, είναι και αμερικανικό. Στην Αμερική έχουμε ξαφνικά μεγαλύτερο κόμμα στην Αμερική, είναι το Independence, το οποίο δεν υπήρχε στο παρελθόν, οι ανεξάρτητοι. Και στην Ευρώπη παραδοσιακά μεγάλα κόμματα, επειδή έχουμε εδώ τον φίλο μας από το Αντενάουερ και από τη Σαξονία, όταν η γερμανική χριστιανοδημοκρατία παίρνει 25%, και τα δύο μεγάλα κόμματα που κάποτε παίρνουν 85%, εγώ θυμάμαι μεγάλωσα με τη θεωρία των 2,5 κομμάτων. Εδώ τώρα είναι τα 7 κόμματα και θα πάνε στα 7,5 και στα 8,5 και στα 9,5 κόμματα. Έτσι δεν είναι? Όταν η Γερμανία, η οποία δεν υπέστη αυτή την καταστροφή της Ελλάδας το 2010, είχε αυτή την πολυδιάσπαση και αυτή τη φυγόκεντρη τάση, με τα δύο μεγάλα κόμματα να έχουν δεν έχουν 50% των ψήφων, το γεγονός ότι στην Ελλάδα ακόμα υπάρχουν ταυτίσεις με τα κόμματα και ακόμα τα δύο μεγάλα κόμματα παίρνουν πάνω από 60%, έχει και αυτό το ενδιαφέρον του ότι ίσως έχει να κάνει με τις μεγάλες ηλικίες που ακόμα έχουν μια χρονοκαθυστέρηση. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, θεωρώ ότι είναι ένα πολύ ενδιαφέρον δείγμα όλο αυτό, το οποίο πρέπει όλους να μας κάνει να συνειδητοποιήσουμε ότι έχουμε μια πιο απαιτητική, πιο ψαγμένη γενιά. Δεν είναι η γενιά να την καταγγείλεις και να την βάλεις στο περιθώριο ότι δεν ξέρει κτλ. Τώρα, να κάνουμε και έναν γύρο ερωτήσεων, πολύ, γιατί βλέπω εδώ τον καλό συνάδελφο, τον κύριο Σιμόπουλο, από τη Βουλή και τη Νέα Δημοκρατία και την Αλφα Θεσσαλονίκης, να τα λέμε σήμερα, γιατί έρχονται, Στράτο μου, γιατί έρχονται εκλογές. και μετά έχουμε και εδώ και εδώ και εκεί. Ωραία. 5 ερωτήσεις, 6. Ωραία, πολύ ζήτηση.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Καταρχήν, είναι λογικό να συμφωνώ με σένα. Απολύτως. Έρχομαι τώρα στο κύριο θέμα που για μένα είναι ότι οι νέοι άνθρωποι θέλουν την μεταρρύθμιση. 69 ή 70%. Βέβαια, η μεταρρύθμιση έχει ένα πρόσημο. Είναι κεντροαριστερό ή κεντροδεξιό. Δεν ξέρω αν απάντησε η δημοσκόπηση το πώς βλέπουν την μεταρρύθμιση οι νέοι. Βάζουν πρόσημο. Αυτό είναι κάτι σημαντικό, γιατί ο καθένας μπορεί να το βλέπει όπως θέλει. Το δεύτερο είναι, εκεί που συμφωνώ με τον κύριο Τσίμα, είναι ότι μπορεί να έχουμε μια μετατόπιση κεντροαριστερή, αλλά αυτό οφείλεται στο ότι η λεγόμενη κεντροδεξιά δεν έδωσε ποτέ τη μάχη των ιδεών. Και δεν την έδωσε τη μάχη ούτε σε επίπεδο παιδείας. Αν δείτε διαχρονικά, μπορεί να μεταρρυθμίζουμε την παιδεία θετικά, ταυτόχρονα όμως ποτέ δεν βάλαμε μέσα στην παιδεία μας θέματα τα οποία αφορούν την ταυτότητά μας, μπορεί να αφορούν τη θρησκεία, τον πατριωτισμό. Συνεχώς υποχωρούμε και έτσι βγαίνουν περισσότερο απολύτικοι, κατά τη γνώμη μου, οι νέοι. Οι νέοι περισσότερο είναι απολύτικοι σήμερα και αυτό οφείλεται σε εμάς, το πώς τους γαλουχίσαμε και επειδή πραγματικά χάσαμε τη μάχη των ιδεών. Θα ήταν πολύ χρήσιμο επίσης να μας πει ο κύριος Φαναράς, ο συνονόματος μου Ευστράτιος, πότε γιορτάζετε, 13 Σεπτεμβρίου ή 8 Νοεμβρίου? Εγώ γιορτάζω 8 Νοεμβρίου, όχι μεθαύριο. Να μας πει αν αύριο γινόταν εκλογές στα 100 ψηφοδέλτια της Νέας Δημοκρατίας, τι ποσοστό θα ήταν στην ηλικία κάτω από 35, τι ποσοστό από 35 έως 55 και τι ποσοστό πάνω από 55. Και το ίδιο και για το ΣΥΡΙΖΑ. Από αυτό, πώς θα τα σταθμίζατε δηλαδή. Από αυτό μπορούμε να βγάλουμε πολιτικά παραδείγματα. Και επίσης θεωρώ ότι οι νέοι ψηφίζουν, αλλά δεν ταυτίζονται με κόμματα. Σήμερα μπορεί να ψηφίσει κάτι άλλο, αύριο κάτι άλλο, μετά κάποιον άλλον αρχηγό. Όχι ότι δεν ψηφίζουν. Θα ήθελα το τελευταίο και για προσωπικούς λόγους. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Κρατάς, Στράτο μου, και συνεχίζουμε γρήγορα εδώ. Πού έχουμε μικρόφωνα? Ποιος έχει? Μίλα.
Ναι. Λοιπόν, επειδή δεν ήμουν στην αρχή της παρουσίασης, θα πω κάτι διαδικαστικό, θα μου πείτε αν το έχετε αναφέρει. Θέλετε να πλησιάσουμε τους νέους. Επειδή οι νέοι έχουν μεγάλο πλεονέκτημα με τους συνταξιούχους όσον αφορά το θέμα του διαδικτύου, εάν συζητείτε το θέμα της ψηφιακής συμμετοχής στις εκλογές. Οπότε οι νέοι θα είναι περισσότερο από τους συνταξιούχους σίγουρα.
Όχι, δεν συζητείται είναι απάντηση, αλλά θα έπρεπε ίσως. Ναι, εδώ. Ποιος άλλος? Πού είναι τα μικρόφωνα τα υπόλοιπα? Ένα είναι μόνο.
Μιλάω. Παίρνω εδώ ελεύθερο. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ για τις τοποθετήσεις και για την έρευνα. Για μένα υπάρχει ένα ζήτημα το οποίο γενικά δεν θίγεται. Και εν πολλοίς το είπατε κι εσείς, μετράμε τους νέους ως ψηφοφόρους. Ενώ απαραίτητα δεν είναι, γιατί αρχικά είναι αρκετά μακριά από την πολιτική ως φαινόμενο. Υπάρχει μια εν γέννη απάθεια, πρώτον. Και δεύτερον, δεν υπάρχει σωστή πληροφόρηση και εκπαίδευση των νέων στην πολιτική. Και δεύτερον, υπάρχει ένα ζήτημα περιγραφικής αντιπροσώπευσης, στο οποίο είναι ότι αυτή τη στιγμή οι θεσμοί, τα κόμματα και γενικότερα όλα τα δημόσια μέσα για να μπει κάποιος στην πολιτική είναι ελαφρώς κλειστά ως προς τους νέους. Είτε γιατί οι νέοι δεν έχουν αυτά τα κουκιά που είπατε εσείς πριν, είτε γιατί επί της αρχής δεν τους δίνεται η ευκαιρία. Είναι μακριά από εμάς. Οπότε ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω, στο κομμάτι αυτό αν υπήρχε στην έρευνα κάτι που αφορά την αντιπροσώπευση και το κατά πόσο οι νέοι νιώθουν όχι ως κόμματα, αλλά ως βουλευτές ή ως πρόσωπα, αν τους αντιπροσωπεύουν. Και κατά δεύτερον, αν και κατά πόσο υπάρχει ένα κομμάτι ενδιαφέροντος στην πολιτική μες στην έρευνα, δηλαδή πώς πήγαν οι νέοι στο κομμάτι του αν ενδιαφέρονται για την πολιτική επί της αρχής. Ευχαριστώ.
Συγγνώμη, επειδή συνδέεται μία ερώτηση, πώς εκτιμάει η έρευνα ότι θα έβλεπαν οι νέοι την αποχώρηση των κομμάτων από τα πανεπιστήμια. Έχει γίνει μια πρόταση παλαιότερα από ένα πολιτικό κόμμα το 2018. Ναι, διακομματικά, δεν εννοώ τώρα. Το 2018 το είχε προτείνει, νομίζω, το Ποτάμι. Δεν ξέρω αν έχουμε κάποια αλλαγή μετά την πανδημία, επειδή έχουν οριμάσει όντως οι νέοι, εάν αυτό συνδυάζεται με την ερώτηση της κοπέλας.
Θαυμάσια. Εδώ μπροστά ο κύριος εδώ, ο νεαρός, είναι πολύ με το πράσινο, θέλω να επανορθώσω.
Δύο μικρόφωνα. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Ήθελα να σας ρωτήσω για τα κόμματα και για τους νέους περισσότερο. Επιτρέψτε μου να διαφωνήσω με την άποψη που υπέθεσε ο βουλευτής. Θεωρώ ότι οι νέοι είναι πάρα πολύ πολιτικοποιημένοι. Τους ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ, ειδικά με τα social media και με όλα αυτά. Δηλαδή, είναι πάρα πολύ εύκολη η πληροφορία. Και ήθελα να ρωτήσω ότι, βασικά, να δώσω ένα σχόλιο, ότι τα κόμματα αποθούν τους νέους από το να ψηφίζουν ή από το να τους στηρίζουν, επειδή προσπαθούν να διευρύνουν την εκλογική βάση και να μην έχουν μια σταθερή άποψη σε πράγματα, και μέσω των κομματικών παρατάξεων, οι οποίες δεν εκπροσωπούν τα κόμματα σωστά και δεν τα εκπροσωπούν και έγκυρα. Θα ήθελα ένα σχόλιο πάνω σε αυτό. Πώς ίσως τα κόμματα προσπαθούν με το λάθος τρόπο.
Πάρα πολλά. Ο Θοδωρής. Έχουμε άλλες παιδιά να τελειώνουμε, να τις μαζέψουμε. Και εκεί μια κυρία. Ωραία. Okay.
Λοιπόν, ξεκινάω έτσι. Καταρχάς, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για την παρουσία σας. Ήταν εξαιρετικές όλες οι εισηγήσεις. Κύριε Φανερά, ιδιαίτερα η δική σας παρουσίαση, εξαιρετικά χρήσιμη για εμάς τους νέους. Εγώ αυτό που ήθελα να τονίσω, όντας και φοιτητής και νέος προφανώς, είναι το εξής. Οι νέες γενιές παρατηρούμε ότι πολιτικοποιούνται με δικούς τους σύγχρονους όρους και έχουν στοιχεία τα οποία προφανώς τις διαφοροποιούν από τις παλαιότερες γενιές. Συμφωνώ με τον προλαλήσαντα ότι οι νέοι δεν είναι απολιτικοποιημένοι, είναι ακομματικοποιημένοι. Όχι ότι δεν ενδιαφέρονται για τα πολιτικά τους δικαιώματα και για τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα, δεν ενδιαφέρονται ενδεχομένως για τα θέματα τα οποία παρουσιάζονται από τα κόμματα ως επίκαιρα. Ωστόσο, από την άλλη πλευρά, και αυτό το λέω περισσότερο σαν παρατήρηση και όχι σαν ερώτηση, θα πρέπει να συνειδητοποιήσουμε την αντίληψη που έχουμε διαμορφώσει ως νέοι και το επίπεδο να συνειδητοποιήσουμε τα πραγματικά διακυβεύματα της σύγχρονης εποχής. Και τι εννοώ με αυτό. Είδαμε στην παρουσίαση του κυρίου Φαναρά, της μέτρων ανάλυσης, είδαμε ότι οι νέοι είναι υπέρ του διαλόγου με την Τουρκία σε όλα τα θέματα. Η ερώτησή μου είναι η εξής. Είναι οι νέοι ενημερωμένοι για όλα τα θέματα που διακυβεύονται αυτή τη στιγμή? Και αν είναι με το σωστό τρόπο? Αναφέρθηκε ο κύριος Καϊρίδης στις εκλογές. Τις εκλογές έχει καταντήσει να τις κρίνει μια συνθηματολογική προπαγάνδα, η οποία προέρχεται και από τα αριστερά και από τα δεξιά. Κατά την ταπεινή μου άποψη, αυτό είναι το βασικό που θα πρέπει να αλλάξει. Δηλαδή, τα επίπεδα πρωτογονισμού της νεολαίας στην Ελλάδα είναι αυτά που καθορίζουν και το μέλλον της νεολαίας στην Ελλάδα. Οπότε, προτού ασκήσουμε κριτική στο πολιτικό σύστημα και στους φορείς που αντιπροσωπεύουν εμάς τους Έλληνες πολίτες και ιδίως τους νέους, θα πρέπει να κάνουμε την αυτοκριτική μας και να δούμε τα επίπεδα της δικής μας αντίληψης, να διαμορφώσουμε τη δική μας πολιτική κουλτούρα, τη δική μας συνείδηση και με βάση αυτό να αποφανθούμε αν μας ταιριάζει το παρόν πολιτικό σύστημα, αν πρέπει να το αλλάξουμε με επανάσταση, με μεταρρυθμίσεις και ούτω καθεξής. Αυτό. Ευχαριστώ.
Ωραία. Και η κυρία... Θες και εσύ να μιλήσεις?
Θέλω και εγώ να κάνω μια ερώτηση. Με συγχωρείτε. Ναι. Καταρχήν, ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ που μας τιμάτε με την παρουσία σας. Εγώ προσωπικά στον κύριο Τσίμα, επειδή με στιγμάτισε στα εφηβικά μου χρόνια στο πώς να μάθω να γράφω έκθεση διαβάζοντας τα νέα και πολλούς άλλους δημοσιογράφους, Επειδή συμφωνώ με τους περισσότερους προλαλήσαντες, γιατί είμαστε όλοι νέοι, συμφωνώ και με τον κύριο Σιμόπουλο, μιας και το γνωρίζω εδώ από τη Θεσσαλονίκη, ότι οι νέοι δεν έχουν σταθερά στο τι θα ψηφίσουν και όλα αυτά είναι μεταβλητά και αλλάζουν. Διαφωνώ με την άποψη της κυρίας στο θέμα της ερώτησης, αν πρέπει να φύγουν οι πολιτικές παρατάξεις, γιατί τι είναι η πολιτική, αν πιάσουμε από την αρχαία Ελλάδα, η κριτική σκέψη. Είχαμε την ελευθερία του λόγου, που ο καθένας είχε το ελεύθερο να ακούει τους δημαγωγούς και να δημιουργεί τη δικιά του άποψη. Εκεί που θέλω να σταθώ είναι σε αυτό που είπε ο κύριος Καирίδης. Εκεί θέλω να θέσω το ερώτημά μου, που είπε ότι το 90% είναι συνταξιούχοι, κάποτε το 50% και βάλε ήθελε να γίνει δημόσιος υπάλληλος. Και σήμερα που βλέπουμε ότι αυτό δεν είναι εφικτό, μιας και εγώ είμαι ένας νέος που βρίσκομαι στον ιδιωτικό τομέα και νομίζω ότι εκεί θα πορευτεί το μεγαλύτερο μέρος της νέας γενιάς, θέλω να ρωτήσω τι μπορεί να κάνει η πολιτεία, θεωρείτε, για όλους αυτούς που έχουν φύγει στο εξωτερικό, γιατί η αναζήτηση εργασίας αφορά πάντα τον ιδιωτικό τομέα φεύγοντας στο εξωτερικό, ή τουλάχιστον σε μεγαλύτερο βαθμό, και τι μπορεί να κάνει η πολιτεία, τι προνόμια, ας το πούμε, να αναπτύξει, να δώσει στην νεολαία ή κίνητρα για να ενισχύσει το κράτος δικαίου, ώστε να παραμείνει στη χώρα και να εργαστεί και να παλέψει. Αλλιώς αύριο μεθαύριο, αφού φύγει αυτό το 90% βάση κύκλου ζωής, τι θα παραμείνει πίσω?
Γεια σας. Δεν ξέρω κατά πόσο αυτό είναι ερώτηση ή παρατήρηση, αλλά από αυτά που είπαμε και από αυτά που είδαμε κιόλας από την έρευνα, βλέπω ότι οι νέοι πλέον δεν έχουν, και ως νέα και ως φοιτήτρια, για παράδειγμα, αν φέρουμε τις πολιτικές παρατάξεις, βλέπω ότι υπάρχουν νέοι που ενδιαφέρονται με την κάθε πολιτική παράταξη μέσα στα πανεπιστήμια, αλλά βλέπω κιόλας στην άλλη πλευρά πόσο κανείς δεν θέλει να μπλέξει με αυτές και πόσο πρακτικά τους χρησιμοποιούμε για σημειώσεις. Αλλά από αυτά που είπαμε βλέπω ότι δεν υπάρχει πολιτική εκπροσώπηση από τους νέους. Δηλαδή και στις εκλογές, για παράδειγμα, που θα έρθουν, εγώ δεν ξέρω τι θα ψηφίσω. Όπως φαντάζομαι και πάρα πολύ είναι μπερδεμένοι από αυτό το πράγμα, γιατί κανένας δεν ανταποκρίνεται σε αυτά τα οποία μπορεί να ζητάμε ή μπορεί να θέλουμε. Κάτι το οποίο μπορεί να μας διώχνει από όλο αυτό το πράγμα. Αυτό βασικά θέλω να πω.
Ωραία. Υπάρχει κάποια ερώτηση? Έλα, εδώ, ναι, κάνει την ερώτησή σου.
Πολιτικοποιημένοι, απλά με διαφορετικό τρόπο. Δεν θεωρώ ότι είναι πολιτική. Νομίζω κάτι δεν υπήρχε στην έρευνα κάποια ερώτηση ως προς το πώς μπορούν οι νέοι να συμμετέχουν στα κοινά και να προωθούν τις δράσεις τους και τις πολιτικές τους απόψεις. Μήπως αυτό να μας πείτε, κύριε Φαναρά.
Ωραία, πολύ ωραία. Λοιπόν, ολοκληρώσαμε τον κύκλο των ερωτήσεων. Ήταν πάρα πολλές, μπορούμε να κάνουμε πολύ μεγάλη την κουβέντα. Θέλω ο Στράτος να έχει τον τελευταίο. Ή Παύλο, για να τελειώσουμε με τον κύριο Φαναρά.
Λοιπόν, μια πρώτη ωραία. Αν ήθελα να βάλω ένα τίτλο στην έρευνα, θα έλεγα μέσα από την ερευνητική μου εμπειρία, θα έβαζα τον εξής τίτλο. Από τις γενιές της παραίτησης στις γενιές της διεκδίκησης. Αυτό είναι το πολύ διαφορετικό που εισπράττω εγώ από τα στοιχεία. Τώρα, πάω σε ερωτήσεις όσες μπορώ να απαντήσω από αυτές που σημείωσα. Καταρχήν στον κύριο Σιμόπουλο. Το πρόσημο της μεταρρύθμισης δεν είναι ούτε κεντροαριστερό ούτε κεντροδεξιό, διότι πολλές φορές η κεντροαριστερά και τούμπαλιν ταυτίζονται με συντηρητικές πολιτικές επιλογές, άρα θα έλεγα ότι ένα σχήμα προοδευτικό, συντηρητικό, ίσως να είναι πιο κοντά στα πράγματα, και σαφέστατα το πρόσημο της μεταρρύθμισης είναι πάντα προοδευτικό. Τώρα, το προοδευτικό δεν ταυτίζεται πάντα με το σχήμα αριστερά-δεξιά. Ψήφους αναγενιά, το δεύτερο που θέσατε. Στην τελευταία έρευνα που κάναμε, πανελλαδική πρόθεση ψήφου, κάθισα και μέτρησα, υπήρχε στην πρόθεση ψήφου μια διαφορά 8 μονάδων ανάμεσα στη Νέα Δημοκρατία και το ΣΥΡΙΖΑ. Οι 5,5 μονάδες από αυτές προέρχονται από τους συνταξιούχους και τις νοικοκυρές, και όλο το υπόλοιπο εκλογικό σώμα δίνει ένα προβάδισμα 2,5 με 3 μονάδες στη Νέα Δημοκρατία, οπότε δεν θα μπω σε αναλυτικότερη συζήτηση. Τρίτον, απόσταση γράφω και ενδιαφέρον για την πολιτική. Συμφωνώ με ορισμένους που είπαν ότι είναι άλλο πράγμα η πολιτικοποίηση και άλλο η κομματικοποίηση. Αυτό είναι σαφέστατο, έτσι. Νομίζω ότι δεν έχει νόημα να το συζητήσουμε περαιτέρω. Για το αν είναι ενημερωμένοι για τα ελληνοτουρκικά, προσέξτε, είναι άλλη η έννοια του διαλόγου και άλλη η έννοια της διαπραγμάτευσης. Όταν κάθονται δηλαδή 60 φορές και συναντιόνται σε επίπεδο task force, δεν ξέρω πώς τα λένε ο κ. Τσουκάλης, διερευνητικών. Εκεί άρα γιατί συζητάνε? 60 φορές συναντήθηκαν να συζητάνε για την υφαλοκρηπίδα? Προφανώς όχι. Δεν θα χρειάζονταν 60 φορές. Προφανώς συζητάνε και άλλα θέματα. Πολύ περισσότερο στον ελεύθερο διάλογο. Οι άνθρωποι, για να καταλάβουν πού στέκεται ο άλλος, θέλουν να ακούσουν τι λέει και θα το κρίνουν. Θα υπάρξει ένα judgment. Είναι αυτό λογικό? Είναι διαπραγματεύσιμο? Δεν είναι? Αλλά πρώτα απ' όλα αυτό που ένας ισχυρός πολίτης πρέπει να είναι ένας ενημερωμένος πολίτης. Πρέπει να ξέρει και η άλλη πλευρά και η δική μας τι είναι αυτά που καταθέτουμε στο τραπέζι και να μπορεί να τα κρίνει. Άρα λοιπόν αυτό είναι που θέλω να σημειώσω εδώ και εγώ προσωπικά αυτό το βρίσκω πάρα πολύ υγιές. Δεν μπορεί να υπάρχει μια πληροφόρηση η οποία συνήθως στις μέρες μας να έχει μετατραπεί στην απάντηση που δίνουμε σε ένα ερώτημα το οποίο δεν ξέρουμε καν ποιο είναι. Αν μπείτε δηλαδή στα social media θα το δείτε κατά κόρον αυτό. Και όχι μόνο σε εθνικό επίπεδο αλλά και για τα εσωτερικά ζητήματα που μας απασχολούν. Ένα επόμενο θέμα είναι για τη συμμετοχή. Ναι, υπήρχαν ερωτήσεις για τη συμμετοχή άλλου τύπου. Απλά ο χρόνος μας ήταν περιοριστικός. Δεν μπορούσα να τα δείξω όλα. Αλλά είναι πολύ σαφές ότι το τέλος της εμπλοκής μέσα στο σπίτι από την πανδημία και το άνοιγμα έχει πάρα πολλές μορφές δραστηριότητας. Εκείνες που φαίνεται ότι είναι πολύ πιο σημαντικές και είναι διαδικασίες κοινωνικοποίησης και συμμετοχής είναι ο αθλητισμός, που είναι πολύ σημαντική δραστηριότητα. Δεν είναι απλά ασκώ το σώμα μου, είναι διαδικασία κοινωνικοποίησης. Είναι η συμμετοχή σε εθελοντικές ομάδες, είναι η συμμετοχή και η παρέα με την οποία πηγαίνει κανείς να δει μια ταινία, ένα σινεμά, η διασκέδαση, το μπαρ. Είναι πάρα πολλές οι μορφές και επίσης είναι πολύ σαφές, γιατί έχουμε μετρήσει και τα μέσα από τα οποία ενημερώνονται, ότι όπως υπόθηκε κυριαρχούν τα κοινωνικά δίκτυα και γενικά η ενημέρωσή τους είναι από τα social media και τα sites. Ο παραδοσιακός τύπος είναι πολύ πίσω και στις τελευταίες θέσεις. Τώρα η εκπροσώπηση, όπως ανέφερε μια κυρία, ότι δεν υπάρχει εκπροσώπηση και όπως είπε και ο Δημήτρης, ότι υπάρχει ένα σύστημα κλειστό, αυτό είναι αναμφισβήτητο, έτσι. Δηλαδή, άνθρωποι οι οποίοι μπόρεσαν να μπουν μέσα στο πολιτικό σύστημα στις σημερινές συνθήκες είναι κάτι σαν ήρωες, κατά τη γνώμη μου, και το λέω με τα λόγου γνώσεως, διότι ξέρω πάρα πολλούς ανθρώπους νέους οι οποίοι είχαν αυτή την επιθυμία και απέτυχαν παταγωδώς γιατί το σύστημα είναι τραγικά κλειστό. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό έχει γίνει. Εγώ δεν υιοθετώ τον όρο πολιτική τάξη, αλλά όταν συζητάμε για αυτό το ζήτημα το συγκεκριμένο, το πόσο ανοιχτό είναι δηλαδή το πολιτικό σύστημα, πιστεύω ότι πράγματι λειτουργήσε διαχρονικά μια πολιτική τάξη για να αποκλείσει ανθρώπους από τη δυνατότητά τους να μπουν και να προσφέρουν. Αν κάτι δεν μπόρεσα να απαντήσω ή το ξέχασα...
Θα το αφήσουμε για το 11ο συμπόσιο. Είναι μια πολύ μεγάλη αυτή κουβέντα. Απλώς τελείως έτσι επιγραμματικά, ενημερωτικά να σας πω ότι υπάρχει μια μεγάλη συζήτηση και στην Ευρώπη. Κάποιες χώρες έχουν υποχρεώσει κάθε νομοσχέδιο όταν ψηφίζεται, εκτός από την έκθεση του Γενικού Λογιστηρίου του κράτους για τις δημοσιονομικές επιπτώσεις, να έχει και έκθεση για τις επιπτώσεις στη νέα γενιά και στην αγέννητη γενιά, προκειμένου προκειμένου να εκπροσωπείται με κάποιον τρόπο οι επόμενες γενιές. Κλασικό παράδειγμα, η κλιματική αλλαγή, η οποία δεν αφορά καθόλου τους μεγάλους, με την οποία θα ζήσουν οι νεότεροι και είναι προτεραιότητά τους, αλλά έχουμε ένα πολιτικό σύστημα το οποίο βασίζεται στους μεγάλους και άρα δεν μπορεί να αντιμετωπίσει το υπαρξιακό πρόβλημα της ανθρωπότητας. Σε κάποιες χώρες η συζήτηση έχει πάει πολύ παραπέρα. Για να σας το δώσω έτσι και για να σας πικάρω να το ψάξετε, υπάρχουν ακόμα και προτάσεις που ακούγονται πολύ αμφιλεγόμενες προφανώς, ότι οι νεότεροι θα πρέπει να έχουν μεγαλύτερη στάθμιση ψήφος τους με βάση έναν αλγόριθμο ηλικίας ή νέοι γονείς με παιδιά, με κάποιον τρόπο ένας νέος γονιός με 3 παιδιά να έχει μεγαλύτερο βάρος στην κάλπη από έναν υπερήλικα 90 χρονών, ο οποίος σύντομα θα αποχαιρετούσε τα πολιτικά πράγματα του μάταιου του κόσμου. Είναι μια ενδιαφέρουσα κουβέντα η οποία γίνεται. Για πρόσθεση. Σ' αρέσουν αυτά τα πικάρια?
Δεν μ' αρέσουν αυτά. Έχουμε ένα πάρα πολύ ενδιαφέρον παράδειγμα διαγενειακής διαφοράς που καθόρισε σε μεγάλο βαθμό το μέλλον μιας χώρας. Και αυτό είναι το Brexit στη Μεγάλη Βρετανία. Έτσι. Στη Μεγάλη Βρετανία η διαφορά στην ψήφο μεταξύ των νεότερων και των μεγαλύτερων γενεών ήταν τεράστια. Το οποίο σημαίνει τι? Ότι οι γέροι στη Βρετανία αποφάσισαν να στερήσουν στους νεότερους από το ευρωπαϊκό τους μέλλον. Δηλαδή, αυτό συνέβη.
Και οι οποίοι θα πρέπει να ζήσουν με τον Brexit.
Ακριβώς.
Αυτοί που θα πρέπει να ζήσουν με τον Brexit.
Αποχωρούν από το μάταιο του κόσμου. Αποφασίσανε για αυτούς που θα μείνουν για δεκαετίες να τους το στερήσουν.
Καμία. Φτάσαμε στο τέλος με πολύ μικρή καθυστέρηση για τα ελληνικά δεδομένα, νομίζω, του 1 ακαδημαϊκού τετάρτου. Να ευχαριστήσω τους πάντες για την υπομονή και όλους και όλες σας για τη συζήτηση και την κουβέντα. Τα νέα φρέσκα παιδιά μας εδώ κοντά στο Συμπόσιο της Πολιτιστικής. Να ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ τους ομιλητές όλους που ήρθαν από το εξωτερικό, από την Ελλάδα, από την Αθήνα και να ευχηθώ στο επανειδήν σίγουρα του χρόνου το φθινόπωρο, του 2023, με ακόμα έτσι καλύτερη, εύχομαι αισιόδοξη πορεία. Να είστε όλοι πάρα πολύ καλά. Καλές γιορτές, καλά Χριστούγεννα και θα ανεβούν όλα στην ιστοσελίδα με φωτογραφίες, με το βίντεο, όλα αναρτημένα για να μπορείτε να τα βρείτε και αναλυτικά. Στράτο, Παύλο, Λουκά.